Having transmigrated into the short-lived holy son of a fantasy novel, Cao Meng looked at his script, now overgrown with weeds, and sneered.
The chosen one? You have a great opportunity, it'll be mine in the next second. Chapter 1: Transmigrating into a book. Warning! This novel will revolutionize your understanding of color. Please proceed with caution. Newcomers will only be able to watch the censored version. Oh Yang Mi! You beast, let me go right now.
Madam, I advise you to save your energy and stop shouting.
I don't want your life, I just need you to pay off your son's debts. You're talking nonsense.
I, Yuner, have only been in the sect for a few months. How could I possibly have any dealings with a high and mighty holy son like you?
She didn't believe him at all when he said his son owed money and wouldn't pay it back.
She thought that the beast was just lusting after her body and that it was all just an excuse. However, as a mortal, she was like a fish on a chopping board, completely at the mercy of the Foundation establishment stage youth before her. Yang Mi's cheeks flushed crimson, and her evasive gaze and the lingering emotion in her eyes spoke of her inner resentment. The young man smiled and took out an exquisite jade ball from his storage spirit realm. He lightly tapped the jade ball with his finger and projected a series of video scenes in the air, like a movie.
Brother Yun, here are 100,000 top-quality spirit stones for your cultivation.
Brother Yun's elixir has miraculous effects, capable of cleansing the marrow and rejuvenating the body. Brother Yun, this is a Foundation establishment pill that can stabilize your current cultivation level. Brother Yun's protective mirror. In the scene, a voluptuous fairy is giving all sorts of cultivation resources to a young man.
Yang Mi was completely dumbfounded, because the young man was none other than her son, Chu Xingyun. Madam, you've seen it all, this image recording bead doesn't lie.
You've seen all of these resources, they were meant for my fiancé's cultivation, and now they've all been consumed by your son. How do you suggest we settle this debt?
Yang Mi was speechless for a moment.
She knew how precious these resources were: spirit stones, fine wine, foundation building pills, heart-protecting mirrors. She could never repay them in her lifetime.
Seeing that Yang Mi did not speak, the boy sat up, untied the 2 red ribbons binding Yang Mi's hands, and whispered in Yang Mi's ear. Madam, if you are unwilling to pay off your son's debts, I will not force you. However, I will ask the elders of the sect's law enforcement hall to go and demand payment from him. Upon hearing this, Yang Mi's delicate face froze.
She slowly sat back down, her expression pained. She simply couldn't understand why her son accepted so many treasures from others.
Why take someone else's gift? Why did this beast have to give his fiancée as an engagement gift?
Although she was not a cultivator, she had heard of the power of the sect's law enforcement hall. If her son were really put in there, she feared that all that would be left for her would be a corpse. Seeing the constantly changing expression on Yang Mi's face, the young man smiled faintly.
Madam, have you thought it through?
Should you have your son discuss this matter with the enforcement hall, or will you pay it for him?
I've already found out, you only have this one son.
Ultimately, maternal love surpasses everything in the world. Yang Mi bit her thin lips lightly, slowly closed her eyes, and 2 tears of resentment slid down her cheeks.
However, seeing Yang Mi's appearance, the boy became displeased. Madam, how are you any different from a dead person? If you're really not happy about it, then you can leave.
I'll give the recording bead to the enforcement hall when I get back and let them handle this matter. In his previous life, Cao Meng had received 9 years of compulsory higher education and had a principle of conduct: he would never force others to do things he didn't like. After all, compared to putting in effort for no reward, a woman who knows how to please is more likable. Upon hearing this, Yang Mi wiped away her tears of grievance. Her expression changed from resentment and grievance to bitterness, until finally she managed to force out a smile that was even more unsightly than crying, and gently wrapped her arms around the back of the boy's neck. Seeing this, Cao Meng was quite satisfied. He wrapped his strong arms around Yang Mi's slender waist, a smile playing on his lips, and kissed her hot red lips fiercely. Red curtains had fallen around them at some unknown time, and candlelight flickered. The lady is seated, and time begins to accelerate. After an incense stick has burned, Yang Mi, with her back to the boy, curled up on the bed and sobbed softly. A large wet patch on the bedsheet showed that she had almost cried all her tears.
Cao Meng felt no remorse whatsoever.
As a modern-day 996 office worker, he was reading a fantasy novel on Tomato 3 days ago. He simply complained that the author was an idiot and gave the book a 5-star review, and naturally, he was transported into the book. Identity: Holy Son of the Illusion Moon Sect.
Time of death: 3 months later.
According to the original novel, this scene takes place 3 months prior. 4 months earlier, Cao Meng failed to form his core, and his Dao heart was damaged. His fiancée, whom he had pursued for 5 years, betrayed him after finding out about his affair, and had an affair with a new disciple in the sect named Chu Xingyun. Therefore, Cao Meng kidnapped Chu Xingyun's mother to take revenge on Chu Xingyun. It was this action that accelerated his reincarnation, and 3 months later, Chu Xingyun joined forces with the Shin family to directly attack the Illusion Moon sect.
This wealthy second-generation heir from the Tianyuan domain was ultimately mutilated and his bones were dug up and his corpse tortured by his fiancée and lover.
Cao Meng merely glanced at the woman indifferently before starting to tidy up his scattered clothes. Having already revealed the plot, he naturally wouldn't allow himself to die again.
Madam, I am very satisfied with your performance this time.
Consider it as 10,000 spirit stones back to you. We'll repay the remaining 90,000 spirit stones and other treasures gradually when we have time. Upon hearing this, Ouyangmi stopped sobbing and turned to look at Cao Meng in disbelief.
You beast, what do you mean? I've already done what you asked for, what more do you want?
Cao Meng wasn't angry at Ouyangmi's insults, he just glanced at her disdainfully.
Madam, your son owes me so many resources.
You don't think you can settle the debt all at once, do you? There's no such thing as a free lunch.
Do you think you're living in a golden palace? 10,000 spirit stones per time.
Go out and ask around, who can offer a higher price than me?
Ouyangmi was speechless at Cao Meng's words.
What did he take her for? She was nothing more than a prostitute in a brothel. According to Cao Meng's calculations, not counting other resources, the spirit stones alone cost 100,000.
Wouldn't that mean he would be bullied 10 more times by this birth?
At this moment, her eyes were bloodshot as she stared intently at Cao Meng, as if she wanted to kill him. Seeing Ouyangmi staring at him fiercely, Cao Meng became even more disdainful.
What's wrong, madam? What's with that expression?
Are you planning to murder me for money and then default on your debts? With a flick of his wrist, he threw a sharp blade in front of Ouyangmi. Ouyangmi stared intently at the short blade in front of her. Finally, she sighed, lowered her head, and gave up on this unrealistic idea. She was just a mortal, how could she possibly harm him in the slightest? His voice was barely audible, as he managed to utter a few words. I want to repay you another 10,000 spirit stones. After saying that, Ouyangmi crawled out of the bedding, knelt in front of Cao Meng, and waited for his decision.
Ha! Ouyangmi's move caught Cao Meng completely off guard.
After a moment of contemplation, he gently lifted Ouyangmi's chin with his fingers and looked down at the woman with seriousness. Although she is already in her 40s, she still retains her charm and allure. Her stunningly beautiful face, her snow-white and smooth skin like mutton fat jade, her pair of watery and alluring eyes slightly upturned, her thin upper and thick lower red lips, large and round, any man who sees her can't help but feel the urge to pinch them. Every feature of her face is just right. Everywhere you look, you can't help but marvel at the favor shown by the Creator.
Cao Meng's Adam's apple bobbed.
Then let's collect another 10,000 in interest.
That's enough, that's enough.
In the end, Cao Meng decided to fulfill this great mother's wish. The delicate, disheveled palace attire was once again scattered on the floor, and the heavy wooden bed creaked and groaned.
Chapter 2: System Binding. Wildflowers bloom profusely, their fragrance filling the air, and the warbling of orioles is deeply moving.
The temperature inside the room, which had been sunny, suddenly plummeted, and water vapor quickly condensed, forming a thin layer of ice on the jade couch.
Holy crap!
Cao Meng felt as if he were holding a large block of ice, cold from head to toe, inside and out.
Fuck you. Well. Holy crap. What's going on?
Cao Meng raised an eyebrow, staring incredulously at Ouyangmi, who had become an ice sculpture. The temperature around him continued to drop, and even Cao Meng, who was at the great perfection of the foundation establishment realm, felt a chill seeping into his body. Even with a spiritual energy shield to block it, he still felt cold. Left with no other choice, I grabbed the tangled blankets and quickly wrapped them around myself. Cao Meng looked out the window and saw a little golden bird lazily sleeping on a branch. Finally, his gaze settled on a large tree in the distance. I feel much more at ease now. If he really killed Yang Mi, then he would have no choice but to burn her alive. To destroy the evidence and cover up the crime. He didn't want to fight Chu Xingyun right now. He was afraid he wouldn't even be able to withstand one move from the soul within Chu Xingyun before he had to be reincarnated. As Cao Meng was rehearsing in his mind, a sudden halo appeared before his eyes, and a faint voice in his mind broke the enchanting moment. Ding! Successfully bound to the self-cultivating cause and effect system. Ding! Your supreme pure yang holy body has been activated at full speed. Cao Meng was taken aback, and his heart was filled with turmoil. Not only does it have a system, but it also has an extraordinary physique? Suppressing my inner turmoil, I immediately clicked to check the system's capabilities. However, after Cao Meng learned about the system's functions, he couldn't sit still any longer. The self-inflicted cause-and-effect system, as the name suggests, means that anyone who gets involved with it will have a causal mark planted on them. After that, anyone who has been marked by him will automatically accumulate experience points, regardless of whether they experience emotional fluctuations or level up. It can be mutually beneficial, or it can be exploitative. Then, the experience points gained from plundering or win-win situations can be directly converted without any loss and integrated into one's own cultivation, helping one to make rapid progress on the path of cultivation. 6. Even the usually composed Cao Meng was astonished by this awesome system. He smacked his lips and examined his current situation with great interest. Host, Cao Meng. Cultivation level, Foundation Establishment Great Perfection, 0/10,000. Physique, Supreme Pure Yang Holy Body, giving roses leaves a lingering fragrance. Physical contact exceeding 15 minutes can plant a karmic imprint. Fate/Destiny imprint, 1, experience points are being calculated randomly. Note, karmic imprints are only effective on those with special constitutions, supernatural powers, or those destined for greatness. Ordinary people cannot plant karmic seeds. After planting a karmic imprint, you can automatically gain cultivation experience points from others, which can be stacked. After looking at the panel, Cao Meng was quite pleased. Although having a causal imprint comes with specific requirements, Cao Meng was not worried. In the cultivation world, there are countless people with special physiques and supernatural abilities, so this limitation is nothing to him. However, his physical condition prevents him from gaining experience points daily, which is a drawback. The saying giving roses leaves a lingering fragrance is quite self-evident. It's definitely the kind of physique that allows you to leverage your strengths and compensate for your weaknesses, helping others cultivate their abilities. However, this physique requires more than 15 minutes of physical contact, and Cao Meng suddenly had an urge to find out the system's gender. This can't be about making yourself attractive to both men and women, right? Depend on. No, isn't it said that ordinary people cannot plant karmic imprints? So what's the deal with Yang Mi? Could it be because of my constitution? Just as I was wondering what was going on, the system in my mind suddenly spoke up again. Congratulations, host, on successfully creating an ice soul cold sky body. 20,000 experience points have been automatically converted. Would you like to convert your cultivation level? Ha! Cao Meng subconsciously looked at Yang Mi, who was curled up on the ground and had become an ice sculpture. Its data panel also appeared. Yang Mi. Identity, Mother of the Chosen One, 100 EXP points per day for mutual benefit. Age, 38. Cultivation level, She refining level 1, in the process of breaking through to the next minor realm. Physique, Ice Soul Cold Sky Body, just activated after receiving the benefits of the Pure Yang Sacred Body. Appearance, 95. Cao Meng withdrew his gaze. Just as I suspected, this woman embarked on the path of cultivation because of the benefits I had given her. Through the system, Cao Meng learned that his supreme pure yang holy body was exceptionally gifted, and every night at midnight. This constitution allows one to use the power of the interaction between heaven and earth to repair aging and damage throughout the body. Even if one's cultivation foundation is damaged and one's vital energy is broken, one can return to perfection after midnight. What's even more incredible is that the efficacy produced by this physique far surpasses that of any auxiliary elixirs in the world. It can not only improve physical condition and rejuvenate appearance, but also reshape meridians, stimulate one's own potential, and make cultivation speed advance by leaps and bounds. More importantly, it is pure, non-toxic, harmless, safe, and environmentally friendly. Even those with mediocre talent can be transformed under the nourishment of this pure spiritual liquid energy, leaping into cultivation geniuses and embarking on a path of reversal.
Cao Meng rolled his eyes helplessly.
They were supposed to have a win-win situation, but this physique didn't give him a single experience point, while it gave her others a lot of benefits.
Fortunately, there is a causal system.
As long as you plant a causal mark with him, you can gain experience points every day to improve your cultivation without having to cultivate.
This kind of cheat is something he can only dream of.
Although the experience points I get from Ouyang Mi each day are not much, only a meager 100 points.
It's better than nothing.
Cao Meng then felt relieved.
The mystery refers to directly converting experience points into cultivation points.
Then, his entire body was covered by a golden halo.
A few breaths. Click.
The layers of light shield around him shattered. The blankets covering Cao Meng were thrown off, and his spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave, making a rustling sound.
A surging pressure swept out. The inner elixir has successfully condensed in the abdomen.
The panel has changed slightly.
Host, Cao Meng.
Cultivation level, Early Golden Core Realm, 10100/50,000. Romance and Karma Imprint, 100 win-win experience points /daily. After doing all this, Cao Meng turned his attention back to Ouyang Mi with great interest.
I want to know what's so special about Ouyang Mi's ice-soul-cold skybody. He could clearly see that Ouyang Mi's spiritual energy was like a tangible wave, crashing against that invisible barrier wave after wave. Whenever the offensive shows signs of fatigue and the intensity of the spiritual energy impact begins to weaken. Humph, what an incompetent woman who only knows how to rely on external forces.
Cao Meng pursed his lips, wrapped himself back in the blanket, leaned against the headboard, closed his eyes, and waited quietly. They say a cigarette after a meal is better than being a god. But Cao Meng was a model student in his previous life, and he hadn't even learned to smoke, let alone in this fantasy world where there are no cigarettes.
I don't know how much time has passed.
The chill in the room began to gradually dissipate.
When Ouyang Mi reached the peak of qi refining, the spiritual liquid in her body was completely exhausted.
Sensing the change in his surroundings, Cao Meng slowly opened his eyes. Looking at Ouyang Mi, whose temperament had greatly improved, he couldn't help but smack his lips.
Isn't the 9th level of qi refining a bit of an exaggeration? How many elixirs would one need to consume to reach such a level? The effect of his own vital energy is simply too miraculous. Chapter 3 Unscrupulous Boss.
Once the temperature in the room returned to normal, Ouyang Mi slowly woke up. She first stared blankly at the water droplets dripping from the ceiling as the cold air melted them. Then, he staggered to his feet, furrowing his handsome brows as if deep in thought. After a while, Ouyang Mi shook her head. I looked down at the bright, large footprints on my body and waist. Her memory was stuck on the moment Cao Meng kicked her, and she glared at Cao Meng angrily.
It seems they are demanding an explanation from Cao Meng. I was sleeping peacefully, why did you kick me to the ground? Cao Meng was slightly taken aback when he saw Ouyang Mi's angry little eyes. You don't think I caused all of this, do you? You don't remember what happened just now.
He was also frustrated. The nursery, which had been at a nice temperature, suddenly became incredibly cold, almost freezing him to the bone. This was the first time he had ever experienced such a dual nature of ice and fire, and he had no experience whatsoever.
What do you mean? Hearing Cao Meng's questioning tone, Ouyang Mi was stunned.
I felt something was off about this room earlier. It was wet everywhere. Even the bed was soaking wet, and there were 2 large puddles on the floor.
Judging from what that beast said, it doesn't seem like he did it?
There are only the 2 of us in this room, so who else could it be but him?
It can't be myself, can it? How could you produce so much water by yourself?
As Ouyangmi's beautiful eyebrows twitched in thought, Cao Meng spoke up and explained the reason.
Impossible.
After listening to Cao Meng recount the story that had just happened,
Ouyangmi immediately retorted without hesitation.
This beast claims he is now at the peak of the qi refining realm. He even claimed that all the water droplets in the room were caused by some kind of physique he had just awakened.
Shit.
Whoever eats salt gets thirsty. Family members know their own situation best. From a young age, she was labeled a disgrace by her family, the most useless one, born without any aptitude for cultivation.
That beast is definitely up to some evil scheme again, trying to deceive me. Ha!
Cao Meng was speechless, even though he was trying to speak properly to this woman. The woman not only didn't believe him, but also said that he was lying to her. Believe it or not, you haven't finished paying off your debt from earlier, so that 10,000 spirit stones doesn't count.
Cao Meng didn't care what the woman thought and immediately denied it.
He offered a high price, and now he regrets it a bit.
It's just that you can't go back on your word.
However, this half-finished project not only damaged his own interests but also failed to satisfy him, so he absolutely could not pay for it.
Why doesn't it count?
You left halfway through.
What does it have to do with me? Ouyangmi pouted and said angrily.
She felt extremely wronged, not only because she worked hard to pay off her debts, but she was also kicked by this beast. It's already good enough that they didn't ask him for extra compensation for lost wages, but now they're even deducting my wages for the work I just did. This kind of unscrupulous boss.
This is intolerable. Thoughts drifted by.
Ouyangmi could no longer suppress her anger.
I cursed him angrily. You beast! You shameless bastard!
Then, a sharp, chilling aura shot out from his palm, heading straight for Cao Meng.
However, it's just qi refining, it poses absolutely no threat to Cao Meng. The cold light shattered the moment it touched Cao Meng's protective aura. Ha!
However, this instinctive palm strike left Ouyangmi frozen in place. She stretched out her slender hand, and a halo of light slowly appeared on the tip of her index finger, radiating a soft and mysterious glow. Furthermore, countless tiny frost particles began to spread again on the ground less than a meter around her.
This is spiritual power.
The raging anger that had been burning in his eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a blank, bewildered expression.
Ouyangmi was originally an ordinary woman.
At the age of 38, she had never been able to embark on the path of cultivation. At home, she was always seen as a symbol of shame, and suffered the cold stares and ridicule of others. Now that she can unleash spiritual power, how could she not be surprised?
With the system's explanation, Cao Meng naturally understood all of this.
The reason why Ouyangmi is unable to cultivate is simply because of her ice soul cold sky body, which failed to awaken from birth. It was only with the help of his supreme pure yang power that her damaged physique was repaired, allowing her to embark on the path of cultivation.
Yes, it's yours.
Even if she were incredibly naive, Ouyangmi could understand that none of this came out of thin air.
Cao Meng nearly raised an eyebrow indifferently and replied with a nonchalant tone. What, you're not going to kill me?
Ouyangmi's mind went completely blank for a moment, and she didn't know how to answer. For 38 years, her brothers and sisters have all become powerful figures who are renowned in their respective regions. Even her eldest son and youngest daughter have entered prestigious sects due to their exceptional talents.
She was all alone, ordinary and unremarkable, with not a trace of talent for cultivation.
Despite her natural beauty and her usual focus on skin care. At 38 years old, she still looks as youthful and beautiful as an 18-year-old girl, but even without cultivating immortality, she will eventually grow old.
Who doesn't yearn for an infinite lifespan?
Ouyangmi's face was flushed, and she said excitedly,
"Thank you for helping me embark on the path of cultivation."
Looking back, she realized that because of her ordinariness, her once loving husband had cruelly abandoned her. Her once close family even expelled her from the household for the sake of her reputation. The painful memories of being betrayed and abandoned filled her heart with bitterness.
Now, she can finally embark on the path of cultivation.
Upon hearing this, Cao Meng frowned, his face turning extremely grim. This woman is only pretty, she has no brains at all.
She's a grown woman and can't even speak properly. Without wasting any more words, he immediately launched into a tirade against Yang. Alright, put on your clothes and get out of here. I'll let you know next time I need you to pay off your debts. Ah!
Yang, who was secretly pleased with herself, was suddenly doused with a bucket of cold water by Cao Meng's words. All the excitement vanished instantly. Yang looked like a child who had made a mistake, her hands nervously clasped together, and she stole a glance at the boy on the bed. The humiliation I felt from being bullied by this beast had long since vanished without a trace. Then what about the debt from earlier? How do we settle it? After hesitating for a long time, not knowing whether she didn't want to leave or was just making up an excuse, Yang suddenly asked.
Cao Meng was taken aback. What do you mean, how is it calculated? If the project isn't finished, then of course we've worked for nothing.
Upon hearing that it was all for free, Yang became anxious again. Forgetting that she was still naked, she spread her legs, put her hands on her hips, and started arguing with Cao Meng about the debt between them, like a shrew. After much haggling, they were unable to reach an agreement.
Cao Meng compromised, suggesting that both sides take a step back.
They charged Yang 5,000 spirit stones before she finally shut up. Although it could only be considered half, Yang was quite satisfied at the moment. After working hard for half a day, I finally got something out of it, but that kick was for nothing.
Chapter 4, The Days of Time Travel Are So Boring. After the debt issue was resolved, Cao Meng saw that Yang was still standing there blankly. He directly reprimanded him, "Why aren't you leaving yet? Get out of here." He was also subtly influenced by the memories of this body's past life.
The thought of being killed by Chu Xingyun in the book 3 months later filled him with rage.
Yang lowered her head, not daring to meet Cao Meng's gaze.
She nervously rubbed her clenched hands together, looking every bit like a little girl.
You.
Seeing that Yang stammered and hesitated for a long time, not knowing how to start a conversation. Cao Meng frowned, becoming even more furious, and gave Yang a good scolding.
What do you mean mine and your? Speak properly.
Yang hesitated for a moment, then finally mustered the courage to reorganize her words.
Can I stay by your side?
After saying that, she lowered her head in shame, not daring to look at Cao Meng.
Cao Meng.
I was completely baffled by Yang's thought process.
What's wrong with this woman?
When she first arrived, she kept begging me to let her go, but now she's asking to stay.
Could it be that after spending so much time together, feelings have developed between them? And they've started having feelings for each other?
So that once he becomes powerful, he can return to his family and slap the faces of those who look down on him.
Moreover, this method of rapidly improving one's cultivation level while lying still is truly captivating. Seeing Cao Meng momentarily stunned, Yang was quick-witted. He quickly picked a spirit grape from the fruit plate next to him, peeled it, climbed onto the bed, and fed it to Cao Meng. A fawning smile paired with those alluring eyes stared intently at Cao Meng.
Tui. As the saying goes, you can't hit a smiling face. Cao Meng casually spat out the grape seeds, interlocked his fingers behind his head, and leaned against the headboard.
What use are you to me? Give me a reason. I can earn spirit stones for you, sir. You already owe me a debt. Besides, you're just a weak woman. How are you going to make money? Yang was speechless for a moment when asked the question, unsure of how to answer.
Yes, she has a difficult life.
Apart from being plump and pretty, she doesn't have any special skills.
Yang's desire to stay by Cao Meng's side clearly overcame her reason, and she blurted out a sentence while thinking. I can bear your child.
Even Cao Meng, who is usually calm and composed, couldn't remain calm after hearing these words.
In his previous life, he had 108 beautiful women. Although he was constantly in the game of love, he was able to maintain his true self, not be bound by emotions, and not get entangled in any emotional affairs. The perfect thing is to pass through a sea of flowers without a single petal clinging to you.
Not to mention raising a baby in swaddling clothes.
Yang Mi's suggestion to have his child really startled him.
Ding!
System notification: as long as the mother of the chosen one agrees to marry the host, a karmic bond of plunder will be automatically established between them.
Oh! The system notification that suddenly rang in Cao Meng's mind made his eyes light up.
He beckoned to Yang Mi with his finger and said,
"Do you really want to stay by my side?"
"Aha!" Yang Mi obediently climbed forward, nodding repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. "Keeping you here isn't out of the question, but I don't know if you'll obey me."
"I will obey, I will obey. Whatever you want me to do, I will do." Yang Mi stared blankly at Cao Meng, waiting for him to give her instructions. "Since that's the case, I'll give you a chance to prove your loyalty."
Cao Meng casually took out a furry thing covered in spiritual energy from his storage ring and handed it to Yang Mi.
"Give me a performance of a fox demon first." "Ah." Yang Mi was dumbfounded when she saw this. "This is a fine nine-tailed foxtail, pink and white."
She had heard that the nine-tailed fox had 9 tails, each with different attributes. In the outside world, this is more valuable than high-level cultivation techniques in pills.
Moreover, the tail of the nine-tailed fox possesses a unique vitality and can fuse with the human body.
After fusion, one can also unleash the specific skills of the nine-tailed fox's tail.
"What, you don't want to?"
Seeing Yang Mi in a daze, Cao Meng spoke coldly with some displeasure.
"No, no."
Yang Mi shook her head like a rattle drum. She swallowed hard, staring at the tail that radiated supreme spiritual energy.
"I'm just afraid of pain."
Upon hearing this, Cao Meng smiled slightly and with a flick of his wrist, a small jade bottle appeared. Take a drop of the netherworld spirit saliva and apply it to the base of the nine-tailed fox's tail. This spiritual saliva is secreted by the ancient Lanjing snail, which matures only once every 10,000 years in the deep sea valley, and only 3 drops are produced in its lifetime.
Features: light blue and transparent with shimmering light spots, super lubricating, cool to the touch, and never dries out.
Purpose: to activate mechanisms in ancient ruins, aid in the forging of top-tier flying magical artifacts, and reduce friction.
Alright, let's begin.
Yang Mi took the nine-tailed fox's tail, her charming fox eyes revealing a strange glint. Instinctively, I resisted, but considering the preciousness of this netherworld spirit saliva, I felt a certain longing in my heart. Outside, the little golden bird chirped on the branch, while Cao Meng and Guyu lay on the bed, watching its tail sway back and forth. She occasionally ate the peeled grapes that Yang Mi brought her.
Tui. These days in this time-traveling world are so boring. Chapter 5: Do you believe in love at first sight?
As the nine-tailed fox's tail continued to sway, the properties of this phantom tail were released. Pink mist quickly filled the room. It was the tail of a nine-tailed fox that could lull opponents into fantasies and cloud their judgment.
Outside the window, a little golden bird on a branch lazily opened its eyes, glanced into the room, and then, seemingly unable to bear the noise, flew away into the distance. It had just started 20 minutes ago, and was still accelerating 30 minutes later. Before long, the little golden bird landed on a towering tree.
At the top of the tree, a girl dressed in a black and red outfit stared sharply at the alluring scene in the room, like a night owl in the darkness. The woman lay limply on the jade couch, letting the young man stroke her fluffy nine-tailed foxtail like he was petting a cat. The ducks killed the butterflies, and the laughter and chatter of Yang Mi, who was beautiful, had a sweet voice, and was elegant and refined, continued. A slight ripple appeared on the girl's cold and beautiful face. Finally, the girl gritted her teeth, turned her head away, closed her eyes, and stopped looking. He unconsciously tightened his grip on the scimitar handle, his killing intent radiating outwards, causing the surrounding leaves to rustle. However, Cao Meng keenly noticed the subtle fluctuation. He suddenly gripped the fluffy tail tightly, his gaze following his spiritual senses to the large tree outside the window. Upon seeing the person clearly, Cao Meng trembled slightly, then let out a satisfied sigh, completely unconcerned about the girl's peeping.
My husband, are you really willing to marry me?"
Yang Mi nestled against Cao Meng's chest, her voice barely audible as she cautiously inquired. She was completely stunned when Cao Meng said he wanted to marry her. She couldn't believe it at all.
Certainly.
Cao Meng felt a unique sensation as the fur slid across his chest. No wonder people in his previous life loved the tales of small animals.
Honey, do you believe in love at first sight?
Although we haven't known each other for long, I have already decided that you are the woman who will accompany me for the rest of my life. After the heartfelt confession, Yang felt her pretty face burning. When she met Cao Meng's affectionate gaze, she lowered her head shyly. But my body, like a withered flower, is not worthy of my husband.
Seeing Yang expression, Cao Meng smiled gently.
Leaning against the headboard, he lovingly stroked Yang thousands of strands of hair, gently tucking them behind her ear.
Honey, you are a gift from heaven to me. Wait here, and I will come to marry you in 3 days.
Yang sat up, looking at Cao Meng with lingering reluctance.
My husband, are you leaving?
She had lived alone for over a decade before finally finding a young husband who stirred her heart. Although their initial meeting was not of her own volition. But after these 3 encounters, she had already been completely captivated by the man before her, both physically and mentally.
Honey, marriage is a big deal.
I'll go back to the sect to make preparations and give you a grand wedding.
But I don't want to leave you for even a moment.
Yang pouted, her big, watery eyes filled with tears. Anyone who saw her would feel sorry for her.
Cao Meng gently flicked Yang's nose.
My dear, just 3 days. Your husband will come to take you home in 3 days.
My lord.
Yang pressed her pretty face against Cao Meng's chest again, feeling his heartbeat, and said coquettishly,
Husband, I've just started cultivating, and I haven't had anyone to guide me for 3 days. What should I do?
My lord, please save some of your divine treasures for me.
Yang is selfish, even though she says she loves Cao Meng.
However, the main reason she was willing to marry Cao Meng was that she wanted him to help her improve her cultivation. She had carried the label of useless for too long, and now she was eager to improve her strength.
Cao Meng gently pinched Yang's high, straight nose with his fingers.
This greedy, insatiable girl. But in the end, he was still defeated by the woman's coquettishness.
That's enough, that's enough.
Cao Meng revealed a helpless yet indulgent smile.
Since you are my wife, what is mine is yours.
Whatever my wife desires, even the stars in the sky, I, the Holy Sun, will pluck down for you. After saying that, he casually raised his right hand, and with a light flick of his index finger and thumb, a crisp snap rang out in the air. With a crisp snap of the fingers, 2 high-pitched and long bird calls drifted from afar. The little golden bird, which had been dozing in the tree, flew toward the house. As it flew in, its body gradually grew larger until it finally transformed into a majestic golden-winged roc, which landed steadily at the door of the house, accompanied by a howling wind.
Its enormous wings, when spread, seemed to blot out the sky, and its golden feathers shimmered dazzlingly in the sunlight.
Each feather seems to contain boundless power, fully demonstrating its majesty and domineering presence as the ruler of the sky. Yang came from a prominent family and had naturally seen many spirit beasts, but such a large golden-winged roc was truly rare.
She couldn't help but ask Cao Meng, Husband, what is this? This is the golden-winged roc, my mount. Cao Meng responded, his gaze fixed intently on Yang's voluptuous figure. Honey, would you like to experience the feeling of flying?
Your husband will take you flying.
Ah!
When Yang met Cao Meng's burning gaze, and then glanced at the golden-winged roc before her, a shy blush instantly spread across her face. Husband, it would be so embarrassing if someone saw us. Cao Meng's lips curled into a slightly frivolous smile. He said, It's not a person, it's an eagle. The images of various romantic scenes in my mind, such as the ambiguity in a car, the romance in a hot air balloon, the comfort on a yacht, and the privacy in a private jet. At this moment, they all surfaced in his thoughts. Finally I get to experience the feeling of flying on a roller coaster. Honey, hold on tight, the eagle's about to take off. The golden-winged roc soared freely above the 10,000 mountains, occasionally letting out a screech cry, creating a unique and special atmosphere for the two of them. The warm spring sunshine is like a fluttering butterfly, dancing lightly between heaven and earth. In a short while, the sunlight shifted, and I realized that before I could even savor the fragrance of spring or touch the gentleness of the light, 2 short hours had slipped away quietly through my fingers, leaving me with nothing but a heart full of regret. Yang Mi, wearing a belly band, sat alone on the rooftop, her eyes filled with reluctance as she watched the golden light gradually disappear into the distance. Her little husband had already left. However, it is not an exaggeration to say that she is greedy. She is always thinking about what she can have, and she even packs leftovers from banquets. She is very stingy. Once the golden light had completely dissipated, Yang Mi slowly opened a jade bottle in her hand. I took a gentle sniff, and instantly, a refreshing and invigorating energy flowed into my nostrils and gathered into my meridians. I have never been happier than I am today, even happier than when I gave birth to my eldest son, Zhu Xingyun. Chapter 6. I refuse this marriage. Shen Qingwan. Cao Meng rode the golden-winged rock all the way to Lingxiao City. The Shen family mansion occupies a vast area, with carved beams and painted rafters, and its flying eaves and brackets showcasing its supreme status and glory. Grandpa, I'm determined to break off the engagement with that good-for-nothing Cao Meng. You have to help me. At this moment, inside the Shen family's council hall, a woman was throwing a tantrum and begging at an old man sitting in the main seat. Her words were full of disgust for Cao Meng. The woman was 21 years old, in the prime of her life, and was none other than Shen Qingwan, the eldest daughter of the Shen family. She also has another identity, Cao Meng's fiancée. Shen Qingwan is stunningly beautiful. Although she doesn't have the alluring charm of Yang Mi, she possesses a unique, fiery beauty. At this moment, she was wearing a fitted silk dress with an intricate peony pattern embroidered on the hem, which swayed slightly with her movements. If I had to name a distinctive feature, it would be its impressive size, weighing a full 18 pounds. Her curvaceous figure was on full display in the form-fitting dress, her breasts high and prominent, quite impressive in size. Seeing that the old man in the main seat did not speak, Shen Qingwan spoke again. That good-for-nothing failed his tribulation, his Tao heart is damaged, and he has now fallen to the foundation establishment realm. He can forget about ever amounting to anything in this life. If I really married him, the Shen family would be utterly disgraced, and I would never be able to show my face in Lingxiao City again. Every emotional fluctuation in her chest caused her breasts to swell, seemingly containing boundless power that could not be ignored. Her slender waist, which could be encircled by a single hand, contrasted sharply with her full breasts, further highlighting her hot and eye-catching curves. This caused many male disciples around to focus their attention on one point. On the main seat, Shen Wansan, the head of the Shen family, gently stroked his beard and tightened his completely white eyebrows, as if he were pondering something. Seeing his father's appearance, Shen Tianba couldn't help but feel anxious. Father, what Qingwan said makes sense. Cao Meng failed to form his core 4 months ago, and his dantian was shattered. Now his cultivation level has dropped, and I'm afraid there's no possibility of repairing it in the future. How can our Shen family's daughter marry such a hopeless man? If word gets out, won't other families laugh at us? Upon hearing this, Shen Wansan raised his head, his gaze sweeping over everyone's faces, and asked. You are all pillars of the Shen family, do you have any insights? On either side, a number of Shen family elders and leaders exchanged glances, all showing a troubled expression, and no one spoke. Cao Meng was a disciple personally taught by the sect leader, and they were genuinely afraid that his words might cause trouble and bring unnecessary problems. Shen Wansan naturally saw through everyone's thoughts, but he just smiled contemptuously and turned his gaze back to Shen Tianba. Tianba, your and Xingwan's worries are unfounded. However, Cao Meng is the holy son of our illusion moon sect. If we rashly break off the engagement, I'm afraid the sect master will be displeased. Upon hearing this, everyone displayed different expressions. There was hesitation and worry. Everyone looked at each other, but no one dared to break the silence. The illusion moon sect is the strongest force in the Tianyuan domain. Sect master Line Yuqian possesses extraordinary strength, having already reached the nascent soul realm. He is currently in seclusion year-round, attempting to break through the barrier to the body integration realm. In the Tianyuan domain, Lung Yuqian's reputation is known to all, and the consequences of offending him are unimaginable. Snort. Shen Qingwan stomped her small foot hard, causing her skin to ripple, her face full of anger.
I'm not marrying that good-for-nothing. If anyone's going to marry, it'll be that brat. Cough. Shen Tianba's face turned extremely ugly. He coughed and scolded, Xingwan, watch your words. That's your sister. Dad, I'm not trying to criticize you, but you've already had your fun, and now you're leaving behind a burden. You can't even wipe your bottom properly, no wonder your mother ignores you. Shen Xingwan crossed her arms and retorted to her father without any politeness. Hey, how can you talk like that? This is an adult matter, kids shouldn't interfere. Shen Tianba feigned anger, but a hint of helplessness was hidden in his eyes. Shen Xingwan's unabashed defiance of her father demonstrates her extraordinary status within the family. Indeed, Shen Xingwan is exceptionally talented, having surpassed most of her peers at a young age. We have now reached the late stage of foundation establishment. Judging from her cultivation speed, it will probably take her a few years to surpass her father, Shen Tianba, and reach the golden core stage. With such talent, she was given priority access to all kinds of cultivation resources and benefits at home. In particular, the old man of the Shen family doted on this granddaughter. They were treated with utmost care, as if afraid the food would melt in their mouths or break in their hands. Poof! Shen Xingwan turned her head away indignantly. She was furious when she thought about what happened 3 days ago. My own father is having affairs and doesn't even know how to take any precautions. 3 days ago, a little girl suddenly came to the Shen family to claim kinship. At that time, the entire Shen family was completely bewildered and didn't know what to do. Shen Tianba, that bastard, actually hid in the house and didn't dare to come out. Finally, Shen Wansan personally took action, using his powerful nascent soul stage cultivation to thoroughly examine the little girl inside and out. After a long silence, Shen Wansan sighed helplessly and uttered a single sentence. It is of the Shen family bloodline. Originally, all the family's love was poured into her alone, but now? Suddenly, a little sister appeared out of nowhere. Who knows if Grandpa will still shower her with affection like before? The thought of this possibility filled her with immense displeasure, and her lips unconsciously pursed. When Shen Xingwan brought up the matter again, Shen Wansan felt his head buzzing and his head spinning. A granddaughter suddenly appeared out of nowhere. To accept or not to accept? You might not accept it, but this child truly does have the blood of the Shen family flowing through his veins. If this gets out, it will be a shocking revelation that the prestigious Shen family, a large and powerful clan, has allowed its own children to wander the streets. Where will he put his old face then? It's acceptable, but I really don't know how to arrange it. For a moment, his brows furrowed, his face filled with confusion and helplessness. At this moment, the little girl is still temporarily staying in the Shen family's side courtyard. Upon realizing this, Shen Wansan's anger flared up instantly. His gaze instantly turned as sharp as an ice blade, piercing straight at Shen Tianba. It's all because of this good-for-nothing, this damn thing, that I got into all this trouble. Treason! Shen Tianba was lost in thought when he suddenly felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to his heart, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He subconsciously looked in the direction of the chill and met his father's cold, murderous gaze. He was so frightened that he trembled all over, awkwardly tugging at the corners of his mouth and forcing out an ugly smile. Cough, let's discuss Jingwan's marriage first. I will absolutely not marry that good-for-nothing Cao Meng. I refuse this marriage. Shen Xingwan raised her eyebrows and protested without hesitation. Chapter 7 The Traitor. Grandpa, you are also an elder of the Illusion Moon sect. Can't you talk to the sect leader about this? Frustrated by these chaotic matters, Shen Wansan rubbed his temples wearily and sighed. Wanner, my good granddaughter, how could your grandfather have wanted you to marry that good-for-nothing? But you know the sect leader's temper, once he's made a decision, no one is allowed to object. As he spoke, he shook his head helplessly, his face showing signs of weariness. Father! Is there really no other way? Shen Tianba asked anxiously. Shen Wansan shook his head. As an elder of the Illusion Moon sect, he knew the sect leader Lang Yuqian's character all too well. Nominally they are elders, but in reality, within the Illusion Moon sect, it's just a nice-sounding title.
It is no exaggeration to say that the Illusion Moon sect is Lung Yuqian's one-man show. No one is allowed to disagree with what he says.
No, Grandpa.
You can marry him if you want, but I'm not marrying him no matter what. Shen Xingwan put her hands on her hips, her face flushed red, and muttered angrily.
Hey, you little brat, how can you talk like that? If your grandfather marries that good-for-nothing Cao Meng, then you'll have another grandmother. Upon hearing this, Shen Tianba immediately roared angrily.
Old Master Shen was so annoyed by what the father and son were saying that he rubbed his forehead and had a headache.
These two unfilial sons.
One is a troublemaker, the other is a troublemaker, neither of them can give you peace of mind. Then, he slammed his hand heavily on the table.
Xingwan, this matter is not up to you.
This marriage was bestowed by the sect leader. As a disciple of the Illusion Moon sect, you must obey unconditionally. At worst, I'll find a chance to talk to the sect leader after the wedding and then divorce that brat.
No, Grandpa, don't force me. If you keep forcing Wanner will kill herself. Shen Xingwan's eyes reddened as she stared directly at Shen Wansan.
Oh dear, my good granddaughter, please don't make things difficult for your grandfather. Seeing his granddaughter being so willful, Shen Wansan had no choice but to get up, walk over to Shen Xingwan, take her hand, and coax her gently.
My dear Wanner, think about it.
Even if that kid is a complete waste, he is still the sect leader's personal disciple. After you marry him, your status and that of our Shen family will rise because of him. At worst, after you get married, you can just not let him touch your body.
He would never willingly sacrifice his granddaughter's sexual happiness. But the name of Lung Yuqian of Tianyuan Domain is truly intimidating.
Although he was also an elder of the Illusion Moon sect, there were countless elders in the Illusion Moon sect.
In this complex Tianyuan Domain, the Shen family was just a drop in the ocean.
The Tianyuan Domain is vast and boundless, with countless powerful forces spanning tens of thousands of miles. There are many forces even larger than the Shen family, and the heads of many of these forces serve as elders in the Huan Yue sect. He wasn't even ranked among the 72 peaks, despite his own nascent soul realm strength. He could dominate a small area of Lingxiao City, but within the sect and the entire Tianyuan Domain, he was nothing. If it weren't for her granddaughter Shen Xingwan's exceptional talent, she wouldn't have received the sect leader's betrothal. Seeing that her grandfather wouldn't listen to her, Shen Xingwan was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, her little face turning bright red. I stamped my foot, deciding to stop hiding it and come clean. She took a deep breath and mustered her courage. Grandpa, to tell you the truth, I have someone I love, and we are already inseparable. So please don't force me.
What?
Shen Wansan's eyes widened, and his buttocks, which had just sat down in the Grand Master's chair, suddenly bounced up again.
Which damned bastard dares to covet my precious granddaughter? I'll go and kill him right now, Shen Wansan roared in a booming voice. Old Master Shen, please calm down.
Suddenly a firm and powerful voice came from outside the door, followed by a young man walking in leisurely. The young man, clad in a black robe, exuded an air of mystery. His face has distinct features, and while his features aren't exactly exquisitely beautiful, he possesses a unique charm. If he were placed among a group of unattractive men, his handsomeness would stand out all the more. If surrounded by handsome men, they can barely reach an average level. If I had to describe his distinctive feature, it would be that he always has a slightly upturned mouth and a disdainful expression that seems to be neither a smile nor a frown, as if he doesn't care about anything in the world. The most eye-catching thing was the long spear he carried on his back. The spear shaft was long and the tassel swayed gently in the wind, telling of its extraordinary nature.
Who are you? Shen Wansan stared at the boy with an icy tone.
The Shen family home isn't a place where just anyone can come and go as they please, there are rules there.
Old Master Shen, I, Chu Xingyun, am Wanner's Taoist partner, a loving couple. Chu Xingyun truly lived up to his reputation as the chosen one.
Despite his foundation establishment realm strength, he showed no fear in the face of so many important figures from the Shen family. He stood tall and proud, his eyes firm, his speech clear and concise, looking directly into Shen Wansan's eyes without fear. You little bastard, you violated my daughter's body. Before Shen Wansan could speak, Shen Tianba shattered the table with a loud crack, sending wood chips flying everywhere.
Immediately afterwards, an invisible pressure surged towards Chu Xingyun like a tidal wave.
Damn it, it was already annoying enough that a little daughter suddenly appeared 3 days ago, and now a son-in-law has suddenly appeared too.
Damn it, how come I always get all these good things? Shen Tianba couldn't hold back any longer and had to take this opportunity to vent his emotions.
Faced with Shen Tianba's pressure from the golden core stage, Chu Xingyun merely curled the corner of his mouth, revealing a disdainful and wicked smile that even an AK couldn't suppress.
He stood there quietly, without making any move.
When Shen Tianba's pressure was 2 body lengths away from him, it was as if he had hit an invisible wall and quietly dissipated.
What? Shen Tianba was shocked, his eyes widened, and his face was filled with disbelief.
He is a master in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, just 1 step away from entering the late stage, and he is quite famous in the vicinity of Lingxiao City. This kid in front of me is only at the early stage of foundation establishment, yet he can ignore my pressure.
But there's a whole world of difference between them.
If it were any other disciple in the family, they would have been forced to kneel and call him father by this oppressive aura. Not only Shen Tianba, but even Shen Wansan, sitting in the main seat, was shocked and thought to himself,
"This child is extraordinary."
The other members of the Shen family sitting on either side were in an uproar, whispering amongst themselves. They all cast strange glances at Chu Xingyun. Shen Xingwan's face was beaming with joy, she was as happy as a flower. Her lips curled up high, revealing 2 shallow dimples.
At this moment, she really wanted to shout to everyone in the family, "See? This is the man I, Shen Xingwan, chose. Look at my taste. You can all be envious. Good lad, I underestimated you." Shen Tianba raised his calf and slammed it down, shattering the floor instantly. Cracks spread wildly in all directions like a spider web.
Immediately afterwards, his spiritual energy surged, and he unleashed the terrifying aura of a mid-stage golden core cultivator. If he had only used less than 60% of his power just now, he was now unleashing his full strength without reservation. A large hand, accompanied by a whooshing sound, lunged fiercely at Chu Xingyun. Chapter 8, a successful attempt at showing off. Facing Shen Tianba's overwhelming and fierce attack, Chu Xingyun remained calm and showed no sign of panic. A phantom figure identical to Chu Xingyun shot out of his body as if his soul had left his body, hovering above his head and emitting a faint, eerie light.
Spirit Shield Protection Charm.
In an instant, a massive runic shield, like an indestructible barrier, appeared steadily in front of him. Mental strength, actually a spirit talisman master.
Shen Wansan, who had been sitting firmly in the main seat, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "What? A spirit talisman master? What did the patriarch say?"
"This kid is a spirit talisman master." Upon hearing the patriarch's words, the crowd erupted in cheers. A spirit talisman master is a peerless genius, 1 in 10,000. This growth will undoubtedly lead to ascension.
"Tianba, stop." Shen Wansan flashed out like lightning, attempting to stop him. Everything just happened too fast.
In the blink of an eye, Shen Tianba's iron-like hand struck the rune shield in front of Chu Xingyun.
Sizzle.
The moment the shield-like hand made contact, it emitted a sickeningly loud electrical crackling sound.
Bang! Seconds later, a deafening explosion erupted.
The impact of the explosion spread wildly in a circular pattern in all directions. Shen Wansan reacted swiftly, forming hand seals and using a barrier to firmly protect the entire council hall at the moment of the explosion. Chu Xingyun was blasted straight out of the door by the impact. Shen Tianba also suffered a powerful backlash, his feet carving 2 furrows in the ground before he finally sat down on the chair behind him.
"Yuner, how are you feeling?"
Chu Xingyun heard the worried voice of the soul in his mind.
"I'm fine, thank you for your help, master."
It seems that fighting against a Golden Core Realm cultivator is still quite difficult. Chu Xingyun got up, dusted himself off, and put on that "I'm the best in the world" smile again.
"Yuner, don't be so impulsive next time.
It's not a good thing that your identity as a spirit talisman master has been exposed. Don't worry, master, hiding it all the time isn't a long-term solution.
Presumably, the Shen family won't force Wanner to marry that good-for-nothing anymore, and besides, Chu Xingyun's lips curled up, a cold smile spreading across his face. Moreover, Shen Xingwan is already his woman.
If that good-for-nothing Cao Meng dares to covet Shen Xingwan again, he'll stab him to death.
So what if he's the Holy Son? Even Lun Yuqian was merely a potential stumbling block on his path forward. What does Chu Xingyun have to fear? In this world, who can truly catch his eye?
He, Chu Xingyun, is a chosen one, destined by heaven.
How could he be bound or satisfied by the small Tianyuan domain?
His journey is to the endless sky, to break through the shackles of this world, to ascend to the highest heavens, and to make all living beings tremble under his might. Once he has accumulated enough power, he will surely turn all obstacles in this world into dust under his feet, witnessing his supreme dominance.
All right, Yuner, stop being so smug. Don't forget why we came to the Shen family. The voice in his mind interrupted Chu Xingyun from preparing the cup.
Oh. The arrogance on Chu Xingyun's face vanished instantly, replaced by his usual disdain. Master, you mentioned sensing a special physique in the Shen family.
Have you found out who this person is?
This person is not here, but he must be in the Shen family's residence, that is beyond doubt. Take care of your own business first.
I will inform you as soon as I detect that person's presence again.
Chu Xingyun straightened his slightly disheveled clothes and walked steadily and powerfully back toward the council hall.
Brother Yun, how are you?
Shen Xingwan quickly went to meet her, her eyes full of concern and worry. As she spoke, she didn't forget to give her father a reproachful glare.
It seemed to be complaining, why did you hit so hard? You blew my brother Yun away. Wanner is all right, don't worry.
Chu Xingyun gave a reassuring smile, glanced at Shen Tianba, and then his gaze met that of Shen Wansan.
Grandpa Shen, Wanner and I are deeply in love, and we beg you to grant us your blessing. The previous show-off was very successful, perfectly attracting everyone's attention. Boy, I'll only ask you one question, are you a spirit talisman master? Shen Wansan stared intently at Chu Xingyun.
Yes. Shen Wansan stroked his beard. This old man has one condition, if you agree, I will not stand in the way of your marriage to Wanner.
Father. Shen Tianba panicked upon hearing this.
He was extremely displeased that he, a golden core cultivator, had no advantage over a mere foundation establishment cultivator, and he was seething with anger with nowhere to vent it.
Now that the old man has actually agreed to marry his daughter to this young man, how can we let him get away with it?
Without even lifting his eyelids, old Master Shen gestured for Shen Tianba to shut up, his eyes still fixed intently on Chu Xingyun, as if awaiting a crucial answer. Please, sir, just say the word. As long as it is within my power, I, Chu Xingyun, will go through fire and water and do my utmost. Chu Xingyun straightened his back and solemnly promised.
Shen Wansan was very satisfied with the answer and nodded happily. Chapter 9. The Patriarch is confused.
The condition is simple, the first child you have with Wanner must bear the surname Shen, and will be raised by my Shen family in the future.
What?
Chu Xingyun's disdainful smile froze instantly.
What kind of conditions are these? Father. Shen Tianba was even more bewildered. Could the old man have a fever? What kind of condition is this? 1 for 1? Trade the bigger one for the smaller one?
The old man is just obsessed with having a great-grandson.
If all else fails, I'll go out again and bring him back a baby in swaddling clothes. That would be more reliable than this. Grandpa.
Shen Xingwan blushed deeply and stomped her feet in embarrassment.
To say something like that in front of so many people. How can that leave the girl with any dignity? This. What is the patriarch up to? The rest of the Shen family members looked at each other in dismay.
Everyone thought the patriarch would ask for several top-of-the-line luxury cloudwing ships, several majestic mountains blessed by spiritual veins, and a generous dowry of a dazzling array of elixirs, divine cultivation techniques, and the like. After all, according to common sense, getting married requires having a car, a house, and savings. But who would have thought that the head of the family not only refused the bride price, but also gave money to the family and even offered to help raise the children?
Why? The patriarch is foolish. My Shen family is in grave danger. Humph.
This old guy isn't stupid at all. Chu Xingyun's inner soul sneered. Chu Xingyun was immediately puzzled.
Master, what do you mean by that?
That old fox values your status as a spirit talisman master. Your physique as a spirit talisman master is a peerless existence, 1 in 10,000. In this vast world of cultivation, over countless years, only a handful of such individuals have emerged. Once a child is born into the family, the first child of the next generation has a 90% chance of inheriting the inheritance. How could that old fellow not understand the stakes involved?
So that's how it is.
This old guy's schemes have backfired on him.
No wonder he didn't ask for a bride price. Chu Xingyun glanced at Shen Wansan meaningfully.
Okay, I agree. When Shen Wansan saw the look Chu Xingyun was giving him, he assumed that Chu Xingyun had guessed something, and his smile became somewhat stiff. Unexpectedly, Chu Xingyun readily agreed the next second. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, he's just a young boy, he certainly doesn't know the secret. As long as he brings his great-grandson over and gives him the surname Shen, he'll be a member of the Shen family from now on.
Very good, that's excellent. Since you are willing, please make a vow to heaven.
Old Master Shen narrowed his eyes into slits and quickly added, afraid that Chu Xingyun would change his mind.
Humph, old man.
Chu Xingyun pointed 3 fingers to the sky, his voice booming.
I, Chu Xingyun, once again swear an oath to the heavenly Tao, the first child I bear with Shen Xingwan will be raised by the Shen family.
Although Chu Xingyun appeared solemn on the surface, he had his own thoughts in mind, thinking. I can certainly agree to your conditions, but whether Shen Xingwan can give birth to the child is another matter. The Shen family members were completely dumbfounded. Shen Xingwan's cousin, Shen Hao, scratched his head, looking puzzled, and muttered to himself.
Why is he even making a vow? Is Grandpa worried that my cousin won't be able to get married?
If all else fails, I, your cousin, can accept a used car. Seeing Chu Xingyun make a vow to heaven, old Master Shen was overjoyed. Excited hands, trembling heart, and wrinkles on her face all blossomed into a smile. Father, how should we deal with the sect leader's arranged marriage?
Shen Tianba suddenly asked, seemingly out of the blue.
A hint of worry flashed in his eyes. Although he didn't understand why his father did this, he dared not object to the old man's decision. The only crisis now is Shen Xingwan's marriage. After all, Long Yuqian is a powerful figure who is not to be trifled with.
Upon hearing this, old Master Shen's cheerful expression instantly froze, and he glared at Shen Tianba. What a clueless brat. Why bring up something I shouldn't have? I was having a good time. Couldn't you just let me enjoy myself for even a second longer? That unfilial son is such a spoilsport.
He then stood up from the main seat with a heavy expression, put his hands behind his back, and scanned everyone with his eyes, finally stopping on Chu Xingyun. He quickly calculated in his mind the benefits that Chu Xingyun, this spirit talisman master, could bring to the Shen family. Long Yuqian is currently the strongest in Tianyuan domain, but his disciple Cao Meng has been a useless piece of trash since his last tribulation failure. Chu Xingyun's status as a spirit talisman master alone far surpasses Cao Meng's. Once he grows up, he will surely be at the top of the pyramid. At that time, the Shen family will naturally rise in status, and the title of overlord of Tianyuan domain may even be passed down to the Shen family in the future. Old Master Shen gritted his teeth and looked at Shen Xingwan.
At this point, there's only one way.
What? A martial arts contest to annul the engagement. Shen Hao couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, his eyes wide open and his face filled with shock.
That's right. Shen Wansanzi's expression was resolute. The sect competition will be held in a month.
At that time, you just need to challenge that good-for-nothing in front of everyone in the sect and defeat him, making him lose face completely. Grandpa can then find a reason to propose annulment to the sect leader. Even if Long Yuqian is dissatisfied, he will be constrained by the rules of the sect competition and the fact that it will be in full view of everyone, so he cannot openly oppose it. Our Shen family has a certain foundation in the sect, and this competition is a good opportunity to show our strength. As long as we can prove to everyone that our Shen family is not a pushover, Long Yuqian will have to think twice before he acts out.
Xingwan, you are quite talented. You will be in seclusion for a month to train hard.
Your father and the elders of the clan will do their best to help you improve your strength. We must make that so-called arranged marriage a joke, and let everyone know that our Shin family's daughter can decide her own destiny.
But father, Cao Meng is the holy son, the sect master's personal disciple. What if he doesn't accept us? Shin Tianba frowned.
If he doesn't accept, then his position as the holy son is over.
Shin Wansan's lips curled into a cold smile, as if he could already see Cao Meng's miserable state. But father, even though that good-for-nothing's cultivation level has dropped, he is still at the great perfection of foundation establishment. Warner is only at the late stage of foundation establishment.
I'm afraid she won't be able to surpass him in just 1 month. Shin Tianba asked again. Don't worry. Shin Wansan waved his hand, a confident smile on his face. Damaging one's Dao heart is no small matter. The speed at which one's cultivation level drops is several times faster than the speed at which it increases. Even with a foundation strengthening pill, it's useless.
Good.
Warner, this month you should intensify your cultivation and strive to give that good-for-nothing a good beating during the sect competition.
Shin Tianba finally smiled.
Although his son-in-law Chu Xingyun had made him lose face, he was still better than that good-for-nothing Cao Meng. If he had to choose, he would still prefer this one.
Shin Xingwan's face lit up with joy as she looked at Chu Xingyun with happiness. Soon I'll be able to stay with Brother Yin forever. That damned, annoying, good-for-nothing Cao Meng, just wait until I humiliate you properly. You're so annoying, always licking my boots like a dog. Chapter 10. Do you dare? Whose face are you slapping?
Suddenly, a clear and playful voice rang in everyone's ears.
2 more sharp sounds ripped through the sky, making people's eardrums ache. Immediately afterwards, an overwhelming sense of oppression rolled in from high above.
The golden-winged roc appeared, its wings spreading out like 2 golden curtains, blocking out most of the sunlight. Each of its feathers is like a sharp blade, gleaming with dazzling golden light. When it flaps its wings, a gale howls, as if it could overturn the entire city. A figure stood on the broad back of the golden-winged roc. Dressed in pristine white, with an upright posture like a towering pine tree, he exuded a noble and aloof aura that made anyone who saw him feel as insignificant as dust. From the perspective of the golden-winged roc, he appears as a ray of divine radiance floating above golden light.
This is Cao Meng. A gasp broke the silence outside the Shin family's council hall.
What's this good-for-nothing doing here in our Shin family?
Shin Tianba's face was full of disgust, and he couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Shin Wansan's eyes darted around, and his expression changed instantly.
He walked out of the council chamber with a big smile on his face, his enthusiasm as if he were welcoming a long-lost relative.
Holy son, what brings you here? Welcome, welcome. Cao Meng leaped from the golden-winged roc and landed directly on the ground.
When he walked to Chu Xingyun's side.
Ding!
The system has detected the appearance of the chosen one. Plunder mode has been activated.
Ha!
Cao Meng stopped and looked at the ordinary-looking boy, who had nothing particularly outstanding about him. Coupled with that smug "I'm the best in the world" smile on his face, it's infuriating to even look at.
Good heavens, is this the chosen one? My dear son? Is this the standard by which heaven selects people?
However, this kid's face is quite fair, like a pale-faced scholar.
Cao Meng strode into the council hall and plopped down in the main seat without any ceremony.
Seeing this, the faces of the Shin family members turned as black as if they could squeeze water out of them, wishing they could rush up immediately, drag Cao Meng off the armchair, and give him a good beating.
Useless, useless.
The veins on Shin Tianba's neck bulged as he muttered under his breath.
Damn it, how dare this good-for-nothing? He doesn't respect the Shin family at all.
Shin Wansan still wore a smile on his face, showing no sign of dissatisfaction. He stepped forward, bowed slightly, and smiled broadly. Holy son, what are your orders, sect master?
Cao Meng grinned. I'll handle 2 things and collect some interest while I'm at it.
After he finished speaking, his gaze, like a searchlight, locked onto Shin Xingwan. This is Shin Xingwan, his fiancée. The original owner of this body was like a dog, always fawning over her and licking her boots. All the sect's precious high-grade pills, spirit stones, and resources were given to her in one go. But this woman actually used her own money to support a stranger. Not only did she challenge and humiliate him in the sect competition, but she also conspired with her gigolo to murder her husband.
The Shin family members were completely bewildered, not understanding what Cao Meng meant.
Regardless of what he thought in his heart, Shin Wansen still maintained proper etiquette and remained respectful.
I wonder what business the sect leader needs me to attend to. Please enlighten me, Holy Sun. Lung Yuqian is currently the strongest being in the Tianyuan domain.
Before his own family has developed, he dares not disobey the sect leader's orders.
Master has nothing important to do, it's my personal matter, Cao Meng said lazily.
Shin Wansan's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, immediately settled down, and the smile on his face faded a bit. He thought to himself that as long as it wasn't Lung Yuqian's order, whether or not he did what this good-for-nothing asked was entirely up to him. I wonder what business the Holy Sun has with this elder. If it is within the capabilities of my Shin family, we will do our best to help the Holy Sun accomplish it.
Shin Wansan straightened his back, deliberately emphasizing the word elder and raising his voice several decibels. Oh! Old man! Cao Meng sneered inwardly.
This old man was reminding him that he was also an elder of the sect, and his status was no different from his own.
Shin Wansan, just have your granddaughter sign her name.
Cao Meng didn't tolerate him and directly named him, then took out a contract from his pocket. With a flick of his wrist, the contract floated toward Shin Xingwan. Shin Xingwan took the contract with a suspicious look on her face, and after seeing the two big characters on it, she turned green with anger.
Cao Meng, you piece of trash, how dare you, how dare you!
Upon seeing this, Shin Wansan and Shin Tianba came to Shin Xingwan's side. When their eyes fell on the two bright, large characters, they were completely dumbfounded.
A letter of divorce. Shin Tianba then unleashed his golden core realm aura with a loud boom.
Cao Meng, you piece of trash, how dare you come to my Shin family to humiliate us?
Shin Tianba glared angrily, not caring about anything else.
A large hand, accompanied by a whooshing sound, slammed straight down on Cao Meng, who was sitting in the main seat, as if determined to smash him into a pulp.
Cao Meng simply watched calmly, neither dodging nor flinching, letting the illusory giant hand rush towards him. Just as the phantom was about to land on Cao Meng. With a bang, the giant hand phantom transformed into countless black stars and vanished.
Only a gust of wind remained, gently brushing against Cao Meng's thousands of strands of hair.
Father, you. Shin Tianba looked at Shin Wansen with a puzzled and angry expression. It turned out that Shin Wansen had intervened and blocked the attack. This good-for-nothing is going too far.
How dare he humiliate my Shin family as he pleases?
Shin Wansen waved his hand, signaling Shin Tianba to shut up.
His face darkened as he looked at Cao Meng, his tone carrying a hint of threat. Cao Meng, although you are the holy son of my illusion moon sect, I advise you not to go too far. This marriage was bestowed by the sect master, and you cannot simply break it off as you please.
Oh, that's easy to do.
I'll just tell master, so you don't need to worry about it. Cao Meng leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, and responded indifferently, as if he were talking about a trivial matter.
Cao Meng. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to touch you?
You have humiliated my Shin family so much that even if I cripple you, I'm sure the sect leader won't say anything.
Shin Wansan was thoroughly enraged by Cao Meng's attitude.
His face turned ashen, and the veins on his forehead throbbed.
Do you dare? Cao Meng smiled faintly and looked at Shin Wansen with a meaningful expression.
You can try and see if your Shin family is more important to your master, or if he cares more about me, Cao Meng.
You. Shin Wansan was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Cao Meng was Lung Yuqian's personal disciple, and his only disciple. This shows that even 10 members of the Shin family combined cannot compare to Cao Meng's position in Lung Yuqian's heart.
Alright, if you don't have the guts, stop pretending and get that bitch to sign the divorce papers.
Cao Meng waved his hand impatiently. Chapter 11, they were having a good chat, how did they suddenly start fighting? Clang. Hearing Cao Meng's insulting bitch, Shin Xingwan's eyebrows furrowed and her blood boiled.
With a sudden swift movement, the moon departure sword at her waist was drawn from its sheath, gleaming with a cold light.
Cao Meng, you piece of trash, how dare you treat me like this? I'm going to kill you. She racked her brains but couldn't figure out what was wrong with the sycophant who was always by her side. Surely he couldn't have failed the tribulation and lost his mind. Cao Meng made a facepalm gesture, looking helpless. Fine, you little bitch, sign the divorce papers first, then I'll kill you. Ah. Shin Xingwan was truly furious. Her cheeks puffed up like a toad, and her breasts rose and fell with her rapid breathing. He drew his sword, ready to stab Cao Meng. Just as she was about to make a move, a strong, powerful hand grabbed her. Wanner, let me handle this. Chu Xingyan had been listening for a long time and was already seething with anger. Damn it, if you steal a woman, it's because you're charming and capable. If Shin Xingwan gets divorced, wouldn't I become the one left holding the bag? There's always a difference between used cars and new cars. If word gets out, people will laugh at you. With a loud boom, Chu Xingyun's aura suddenly exploded. The spiritual energy fluctuations of the third level of foundation establishment spread outwards like a surging tide, causing the clothes of those around to flutter. The dragon-patterned spear in his hand trembled slightly, its light radiating a chilling aura. Cao Meng, I don't care who you are, in my eyes, you are nothing but an insignificant ant. Now, kneel down and apologize to Wanner immediately, or don't blame me for being merciless with my gun. Oh. Cao Meng rested his elbow on the table, leaned his cheek against his slightly clenched fist, and looked at Chu Xingyun with great interest. The chosen one is angry. Why am I even a little excited? I wonder if the soul within him will make a move. However, even if I were to take action, I wouldn't be worried. After all, according to the original novel, at this stage, Chu Xingyun's soul entity can only exert strength close to the transformation realm. Cao Meng feigned anger. Boy, what are you, daring to speak to this holy son like that? Chu Xingyun, will immediately get down here and apologize, or I'll die. Chu Xingyun's eyes narrowed, and the dragon-patterned spear in his hand hissed softly. Who do you say you are? Chu Xingyun. Cao Meng jumped up from the armchair, looking extremely shocked. He moved so fast that he arrived in front of Chu Xingyun in just a few steps. He grabbed Chu Xingyun's hand and was about to hug her. Yuner, are you Yuner? He looked as if he had seen a dearest loved one, his face full of regret for not having met sooner. The members of the Shin family looked at each other. They were all completely dumbfounded. What's the relationship between the Holy Son and this kid? Among the crowd, a young disciple couldn't help but mutter to himself. How should I know? I'm not his father. Another disciple curled his lip and replied irritably. But judging from Cao Meng's excited expression, their relationship must be quite special. The crowd whispered amongst themselves, creating an eerie atmosphere throughout the hall. Shin Xingwan secretly glanced at the person next to her, her heart filled with suspicion. Chu Xingyan looked completely bewildered, instinctively taking a step back and warily eyeing Cao Meng before blurting out a retort. Are you fucking crazy? Thinking back, he had only been a member of the Illusion Moon sect for a few short months and had no interaction with this good-for-nothing at all. Besides, I've been trying to steal Shin Xingwan away all this time, and he hasn't stopped me from doing so. Otherwise, how could I have gotten Shin Xingwan so easily? What the hell is this piece of trash doing? Why are you being so enthusiastic? Wait a minute. Wait, he called me Yuner? What kind of ridiculous name is this? As Chu Xingyun pondered, the confusion on his face gradually turned into anger. What the hell did you call me? Yuner, there are some things you may find hard to accept at first, but don't worry, I know you like Xingwan. I'm here today to help you achieve your goal. Consider this a little gift from your father to you when we first meet. Chu Xingyun. What kind of nonsense is this, you piece of trash? Why can't I understand? After a brief moment of mental blankness, Chu Xingyun instantly flew into a rage, veins bulging on his face. Ah, you damned dog. His eyes were blazing with fury, and he thrust his dragon-patterned spear at Cao Meng, aiming straight for Cao Meng's throat. Although I couldn't understand what Cao Meng was saying, I could tell from his smug expression that he wasn't spouting anything good.
The spear moved like a dragon, swift as lightning. In the blink of an eye, the tip of the dragon-patterned spear was already 0.01 millimeters away from Cao Meng's forehead. If we just pushed it forward a little more, we could pierce Cao Meng's head. Just then, a thin layer of golden light suddenly appeared on Cao Meng's body, protecting him firmly within it. The dragon-patterned spear pierced the golden shield as if it had struck a solid wall of bronze and iron. It made a loud clang sound, but could not move forward even an inch. Unfilial descendants, openly murdering their father. Cao Meng sneered inwardly, but maintained a shocked and hurt expression on his face.
Yuner, what do you mean by this?
We were having a nice conversation, how did it suddenly turn into a fight?
I'll talk your mother, you scoundrel, go to hell.
Chu Xingyun gripped the dragon-patterned spear tightly with both hands and exerted force once more. Cao Meng shook his head in anguish. The chosen one is still too young, he was angered by just a few words.
How can he accomplish great things with that attitude? I need to help him out and temper the character of this chosen one. Chapter 12, The Power of Heavenly Tao. Yuner, stop.
I know you like that bitch woman, that's why I came here specifically to grant your wish. Shen Tianba gently touched Shen Wansan with his finger, then pointed to his own head. Father, Cao Meng is just spouting nonsense.
Has he lost his mind? I think we shouldn't argue with him anymore.
Let's sign the divorce papers and get him out of here as soon as possible, so as not to involve the Shen family.
Shen Wansan furrowed his white brows, thinking to himself. The unfilial son is right, who would bother arguing with a madman? Anyway, the outcome of Qingwan not marrying him confirms the fact, so who cares about the process?
He was about to stop him when Chu Xingyun became completely enraged.
Ah, you scoundrel, I'll expose your dog head today.
With a roar, he unleashed his Foundation Establishment Level 3 power along with the Spirit Talisman Master's special skill, Soul Astral Projection. His body was firmly planted on the ground, his legs slightly bent, and he frantically gathered all the spiritual power in his body into the dragon-patterned spear in his hand like a surging tide. His soul floated in the air, his hands rapidly forming hand seals, beams of light flashing from his fingertips. In the blink of an eye, a sharp cone shot out, accompanied by a piercing whistling sound, hurtling fiercely towards Cao Meng.
Yuner, don't be impulsive.
The soul entity on Chu Xingyun's body urgently reminded him.
Don't fucking call me Yuner. Chu Xingyun was truly out of her mind with anger, just hearing the name Yuner made her furious.
Regardless of who the sound came from, they yelled back at the top of their lungs.
Soul entity.
He remained silent for a long while, letting out a silent sigh before falling into stillness. Little did they know, Cao Meng was no longer the same person he once was. Not only had the hidden injuries left by his previous failed tribulation been completely healed, but his cultivation level has also been stabilized at the Golden Core realm. Despite Chu Xingyun's relentless efforts in all battles, he only reached the 3rd level of Foundation Establishment, even with the added advantage of a Spirit Talisman Master. All combined, they only possess the strength of the so-called Peak Foundation Establishment stage. Cao Meng always wore a benevolent smile, like a father watching his swaddled baby fooling around on him. He allowed those powerful forces to strike his protective shield, splashing out circles of dazzling yet harmless light. Seeing that his continuous magical attacks and physical inputs had not even broken through the shield on Cao Meng's body, Chu Xingyun was truly anxious and shouted in his heart. Master, please help me. Yun, don't be impulsive, calm your mind, Cao Meng is deliberately trying to provoke you. The soul responded. She wanted to call her Yuner, but she was afraid that Chu Xingyun would be unhappy if he heard it, so she swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue and simply didn't say the last word. The onlookers and members of the Shen family were all astonished, their eyes wide with surprise. They had just witnessed Chu Xingyun's strength, and he was evenly matched with Shen Tianba.
Who is Shen Tianba?
That person was the strongest in the Shen family besides the family patriarch, Shen Wansan, with the strength of the 4th level of the Golden Core realm.
But why can't we even break through Cao Meng's defense now? He's just a beginner in the core formation stage. Shen Wansan squinted, staring intently at Cao Meng.
A million curses are running through my mind. At this moment, it was obvious that something was wrong with Cao Meng.
Master, help me kill this scoundrel.
Unable to break through after a long struggle, Chu Xingyun once again sought help from the soul within his body. He was as stubborn as a turtle trying to eat a weight. He was determined to kill Cao Meng. Sigh, why won't this child listen to advice? The spirit is helpless. Let the Shen family handle their own affairs. Why do you have to be the one to suffer the consequences? Yuner, stop. This Cao Meng is not as simple as he seems. She could naturally see Cao Meng's true strength. How could an assassin with less economy than a warrior possibly defeat him? Killing Cao Meng herself would not be difficult for her. However, she keenly sensed that somewhere within the Shen family compound, a mysterious power was hidden. Moreover, the little golden bird outside the door also gave her a vague sense that it was something extraordinary. She wasn't sure if these were secretly protecting Cao Meng. If they act rashly, they will not only fail to kill Cao Meng in one blow, but will also needlessly deplete their own soul power. She was merely a soul, without a physical body, and her recovery was extremely slow. Every move must be carefully considered. If you don't make a move, you don't have to. But if you do make a move, it must be a fatal blow, and you must also ensure that you can escape. So, she's feeling quite helpless right now. After much deliberation, the soul decided against it. As long as Yuner's life was not in danger, she would wait and see. Seeing that his beloved master was reluctant to help him, Chu Xingyun's chest heaved violently. With a determined heart, he burned away all his strength and went completely mad. In an instant, his aura surged wildly, his hair flying wildly, like a mad beast. Dragon Soul Sky-Piercing Thrust. The dragon-patterned spear shone brightly, and a phantom yet majestic dragon soul coiled around it, carrying a world-destroying power as it fiercely thrust towards Cao Meng. Soul-shattering spell with spirit cone. At the same time, his soul rapidly formed hand seals in mid-air, and a solid cone of spiritual energy instantly materialized, carrying a chilling aura, and shot towards Cao Meng like lightning. In coordination with the attack of the dragon-patterned spear, they attempted to break through Cao Meng's seemingly impenetrable defense in one fell swoop. 1 breath. 2 breaths. In this room filled with a volatile atmosphere, suddenly, a wisp of silent power quietly flowed out of Chu Xingyun's body and inexplicably surged into Cao Meng's body. Ha! Cao Meng suddenly felt an external force surge into his body. He instinctively tried to stop it, but the force was extremely fast and instantly flowed into his meridians. This is. The only characteristic Cao Meng felt about this power was its purity and extraordinary purity, far more transparent than spiritual energy. This power within the body did not cause any discomfort, on the contrary, it brought a refreshing feeling of nourishment. Ding! Congratulations, host, for damaging the Tao heart of the Chosen One and plundering 10,000 experience points. Should I convert this into cultivation level? Ouch! Suddenly, the golden-winged rock outside tilted its head and opened its wise eyes, its feathers shimmering. It had a servant contract with Cao Meng and could clearly sense the changes in him. After the system explained, Cao Meng understood the reason why Chu Xingyun's Tao heart was damaged. It turned out that his words had successfully provoked Chu Xingyun. Chu Xingyun usually pretends to be weak while actually being strong, and he is used to challenging people of higher levels and winning many times, which has made his self-confidence extremely inflated. At this moment, his all-out attack had no effect, which dealt a significant blow to his confidence and caused some cracks to appear in his Tao heart. Chapter 13 Fat Sheep. Yuner, stop hitting her. As your father, I truly want to give that woman to you. I don't want that woman to cause any unpleasantness between us. Cao Meng continued to embellish the story from the side. He deliberately emphasized the words father and son, and his exaggerated expression made it seem as if he was truly heartbroken over this father-son relationship. Ah! Chu Xingyun's eyes were practically spitting fire as he spat out 2 words viciously. You scoundrel! We must kill this traitor Cao. Brother Yun. Seeing Chu Xingyun's almost frantic state, Shen Xingwan's beautiful eyes were filled with worry. She quickly stepped forward, reached out and grabbed Chu Xingyun, trying to stop him from continuing his attack. After fighting for so long, Chu Xingyun hadn't gained any advantage whatsoever, and she was genuinely afraid that her Yungij would get hurt. Roll.
However, Chu Xingyun's furious rebuke, filled with boundless rage, sent her staggering backward.
A roar, like a thunderclap from a clear sky, not only made Shen Xingwan freeze, but also seemed to shake the surrounding air.
You! Shen Xingwan's pretty face turned red with anger.
She stomped her feet hard, her bright eyes filled with grievance. Just as Chu Xingyun uttered the word "get lost," another wisp of pure power silently entered Cao Meng's body.
Ding! Successfully plundered 20,000 experience points from the chosen one for the host. Convert them into cultivation points? Cao Meng was overjoyed and felt refreshed.
He knew that if he plundered another 20,000, he could break through to the second level of the Golden Core realm.
This cheat is much faster than simply absorbing spiritual energy to cultivate. Cool.
This is a fat sheep, we must keep it and raise it slowly. Originally intending to tease Chu Xingyun and then finish her off, he vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a kind and benevolent expression. Through the system, Cao Meng learned that the value of experience points was related to the degree to which Chu Xingyun's Dao heart was damaged.
To put it bluntly, as long as Chu Xingyun doesn't die, the angrier Cao Meng gets, the more experience points he gains, until finally all of Chu Xingyun's luck points are taken back by the heavenly Dao.
Father, Cao Meng is faking it. Should we take advantage of this?
Shen Tianba crouched down and quietly approached Shen Wansan, asking in a low voice.
Even if he were stupid, he could tell that Cao Meng wasn't crazy at all. He had come today to deliberately cause trouble.
A flash of murderous intent crossed Shen Wansan's eyes.
He wished he could kill the man immediately. But the thought of Lang Yuqian instantly suppressed his murderous intent, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over it.
He originally thought that his newly recognized son-in-law would be able to smash the scoundrel's head.
If he then denies any relationship with Chu Xingyun, even if Lang Yuqian is furious, he won't be able to implicate the Shen family. Seeing Chu Xingyun unleash all his attacks, while Cao Meng simply stood there calmly, without even raising his hand. Shen Wansan knew in his heart that the plan was going to fail, and continuing to fight would be futile. Then, he raised his hand and unleashed a binding force. That force was like an invisible rope, instantly suppressing Chu Xingyun's attack. Chu Xingyun was panting heavily on the side. After this fierce battle, his spiritual energy was almost completely exhausted. Feeling deeply wronged, he complained to himself.
Master, why don't you help Yuner? Hey, why are you calling yourself Yuner again?
The soul sighed silently and said softly, Yun Cao Meng is not as simple as you think.
Even if Master takes action, he may not be able to kill him. Impossible.
Chu Xingyun was shocked, his eyes widened, and he gritted his teeth.
That scoundrel is only at the Golden Core stage.
Master, that beast, will surely take that good-for-nothing's head.
Master could certainly kill Cao Meng, but...
The soul wanted to say that Cao Meng didn't seem so simple, and even the master probably couldn't kill him with a single blow. However, she was afraid of hurting her disciple's confidence, since she had just noticed that her disciple's Dao heart seemed to have been slightly shaken.
Why didn't my master help me? This scoundrel has humiliated me like this. The spirit no longer wanted to respond to Chu Xingyun's question, and could only offer gentle words of comfort. Yuner, you should recover first. The Shen family has had quite a commotion today.
As Chu Xingyun left the scene, the golden aura around Cao Meng slowly dissipated.
He patted his already spotless clothes and looked at Chu Xingyun, who was gradually calming down.
He knew that it must have been the soul entity within him that had calmed him down.
It's probably impossible to provoke him again to steal experience points.
His gaze shifted to Shen Wansan, and he looked at him with great interest.
Elder Shen, what do you mean?
After hesitating for a long time, Shen Wansan finally succumbed to Lang Yuqian's intimidating power and said to Shen Xingwan in a deep voice, Xingwan, sign it.
Grandfather.
Tears welled up in Shen Xingwan's eyes, she was unwilling to accept it. Once he signs the divorce papers, his reputation will be ruined.
Signed. Shen Wansan suddenly shouted, his voice leaving no room for argument. Waner, don't be stubborn, sign it quickly. Don't make Grandpa angry.
Shen Hao stood nervously by his side, constantly offering words of comfort. Shen Xingwan stomped her foot and bit her lower lip.
Grandpa had never scolded me before, but today. Now she's starting to regret it. How come she never realized the sycophant had such terrifying strength before? Just moments ago, he was planning to stand in the way of the entire Illusion Moon sect and challenge this piece of trash a month from now. He Shin Xingwan sneered, fearing that the outcome would be even more embarrassing than it was now. After hesitating for a long time, despite her immense resentment, she finally wrote her name on the letter of divorce. Cao Meng casually flicked his finger and shot out spiritual energy, instantly igniting the letter of divorce and turning it into a pile of ashes. At the same time, a message suddenly appeared on a recording stone of the Illusion Moon sect. Extra! Extra! The Holy Sun has divorced Shin Xingwan. Upon hearing the news, all the disciples of the Illusion Moon sect exclaimed, "Holy crap! How is this possible? The Holy Sun actually broke up with Shin Xingwan. This is breaking news." In the Illusion Moon sect, everyone knows that Cao Meng, the rich second-generation heir of the sect, is the most loyal sycophant of Shin Xingwan, the daughter of the Shin family. Now he's actually dumped his white moonlight. The news was like a bombshell, causing a huge uproar within the sect. Upon seeing this, the members of the Shin family all lowered their heads, a sense of shame welling up in their hearts. They felt a burning sensation on their faces, as if they had been slapped several times. I really don't want to look at Cao Meng any longer. I was afraid that if I looked at that bastard even once more, I would be unable to resist rushing up and beating him up. Holy Sun, now that your matter has been resolved, I will not keep you for dinner. Please come in. Chapter 14 Calm. Shen Wansan coldly dismissed him. Elder Shen, this is where you are wrong. You never intended for Wan'er to marry me, so this outcome is exactly what you wanted. Then Cao Meng turned his gaze to Chu Xingyun, deliberately drawing out his words with a smug smile on his face. I suppose Yuner left a good impression on you. Name your dowry request as soon as possible, and I'll cover Yuner in Wan'er's wedding. Chu Xingyun, who was meditating to recuperate, almost exploded with anger upon hearing these words. He jumped up in a flash. You bastard, if you dare utter another word of nonsense, I'll fight you to the death today. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully plundered 20,000 experience points from the Chosen One. In an instant, an unparalleled and powerful aura erupted from Cao Meng. Boom! The power of the second level of the Golden Core realm was displayed without reservation, and the entire Shin family council hall was enveloped by this powerful golden aura. Didn't this scoundrel fail his tribulation 4 months ago? How come he's already at the second level of the Golden Core stage? Shen Tianba's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He was deeply shocked. He knew that he was also a prodigy in his youth, but now he was not even 200 years old and had only barely reached the 4th level of the Golden Core stage. But Cao Meng failed his tribulation 4 months ago, let alone that. Even without failure, it's only been 4 months and he's already advanced another minor realm. The speed of advancement is terrifying. Shen Wansan's expression was complex and ever-changing, sometimes ashen, sometimes deathly pale. He is now filled with deep regret. I really don't know if my decision was right or wrong. Chu Xingyun's identity as a spirit talisman master is indeed one in a million. But Cao Meng's performance is quite extraordinary. No wonder Lang Yuqian, an old monster who has lived for hundreds of years, only accepted this one disciple. Well. Shen Wansan sighed deeply, thinking, if he had been more gentle at the beginning and tried his best to bring this young couple together, the Shen family might not have ended up in this embarrassing situation. Chu Xingyun was so angry when he saw Cao Meng level up in front of him that he almost vomited blood. He gripped the dragon pattern spear tightly in his hand, wanting nothing more than to stab this scoundrel to death. Yuner, calm down. Focus. The spirit rebuked him sternly. Chu Xingyun trembled, but his shaking body gradually relaxed. Then, he closed his eyes tightly, stopped looking at Cao Meng, and resumed his meditation. Cao Meng sneered inwardly. My dear son, you must hold on a little longer. I will collect the interest little by little. As the golden halo in the Shen family's council hall slowly dissipated, the powerful oppressive aura surrounding Cao Meng also weakened.
The fact that the power that had firmly established itself at the second level of the Golden Core realm weighed heavily on everyone's hearts like a boulder. Although Shen Wansan was surprised by the speed at which Cao Meng improved his strength, he did not take him seriously, since he was still far inferior to the others. More than anything, there was concern about the situation and the Shen family. He took a deep breath and stepped forward. At this moment, he neither adopted a respectful posture nor restrained his previous cold words. He simply said calmly, "Congratulations on your advancement, Holy Son. This has further strengthened the overall strength of our Illusion Moon sect. It won't be long before our Illusion Moon sect dominates the 9 provinces continent." He knew very well that with Cao Meng's performance, he would likely gain more respect from Lung Yuqian in the future. "Even if I can't become relatives with Cao Meng, I absolutely cannot afford to offend him completely." Oh! Cao Meng naturally understood the deeper meaning behind the old man's words. My master is only at the nascent soul stage, he might be able to barely dominate the Tianyuan domain. To dream of becoming king in the 9 provinces, a land teeming with powerful figures, is simply a pipe dream. However, the old man specifically emphasized our Illusion Moon sect, clearly reminding himself that he was also an important member of the Illusion Moon sect. Cao Meng revealed a meaningful smile and said slowly, "Elder Shen, you flatter me. My strength is only at the second level of the Golden Core realm, far inferior to Elder Shen's." Shen Wansan awkwardly tugged at the corners of his mouth, forcing a smile, and then fell silent. He now only hopes that Cao Meng can leave as soon as possible. This scoundrel is someone I can't kill, but keeping him here is really annoying. It's like a thorn stuck in your heart, you can't pull it out, and you can't leave it in. However, Cao Meng did not intend to give up and continued. "Elder Shen, now that the first matter has been perfectly resolved. Then, let's deal with the second thing first." He deliberately dragged out his words, a sly glint in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Shen Wansan's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. What exactly does Cao Meng mean? The second thing? What's the second thing? Why is there a bad feeling creeping into my heart? Your Highness, Wanner has already signed the letter of divorce. What are your plans now? Suppressing his anger, Shen Wansan said irritably. His patience had reached its limit, if not for the fear of Lung Yuqian behind him. I really want to take action right now and teach this ungrateful brat a lesson. The Shen family members were all filled with righteous indignation, staring at Cao Meng with angry expressions, wishing they could tear this scoundrel apart and skin him alive right now. Xu Xingyun, who was meditating and resting to the side, slowly opened his eyes, a hint of curiosity flashing in them. I also want to figure out what kind of evil scheme this scoundrel is up to. Cao Meng's eyes turned cold, and his previously kind smile instantly turned stern as he said sternly, "When I came here, I already said that I had 2 things to deal with." What, Elder Shen, did you not hear what I said? His gaze was like a knife, fixed on Shen Wansan, revealing the domineering aura of the Holy Son to the fullest. It was also a declaration to everyone that the words of the Holy Son of the Illusion Moon sect were beyond question and could not be disobeyed. Dad, that bastard seems to have mentioned 2 things. Shen Tianba crouched down and carefully leaned close to old Master Shen's ear, whispering something. At the same time, he didn't forget to steal a glance at Cao Meng out of the corner of his eye. The only fear is that the old man might lose his temper and completely offend this terrifyingly powerful figure. If that happens, the Shen family will really be in deep trouble. Shen Wansan gritted his teeth, his facial muscles twitching slightly, barely suppressing the raging anger in his heart. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath and spoke slowly and deliberately. What is the second matter, Master Cao? Please speak. Chapter 15. Take one person away. It's nothing. I've come for 2 reasons. First, to annul the engagement and let my Yunner be with me, and second, to take one person with me. Xu Xingyun clenched his fists so tightly they cracked, trying his best to remain calm. Master refuses to help me. I couldn't even handle this scoundrel just now, and now that he's advanced another minor realm, he'll be even harder to deal with. Take one person away. Shen Wansan was dumbfounded. The Shen family members were even more bewildered. Was there someone here whom Cao Meng had taken a liking to? Who is it? Everyone looked at each other.
All eyes turned to Shin Qingwan. Holy Sun, stop beating around the bush. Just tell me who you want to bring. Shin Wansan couldn't hold back any longer, he was thoroughly fed up. Let Cao Meng do whatever he wants, as long as he's willing, except for his own wife. Let the rest of us do as we please. We just hope that this scoundrel will get out of here as soon as he's done what he wants. Mu Linger. Cao Meng uttered 3 words in a nonchalant manner. Who? Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned once again. Who is Mu Linger? Has Cao Meng lost his mind from being struck by lightning? Come to the Shin family and find someone surnamed Mu. Even Xu Xingyan looked at Cao Meng with a bewildered expression, unable to understand what tricks this scoundrel was up to.
The other members of the Shin family were puzzled, while Shin Wansan, Shin Tianba, and Shin Xingwan had very strange expressions on their faces.
Shin Tianba immediately roared in anger.
No, there is no such person in my Shin family.
Holy Sun, please leave immediately. However, there was something wrong with what he said, it was like trying to hide something obvious.
They all said it was no use, and even said the Shin family didn't have such a person.
Mu Linger is an important character in the original novel.
She has a special physique and becomes a great help to Chu Xingyun in the later stages. It was through meeting Mu Linger at the Shin family that Chu Xingyun received her help, which enabled him to soar to great heights. Later, he even took her into his harem. Knowing the plot, Cao Meng naturally couldn't let Chu Xingyun have a chance to grow. Although he had a system, he still had to ensure that nothing went wrong.
Yeah. With a single glance, Cao Meng unleashed a wave of oppressive power that swept towards Shin Tianba. So strong. Shin Tianba now truly felt Cao Meng's strength.
He also understood why Chu Xingyun, who could fight him, couldn't even break through Cao Meng's defense. He was, after all, at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm.
However, under Cao Meng's seemingly early-stage Golden Core but ridiculously strong pressure, he actually had a faint feeling of being unable to breathe. Shin Xingwan looked at Cao Meng with even more curiosity.
He thought to himself, that bastard just arrived at the Shin family, and many people in the Shin family don't even know his name.
How could Cao Meng know it? Shin Wansan's eyes were practically spitting fire. What the hell does Cao Meng mean by this? Take one off, then take another away. What do they think the Shin family is? A brothel where they select concubines and change if they're not satisfied? This is outrageous. This is outrageous. With a boom, the power of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator was instantly unleashed without reservation.
In an instant, the pressure of the second level of the core formation stage that Cao Meng had displayed shattered like a bubble. A murderous glint flashed in Shin Wansan's eyes as he coldly stared at Cao Meng. Holy Sun, you came to my Shin family and did all this without the sect leader knowing, aren't you afraid he will blame you? This invisible attack forced Cao Meng to retreat several steps. The nascent soul realm is indeed impressive. Cao Meng steadied himself and straightened his disheveled clothes. It's alright, I will explain to my master myself, so please don't trouble yourself, Elder Shin.
Ha! Wrong. What does the old man mean by that? Cao Meng met Shin Wansan's murderous gaze. Elder Shin, what do you mean by this? Do you intend to kill this Holy Sun?
I originally had no such intention, but since the Holy Sun has bullied my Shin family too much, then you can't blame me. Do you think you can kill me without leaving a trace? Shin Wansan naturally understood the meaning behind the words, killing someone is easy, but doing it without leaving a trace is difficult. Who knows if Cao Meng has any treasures left behind by Lung Yuqian? If their existence were recorded by a treasure like the recording tablet, the Shin family would be wiped off the face of the earth. Shin Wansan clenched his fists so tightly they cracked, then stomped his foot, causing the ground to tremble instantly. An invisible barrier formed around him. It spread rapidly like ripples, instantly enveloping the entire Lingxiao city, even trapping Cao Meng's golden-winged rock within it. If you're going to do it, you have to do it perfectly, and this little golden bird is no exception. What audacity! Just as Shin Wansan's barrier was taking shape, a gloomy and sharp, crisp sound, like a thunderclap, shook the entire Shin family council hall. The voice seemed to come from the deepest hell, carrying endless chill and intimidation.
Immediately afterwards, ripples spread throughout the entire space. A blurry figure appeared in front of Cao Meng at an incredible speed. The newcomer was dressed in a black and red outfit. The black was as deep and unfathomable as an abyss, while the red was as bright and vivid as blood. The clash of two extreme colors perfectly and smoothly reveals the curves of the body, like a deadly rose blooming in the darkness. She held a curved knife in her hand, the blade gleaming with a cold, eerie light, and the hilt was engraved with mysterious runes. The scimitar seemed to be an extension of her, always waiting to be drawn and unleash its endless killing intent. She was like a seven-tailed flower in the darkness, harboring deadly intent. Every inch of her skin and every movement emanated a dangerous signal. Her face was covered by a black veil, obscuring her features, revealing only a pair of cold, beautiful eyes. Those eyes were like icy stars, and meeting their gaze sent chills down one's spine. Divine thought manifests in physical form. The way the woman appeared, like a fleeting afterimage, made Shinwan-san exclaim in surprise. The ability to manifest divine thoughts is a technique that only those at the nascent soul stage can use, yet it was being performed on the woman before them. Rumors that Cao Meng was protected by Nightingale assassins have proven true. This person was the woman who had been spying on Cao Meng and Ouyang Mi playing around. The Nightingale organization is a group of assassins secretly trained by the Illusion Moon sect. They lurk in the shadows and help the sect deal with things that cannot be resolved openly. This organization only obeys the sect leader Lin Yuqian's command, and apart from a few elders, no one knows of its existence. It is said that this organization is full of female disciples, each of whom is incomparably beautiful and aloof. No, it's not the nascent soul stage, but the great perfection of the nascent soul stage. Shinwan-san stared wide-eyed, scrutinizing the woman before him as if she were a monster. What shocked him was that, judging from the woman's own strength, she was only one minor realm higher than him. He was at the 8th level of the nascent soul stage, while this woman was at the 9.5 level, yet she was able to use the divine transformation skill, which could only be used by those who had reached the divine transformation stage. Chapter 16's battle has entered its final, albinism phase. The woman stood quietly in front of Cao Meng, her posture upright, like an ice queen. An invisible pressure emanated from him, spreading rapidly from the council hall toward Lingxiao City at a visible speed. She gently raised her delicate hand, and as she moved, wisps of petals spilled from her fingertips. Under her control, the petals spread outwards like butterflies. Wherever it passed, the space was overwhelmed and torn open with extremely fine cracks, emitting a faint yet chilling sound. The moment Shinwan-san's barrier touched the petals, it collapsed instantly, turning into countless tiny dust particles, just like thin ice in spring. As Shinwan-san's barrier shattered with a deafening roar, countless dazzling petals intertwined, forming a massive and mysterious array of flowers that tightly enveloped the entire Lingxiao city. In an instant, petals fluttered in the air, like a beautiful, dreamlike rain of flowers. Holy Sun, do you intend to massacre the city? Shinwan was shocked and hissed at Cao Meng. Inside the council chamber, the Shin family members were all pale-faced, sweating profusely, and trembling uncontrollably. Some people collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Others held their heads in their hands, groaning in pain. So powerful. Master, is this woman at the nascent soul stage? Xu Xingyun, who was squatting on the ground meditating, had a face full of shock and doubt, and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. She is at the great perfection of the nascent soul stage, but this woman is extremely powerful. Even if she encounters a nascent soul cultivator, she would probably be able to put up a fight. The soul responded. Upon hearing this, Xu Xingyun stared intently at the face beneath the veil, as if trying to see through it to her true appearance. Recalling his master's words, he couldn't help but ask again. Did master already know about this woman's existence, which is why he refused to take action? After a moment of silence, the soul entity said, with such a master protecting Cao Meng, even if I were to make a move, I wouldn't be able to kill him with a single blow, it would just be a futile effort. Hateful. Xu Xingyun gritted his teeth and said bitterly. Ha! Cao Meng suddenly sensed a killing intent and looked in the direction of the chill. Xu Xingyun stared at him fiercely, his eyes seeming to want to devour him whole. Ha ha ha! Cao Meng couldn't help but sneer inwardly, but he still maintained a kind smile on his face and nodded slightly to Xu Xingyun. Fuck you. Seeing Cao Meng smile, Chu Xingyun trembled with rage. He asked himself again in his heart. Master, even you are no match for that woman.
The soul paused for a moment, then spoke slowly.
If that woman makes a move, I can guarantee your life.
However, if we were to truly fight with all our might to kill Cao Meng, I wouldn't fear that woman.
But after dealing with her, I fear I would be unable to protect you.
Master's meaning was clear: to kill Cao Meng, one must first deal with the woman in front of him. But if he were to fight this woman, his master feared he would be powerless to protect himself. However, he himself was too weak to even break Cao Meng's shield, let alone kill him.
You scoundrel!
Chu Xingyun spat out a vicious curse, his fist clenched so tightly it cracked.
Yuner, don't worry. If I'm not mistaken, the Xianwang ancient ruins will open soon.
Once you find the soul-nourishing pill for me, my strength will recover. It won't be too late to kill Cao Meng then.
Chu Xingyun nodded emphatically.
He snorted coldly and closed his eyes again, refusing to look at Cao Meng.
Looking at that son of a bitch makes me so annoyed. Shen Wansan's face was extremely ugly.
He stomped his foot suddenly, and spiderweb-like cracks spread across the floor in all directions. The surging waves crashed down on the woman.
An invisible battle has begun. Tone. 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 Ah. My head hurts so much.
The oppressive atmosphere of the council chamber felt like an invisible mountain, making it hard for everyone to breathe. As the sounds of people collapsing echoed, only a handful remained standing in the hall. Shen Xingwan was already drenched in sweat, the sweat sliding down her fair neck and down to the depths of her cleavage, her delicate eyebrows furrowed tightly together. Chu Xingyun, on the other hand, was leisurely meditating and cultivating. With his master's protection, he was unmoved and his face was full of disdain.
As he absorbed the meager spiritual energy seeping in from the surroundings, he inwardly mocked everything before him.
This action not only drew the woman's attention, but also caused her to look at him with a hint of suspicion. Shen Wansan revealed a smug look, thinking to himself, as expected of my chosen grandson-in-law, he is indeed quite capable. Seeing this, Cao Meng naturally knew that this kid was protected by the soul entity within his body.
He sneered inwardly, what a show-off you are, kid. Don't you even look at your girlfriend? She's almost at her breaking point.
Seeing Cao Meng's well-intentioned gaze, Chu Xingyun felt an inexplicable aversion.
When their gaze fell upon Shen Xingwan, they exclaimed, "Holy crap!"
Shen Xingwan's face was flushed, her cherry-like lips were slightly parted as she let out a painful groan, and her body was trembling slightly.
Master, could you lend me your power to protect Wanner?
Chu Xingyun's eyes were full of worry and concern. Then, a faint light flickered on Chu Xingyun's body, and a wisp of pure white light, like a mist, enveloped both Shen Xingwan and Chu Xingyun.
Oh ah!
Shen Xingwan convulsed and shuddered, letting out a long cry as the pressure on her body dissipated.
Brother Yun.
Shen Xingwan excitedly hugged Chu Xingyun tightly. Perhaps the pressure triggered her true nature, causing her to unconsciously feel hot all over, and she pressed her red lips tightly against Chu Xingyun's.
Hey Wanner, what are you doing? Don't do that.
Chu Xingyun was shocked.
What was this little girl up to? Acting recklessly in front of so many people.
With lightning speed, he delivered a swift chop to the neck, knocking Shen Xingwan unconscious.
Tone. 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 Ah. Well.
Inside the council hall, members of the Shen family continued to line up and fall to the ground.
Even Shen Tianba couldn't hold on any longer, his face was filled with pain and resentment.
With a long hiss, he knelt down on one knee with a thud. He braced himself firmly on the floor with both hands.
This invisible battle has entered its final albinism phase. Chapter 17 Fan G.
Shen Wansan was drenched in sweat, his hair was disheveled, and he had already exhausted 70 or 80% of his strength. Looking at the woman before him, his face was calm, his breathing steady, and he showed no signs of fatigue.
Look at the tribesmen who are groaning and rolling on the ground.
Finally, Shen Wansan sighed and began to gradually reduce his strength.
The battle ended with Shen Wansan's surrender. Shen Wansan hung his head and said a sentence weakly.
The Holy Sun may take whomever he wishes. Cao Meng did not instruct the woman to do anything, killing her would have been a simple matter for him. But now is not the time, let them run wild for a couple of days.
Then, he gave the woman a look. The woman understood immediately.
She pointed her jade finger in the air, and all the oppressive force instantly retreated into her body. The screams, groans, and cries of pain finally fell silent at that moment.
Phantom Princess, find that girl's location. Cao Meng said to the woman next to him.
Yes, Holy Sun.
Then, with a gentle flick of her jade-like hand, a seven-colored flower radiating an eerie light appeared out of thin air.
As the seven-colored flower exploded instantly, it turned into countless tiny petals. Like a sudden storm, it swept in all directions, like an invisible net, enveloping the entire Shen family in the blink of an eye.
Phantom Princess.
Upon hearing this name, Shen Wansan frowned, a strange expression flashing across his usually calm face as he fell into thought. Suddenly, he seemed to see the most terrifying sight in the world, and his expression changed drastically.
His eyes nearly bulged out, and he exclaimed in a trembling voice. You are seven-tailed Phantom Princess?
Cao Meng's lips curled up, his eyes gleaming with arrogance, and he said haughtily. Elder Shen, since you know Sister Huanji, it saves me the trouble of introducing her. Upon hearing this, Shen Wansan's Adam's apple bobbed, his face turned pale, and fear almost consumed him.
He staggered back 2 steps uncontrollably until he bumped into Shen Tianba and barely managed to regain his balance.
The Holy Sun has been found. Huanji suddenly opened her eyes, a cold glint flashing in them as she shot towards a spot in the Shen family's residence.
Walk. Huanji gently placed one of her jade-like hands on Cao Meng's shoulder.
Then, their bodies flickered like afterimages.
Until it gradually disappears completely.
At the same time, the soul within Chu Xingyun's body seemed to sense something and let out a faint hum.
What's wrong, Master?
Chu Xingyun asked in his heart, puzzled.
This aura. After Cao Meng and Huanji had completely disappeared, Shen Tianba still looked outside the council hall with lingering fear. Father, I never imagined that Cao Meng would have such a terrifying person by his side. Do you know who that woman is?
At this moment, Shen Tianba's usual arrogant and domineering demeanor in Lingxiao City was completely gone, replaced by a heart full of fear. Shen Wansan stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze deep and unfathomable.
Tianba, have you ever heard of the Nightingale Organization? The Nightingale Organization.
Upon hearing this, Shen Tianba's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and he froze instantly as if he had been frozen in place. He swallowed hard and asked cautiously, afraid that raising his voice even slightly would bring about his death.
Is it the Nightingale Organization from rumors?
In the entire Tianyuan domain, the Illusion Moon sect is undoubtedly the strongest.
However, if there is any force that can strike fear into people's hearts, it is undoubtedly the Nightingale Organization.
This is a mysterious organization hidden in the deepest darkness. No one knows where their headquarters are or what they really look like. It is said that all the members of this organization are women, but they are all like snakes and scorpions, killing people silently and with extremely cruel methods. If one accidentally offends the Illusion Moon sect, there might still be a glimmer of hope. But once you provoke the Nightingale Organization, there's only one path waiting for you.
Suicide.
Yes, it was suicide. Only if you take your own life will they have any chance of sparing your family. Otherwise, the entire clan, regardless of age or gender, and including poultry and livestock, will be wiped out without exception, leaving no survivors. The fear on Shen Tianba's face was almost palpable, and his voice trembled so much it was barely audible.
Father, you mean that woman is a member of the Nightingale Organization?
Shen Wansan did not respond, but simply stared silently out the door.
That silent stance speaks volumes.
Upon seeing this, Shen Tianba felt his legs go weak and he almost collapsed. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling with nervousness. Father, what about our Shen family? According to custom, if someone offends this organization and does not commit suicide to atone for their sins, their entire family will be executed along with them. Shen Tianba was truly terrified. At this moment, images of Nightingale massacring his people were already flashing through his mind. Shinwansan gently shook his head and slowly uttered two words, "It's alright, don't worry, the Shin family is fine."
How is this possible? Cao Meng actually. Shin Tianba stared intently at Shinwansan, still unable to believe that such a terrifying organization could possibly be related to Cao Meng. Shinwansan sighed heavily. "Tianba, do you know the origins of the Nightingale organization?"
"What is its origin?"
Shin Tianba looked at his father with a blank expression.
"Father, it is rumored that this organization is not a force of Tianyuan domain, so no one knows where they come from."
Shinwansan gave Shin Tianba a meaningful look.
"You know where they are, and you are very familiar with it." "I know, and I'm very familiar with it." Shin Tianba scratched his head, frowning as he pondered the meaning behind his father's words. Suddenly, his forehead relaxed, and he looked at his father in shock.
"Father, you don't mean?" Shinwansan nodded slightly. "That's right. They're on Illusion Moon Peak."
It was like being struck by lightning. Although Shin Tianba had already guessed his father's meaning, hearing the words Illusory Moon Peak still shocked him to the bone. He stared straight at his father, his mouth wide open, but he couldn't utter a single word.
Illusion Moon Peak.
That's the habitat of the Illusion Moon sect, the strongest force in the entire Tianyuan domain.
Everyone in the entire Tianyuan domain knows him.
And then Dad said that the Nightingale organization was hiding on Phantom Moon Peak.
The meaning behind this is all too obvious.
Shin Tianba was stunned for a full 2 minutes before he came to his senses and stammered. "Father, you mean the Nightingale organization is a deadly weapon cultivated by our Illusion Moon sect?"
He couldn't believe that such a prestigious and upright family would do such a thing in secret.
Shinwansan shook his head, his gaze fixed on Shin Tianba.
"It's not the Illusion Moon sect, it's Long Yuqian." Chapter 18 Mu Linger. Mu Linger. The Nightingale organization only ever takes orders from one person. Shin Tianba stared blankly at his father, his mind completely blank. It's unbelievable that the Nightingale organization was just a tool cultivated by the sect leader to solve problems.
He clearly remembered that 3 months ago, Seven-Tailed Fox had single-handedly wiped out 3 major sects and 4 cities in one night. Wherever they went, corpses littered the ground, and not a single piece of armor was left. Whether it was experts from sects, ordinary people in the city, or even guard dogs and rare spirit beasts, none of them were spared. The whole scene was like a living hell. Furthermore, each of these 3 sects and 4 cities has a peak nascent soul cultivator in charge, and there are more than 1 or 2 of them. Their strength is far beyond what the Shin family can compare to.
Looking at her son's dazed expression, Shinwansan has dropped another bombshell.
The reason why Princess Nana is called Nana is because she is ranked last in the Nightingale organization, and there are 6 people above her who are stronger than her.
How is this possible?
Shin Tianba exclaimed in surprise, his expression beyond words.
That's amazing.
A powerful individual capable of wiping out his entire family is ranked last in the Nightingale organization.
As someone belonging to the Illusion Moon sect, I naturally knew the sect's power.
He always considered himself a member of the Illusion Moon sect and was proud of it. The Shin family was extremely powerful in Lingxiao City, and no one dared to provoke them. Hearing my father reveal these things today, I realized how insignificant and ignorant I was before, like a frog at the bottom of a well.
Dad, what should we do? Could Cao Meng possibly?
Shin Tianba's eyes were filled with panic, and his face was full of fear and worry. Shinwansan slowly shook his head, his brows furrowing slightly, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. If he wanted to kill us, he would have already done it. Having said that, he seemed to have all his strength drained away, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to deepen at that moment.
You don't need to stop him anymore. Let him do what he wants.
As soon as he finished speaking, the space behind Shinwansan distorted, and after glancing back at the side room, he disappeared. Shin Tianba was left standing there, staring at the spot where his father had disappeared, unable to come to his senses for a long time. Suddenly something's not right. The old man's words seem a bit off.
What do you mean I shouldn't stop you? Why would I stop a bird? Do I even have the ability to stop it?
In a side room of the Shin family, there was a pretty little girl. Dressed in simple clothes, she looked radiant and fresh, as if she had stepped out of a painting. The little girl had a baby face, with fair and clean skin. She exudes a unique agility and innocence. At this moment, she stood in the center of the courtyard, curiously observing the rain of falling flowers. Despite her young age, she is quite old, and her figure is already showing signs of becoming graceful. Against the backdrop of falling petals and white clothes, the scene is even more hazy and charming. Does the little girl like this flower? A clear voice suddenly rang out, breaking the silence. The little girl was carefully holding the petals she had caught in her hands, lost in her own little world. I was startled by the sudden sound. She turned around and saw the two people who had suddenly appeared. She quickly withdrew her hand, her eyes filled with vigilance. Cao Meng looked at the girl in front of him, who resembled a frightened deer, and smiled gently, saying softly, "Little sister, you must be called Mu Linger." "Hello. I am Cao Meng, the holy son of the Illusion Moon sect. This lady is Huan Ji. The flower petal in your hand was brought down by her. Do you like it?" Mu Linger didn't speak, her bright eyes scanning Cao Meng back and forth. After a long while, Mu Linger opened her cherry lips slightly and responded in a soft voice. Cao Meng smiled when he saw her extremely cute appearance. Pointing to the two flower petals tightly clenched in Mu Linger's little fist. "These petals are pretty, but there are only two of them. They can't compare to the satisfaction of a large bunch." Mu Linger subconsciously opened her small fist, looking at the flower petal in her hand. After hesitating for a long time, she reluctantly stretched out her arm and whispered, "Here, take it back." "Ha ha ha." Cao Meng glanced at Huan Ji. Huan Ji understood immediately. She gently tapped her jade finger in the air, and in an instant, a large bunch of seven-tailed colorful flowers appeared out of thin air, delicate and beautiful. Upon seeing this scene, Mu Linger's bright eyes widened instantly, sparkling with longing. Cao Meng took the seven-tailed flower from Huan Ji, took 2 steps forward, and handed the flower to Mu Linger. "Hey, Linger, do you like it? Here, it's for you." Mu Linger bit her lip, her gaze burning as she stared at the bunch of seven-tailed flowers in Cao Meng's hand, hesitating for a long time before daring not to make a move. "It's all right, take it. It's a gift from your brother." Seeing that Mu Linger still didn't dare to reach out to take it, Cao Meng took another step forward, directly grasped Mu Linger's slender hand like a bamboo shoot, and gently placed the seven-tailed flower into her palm. "Thank you, brother." Looking at the seven-tailed flower in her hand, Mu Linger smiled happily, revealing 2 sweet dimples at the corners of her mouth. Like a peach blossom with rosy cheeks, her smile is enchanting, captivating the spring breeze. That radiant smile not only captivated the spring breeze, but also deeply touched Cao Meng's heart. Ding! Congratulations! You have gained favor with the spirit illusionary god's enlightenment body, and a karmic imprint has been automatically planted. Oh wow! Cao Meng, who was lost in his reverie, was jolted awake by a system notification. I glanced at the data panel instinctively. Mu Linger. Identity, Daughter of Destiny. Age, 16. Cultivation level, none. Physique, Spiritual Enlightenment Body, 1000 EXP/day. Characteristics, innately connected to the spirit of heaven and earth, able to perceive some vague images of the future. Note, due to its unique constitution, it is born lacking 1 soul and 3 spirits, which has affected its mental development. If the host can help it regain its complete soul, the experience points will increase exponentially. Chapter 19 Obstruction. No wonder Chu Xingyun was able to destroy the Illusion Moon sect, the overlord of Tianyuan domain that had reigned for 1,000 years, in just 3 months after obtaining her. With the help of a woman destined to foresee the future, it would be difficult not to succeed. Cao Meng's face was as warm as the spring sun. He leaned down slightly, looked at Mu Linger with gentle eyes, and said softly, "You're welcome, Linger. Your brother is asking you, do you like the Shen family?" Mu Lingli pouted and shook her head vigorously like a rattle drum. Cao Meng was not at all surprised by Mu Linger's undisguised actions. After all, in the original novel, it was Chu Xingyun's special care and concern for Mu Linger in the Shen family that won her heart.
The girl's dislike for the Shin family saved him a lot of trouble. Do you know about the Illusion Moon sect?
Cao Meng smiled broadly, as if chatting casually with her own younger sister.
Mu Linger stared at Cao Meng, her eyes revealing curiosity and contemplation. After a moment, she nodded heavily. Would you like to go to the Illusion Moon sect with your brother?
Brother, you can ask Sister Huanji to teach you the art of flower transformation.
Aha!
Upon hearing this, Mu Linger smiled brightly and charmingly, nodding excitedly.
Yuner, quickly go to the side room and stop Cao Meng.
Chu Chenyun was smugly embracing Shin Xingwan, lost in her tender embrace. Disturbed by the master's urgent instructions, Chu Chenyun was taken aback, his face full of doubt. Just as he was about to ask why, his master's urging voice rang in his mind again. Stop fiddling around, hurry up and go. Without thinking twice, he flung his arms away, shoved Shin Xingwan aside, and ran wildly toward the side room of the Shin family. Caught off guard, Shin Xingwan staggered and almost fell to the ground.
Brother Yun, what are you doing?
After regaining her footing, Shin Xingwan stomped her feet, her pink cheeks flushed slightly with anger. Looking at Chu Xingyun's reckless back, a sense of doubt arose in his heart.
Brother Yun went in this direction?
Suddenly, her pretty face turned ashen. An unnamed rage surged within him. That little bastard. You slut, you bastard, you damned brat. Before this wild girl came to the Shin family, she was always very confident in her figure and appearance, and felt that she was the undisputed jewel of the Shin family. But ever since Mu Linger arrived, she has not only worried that her princess-like status at home will be taken away, but she is also jealous that Mu Linger, who is only 16 years old, can rival her in terms of her stunning figure. You little slut, don't even think about seducing my brother Yun. Shin Xingwan gritted her teeth, leaped up, and chased after Chu Xingyun. Inside a side room of the Shin family's residence, Cao Meng was preparing to leave with Mu Linger. You scoundrel, let go of that girl. Chu Xingyun, wielding the dragon-patterned spear, charged fiercely towards him.
Ha!
Cao Meng found Chu Xingyun's frantic state amusing. Knowing full well that it must have been the soul within Chu Xingyun that told him about Mu Linger's special physique, which was why Chu Xingyun intervened.
My dear son, I thought you didn't care anymore. Yuner, what do you mean by this? Why are you stopping your father again?
Cao Meng pretended to be very surprised, and had just finished speaking.
Huan Ji, standing to the side, was displeased.
Her cold and beautiful face beneath the veil instantly turned icy, and her eyes revealed a strong killing intent.
Court death.
With a wave of her jade hand, a few petals drifted towards Chu Xingyun. These petals may seem light and delicate, but they actually contain immense power. What was unexpected was that this fatal blow, comparable to breaking through the nascent soul realm, had no effect on Chu Xingyun, who was only in the early foundation establishment stage. Chu Xingyun maintained his unstoppable momentum, his steps never faltering as he continued to charge towards Cao Meng. Huan Ji frowned slightly, her crescent-shaped eyebrows furrowing tightly together, her focus entirely on Chu Xingyun. Linger, let Sister Huanji perform a fight scene for us, and we'll go watch from the side, okay? Cao Meng spoke gently to Mu Linger, his voice so sweet it could melt water. Mu Linger glanced timidly at Huan Ji, then looked at Chu Xingyun, who had a fierce expression and looked like a demon god. Startled, she trembled all over, like a frightened little rabbit, and quickly grabbed Cao Meng's hand tightly, hiding behind him.
Battle is about to break out.
As someone who has spent years on the assassin rankings and has seen countless people, Huan Ji naturally recognized Chu Xingyun's extraordinary nature at a glance. He's just a kid in the early foundation establishment stage, yet he can ignore my attacks. The curved blade in his hand was instantly drawn, and the full power of the nascent soul great perfection realm erupted, causing the heavens and earth to change color. The incomparably sharp shadow blade light, carrying a world-destroying force, rushed straight towards Chu Xingyun like a black dragon.
However, Chu Xingyun remained completely calm. He twirled the dragon-patterned spear in front of his chest, unleashing a deafening roar.
Immediately afterwards, Chu Xingyun himself was enveloped by a mysterious power, and he also underwent a tremendous change. A wisp of white mist rose around him, swirling around him like a veil, adding to his air of mystery. Although there were no obvious changes in her facial features, she possessed an indescribable and unique charm. Her eyes became glazed over, a stark contrast to her previous masculine demeanor, now revealing a soft, feminine beauty. Immediately, Chu Xingyun's spear flashed, and an unparalleled white dragon's roar burst forth from the spear tip, violently colliding with the black blade light. Boom! Above Lingxiao City, black and white light flashed, as if day and night were intertwining and colliding in an instant. With a deafening explosion, dust flew everywhere and chaos erupted in the Shen family's side room. The enormous shockwave energy, like a surging ocean wave, mercilessly blasted the surrounding houses to the ground. As the storm gradually subsided, the first thing that caught the eye was Huan Ji. The veil that had covered her face was long gone, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. However, a scratch appeared on that beautiful face. The tiny beads of blood, like dewdrops on flower petals in the morning, added a unique beauty to this cold face. Chapter 20 is a bit effeminate. In contrast, Chu Xingyun stood there quietly, holding the dragon-patterned spear. At this moment, his body was being controlled by the soul within him. Although he appeared calm, the slight tremors in his body revealed that the attack had taken a toll on him. Shen Tianba, who had followed from a distance, happened to witness this extremely fierce battle. He stood there dumbfounded, his eyes wide open, muttering a few words, impossible. He knew all too well how terrifying Huanji's strength was. His own grandfather, a dignified expert in the late stage of the nascent soul realm, couldn't even last a single move against Huan Ji. But this new son-in-law, with only the early stage of foundation establishment cultivation, was able to injure Huan Ji. A series of unexpected events left Shen Tianba completely bewildered, utterly overwhelmed. What the hell is all this? So many things happened in the Shen family today, one after another, that he couldn't make sense of it all. First, her daughter suddenly came to say she wanted to break off the engagement, and then inexplicably brought her a son-in-law. Then he fought a fierce battle with his son-in-law, but the result was a draw. Then, the son-in-law confronted that scoundrel Cao Meng, but he couldn't even break through Cao Meng's protective shield. Immediately afterwards, Cao Meng's guards moved through the Shen family compound as if it were empty, beating the entire Shen family so badly that they didn't dare to utter a sound. But how come now, this son-in-law is fighting with Cao Meng's guards again, and he's even firmly in control? Why couldn't you even beat the owner before? Shen Tianba felt his head was throbbing and his brain was throbbing. Shen Xinhuan stood beside her father, her eyes curiously scrutinizing Chu Xingyun. She knew her Yunggage all too well, every part of Yungage's body bore the lip prints she had left. But the Yun brother in front of me is clearly different. Although her appearance hadn't changed, she always felt something was off, like she looked a bit girlish. Holy son, now that you have found the person you were looking for, why do you still wantonly attack my Shen family? Suddenly, the air around Shen Xinhuan rippled and distorted like the surface of water. Shen Wanshan slowly appeared. His face was grim as he stared coldly at Cao Meng, his eyes filled with anger and warning. I urge the Holy Son to leave my Shen family immediately with his people, otherwise I will truthfully inform the sect master of everything the Holy Son has done in my Shen family. Cao Meng ignored Shen Wansan and turned to look at Chu Xingyun. Yuner, why don't you listen to your grandfather and obediently move aside? Ah! Chu Xingyun roared furiously in his heart, shouting. Master, kill this treacherous dog. Yuner, be quiet. I will handle this matter. After the battle just now, the power of my soul has also been almost completely depleted. She had no intention of putting herself in danger because of her disciples' personal grudges. However, Chu Xingyun's eyes were now completely red. The master said that the little girl had a special constitution and asked him to stop Cao Meng. He said that if he could get her, she could be of great help to him. He didn't care about the little girl's special constitution or how to stop Cao Meng. Now he is determined to kill Cao Meng, so he keeps whispering in his master's ear, not wanting to let this opportunity slip by. Master, as long as we kill that traitor Cao, we'll leave immediately. Once the Xianhuang ancient ruins open, I'll go in and find the soul-nourishing pill for you. Cao Meng is only at the golden core stage, your remaining strength is enough to kill him. The soul was somewhat moved upon hearing this. The soul-nourishing pill could stabilize her soul and restore some of her strength, something she had always dreamed of. Although her disciple said she was tempted, she remained unusually calm and turned to look at Shen Wansan. Patriarch Shin, how can you take away the women of your Shin family just because an outsider says so?
Such actions leave no room for the Shin family's reputation. Holy crap! Shin Wansan looked at Chu Xingyun with a displeased expression.
He didn't see the battle just now, but he sensed the fluctuations here, which is why he appeared in an emergency.
What kind of words did this grandson-in-law say? How can the Shin family save face?
If you really care about your reputation, you're not even married yet and you're already having an affair with a woman from the Shin family. I'd be the first to beat you up, you little bastard. Shin Wansan's face darkened, and just as he was about to get angry, the sole entity controlling Chu Xingyun's body threw him a pill. Patriarch Shin, this is a rapid essence pill, which can raise your strength to the great perfection of the nascent soul stage in a short period of time. You help me hold this woman back, and I'll take Cao Meng's dog head.
Shin Wansan.
He knew about the speed-up pill. It was a life-saving elixir, extremely precious, capable of raising one's strength to the highest level of a minor rank in a short period of time.
However, it has certain side effects.
After taking it, one will probably be unable to use spiritual power for a month or two, just like an ordinary person. Leaving aside the fact that even a high-ranking alchemist could refine it, the materials needed to refine this kind of pill are extremely rare.
This kid actually has this? Just as Shin Wansan was suspiciously examining the pill in his hand, Shen Tianba leaned close to his ear and whispered something. Shin Wansan listened, completely stunned.
Only then did they carefully examine the traces of the battle around them, and indeed, only those with strength above the nascent soul realm could have caused such damage.
Seeing that Shin Wansan was still hesitating, Chu Xingyun angrily rebuked him again.
Don't forget the disgrace he committed against your Shin family today. Is the dignity of the Shin family to be trampled on at will?
This remark successfully enraged Shin Wansan again, and his facial expression kept changing. If what Tianba said is true, this kid can fight Huanji.
So, if I can hold Huanji back first, and wait for this kid to take down Cao Meng, then he can come back and help me kill Huanji. It's not impossible. Since we've already offended Cao Meng, killing him to avoid future troubles might not be a bad thing.
Patriarch Shin, don't hesitate any longer. This is a golden opportunity that won't come again.
Hurry and make your move, don't let this scoundrel get away.
In the end, Shin Wansan's impulses prevailed over his reason.
He popped the Su Yuan Dan into his mouth, and the stimulating effect of the pill took effect instantly. His body was surrounded by surging and roaring spiritual energy, and his strength, which was originally at the 8th level of the nascent soul stage, began to gradually increase. Chapter 21 Died from Bird Feathers. Elder Shin, do you intend to drag your entire Shin family down with you?
Seeing Shin Wansan's resolute action, Cao Meng was truly enraged.
I already let this old bastard go once, but I didn't expect him to dare to challenge my bottom line like this again. He's simply courting death. Cao Meng, you insulted my Shin family first, and now you want to take away my Shin family members at will.
If the Shin family patriarch were to find out, how could I face my ancestors? Shin Wansan, with his neck stiff and fearless, retorted.
Good. Very good. Cao Meng's eyes were as cold as frost as he uttered those two words. Immediately afterwards, with a crisp snap, he snapped his fingers. The golden-winged roc, which had been resting with its eyes closed at the entrance, perked up instantly upon hearing the command and let out two high-pitched and long bird calls. It flapped its enormous golden wings, which blotted out the sky, and moved with lightning speed, instantly arriving above the side courtyard where Cao Meng and the others were.
A huge shadow fell, plunging the entire courtyard into darkness. Da Peng, that kid is my adopted son.
Be careful not to kill him. The golden wings of the golden-winged roc, which had been flapping rapidly, suddenly stopped, spread out straight, and remained frozen in the air, as if time had stood still. Immediately afterwards, countless sharp feathers, like swords, shot down towards Chu Xingyun below. The entire scene resembled countless golden meteor swords, hurtling down with a destructive force. Chu Xingyun could clearly sense that every golden feather shot down by the golden-winged roc contained the terrifying power of a nascent soul stage cultivator. If I were in control of my body right now, I'm afraid I would really die from bird feathers.
Why?
A mysterious white mist slowly emerged around Chu Xingyun. The dragon-pattern spear emitted a long, stirring roar, and the 13 deadly spears were unleashed in an instant.
Bang! Smack!
The moment the spear tip touched the golden feather, a deafening explosion followed. The powerful impact shook the surrounding air, sending dust flying high into the air and forming a huge cloud of dust.
So strong. Those who controlled Chu Xingyun's body truly felt the terrifying power of the golden-winged rock.
The explosive power contained in each feather is terrifying.
It's enough to instantly kill a nascent soul stage expert. How is this possible? Shin Tianba, who was standing to the side, could no longer hold back and exclaimed in surprise.
He had lost count of how many times he had shouted impossible today.
At this moment, his mind was completely a mess.
It's hard to imagine that even a bird beside Cao Meng possesses such terrifying strength. I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to withstand a single feather from this bird. If I were hit, I would be instantly reduced to ashes.
Shen Wansan's face was as dark as ink.
His strength, already at the peak of the nascent soul stage, was like a volcano about to erupt. However, upon witnessing the terrifying power displayed by the golden-winged rock, their momentum deflated like a punctured balloon before the battle even began. Holy crap, he unleashed his ultimate move right from the start.
You beast, I'm warning you, don't kill that kid, he's my dearest family member.
Upon seeing the golden-winged rock use its ultimate technique, 10,000 feathers annihilation, immediately Cao Meng rebuked it. This son of mine still possesses the heavenly Tao's fortune.
If I kill him, how will I use this cheat code?
The golden-winged rock let out 2 dissatisfied screeches. The sound was like rolling thunder, making everyone present feel a sharp pain in their eardrums. Many of the Shin family disciples with lower cultivation levels died instantly from their screams, bleeding from all 7 orifices.
The scene instantly became extremely tragic. Hey, you're not happy about what I'm saying.
Let me tell you, if you hurt my Yuner, I'll send you back to the demon suppression domain and let you fend for yourself in that dark and sunless place. Cao Meng's words struck a nerve with the golden-winged rock statue, causing it to become noticeably more subdued. The golden feather sword, which had been unleashed like a barrage of arrows, came to an abrupt halt. It slowly folded its enormous wings. Immediately afterwards, like a falling meteor, it swooped down towards Chu Xingyun. It was incredibly fast, with a sharp, whistling sound.
Master, hold on.
Chu Xingyun screamed furiously in his heart.
Boom!
In an instant, Chu Xingyun's aura surged dramatically, and surging spiritual energy rushed around him, forming visible vortexes of spiritual energy. He directly ascended to the peak of the nascent soul stage.
Good lad.
He really did have a trump card up his sleeve. Upon seeing this, Wan San, who had initially been somewhat timid, brightened up and couldn't help but praise loudly. Unconsciously, he gained a bit more confidence, while at the same time looking warily at Huan Ji beside him, ready to deal with any possible attack from Huan Ji.
Snort! Cao Meng sneered inwardly. He knew in his heart that this was the strongest strength Chu Xingyun could currently display. However, with this level of strength, they probably wouldn't even be able to break a single feather of the golden-winged rock.
Immediately, Cao Meng's icy gaze swept over Shen Wansan and the Shen family members behind him. Without any emotion, he said to Huan Ji, "Kill her. Since this old man is determined to die, there's no need to keep him alive any longer."
Upon receiving the order, Huan Ji's expression remained as cold as water.
A 7-tailed flower appeared out of thin air. The flower was beautiful and delicate, yet it exuded a chilling aura. Then, she gently extended her jade-like finger and pointed it forward.
With herself as the focal point, an invisible wave spread outwards at an extremely fast speed. In just a few breaths, this terrifying power covered the entire Lingxiao city. Then, petals fell from the sky like butterflies dancing. The colors of these petals are more vibrant and fresher than before. Don't want. Just then, a glint of light flashed in Mu Linger's bright eyes. She saw a blurry image.
That city was filled with corpses. Everyone who came into contact with those beautiful flowers instantly turned into pools of flesh and blood.
Ha! What did I just see? Cao Meng looked at Mu Linger with curiosity. Brother, no.
Mu Linger tightly held Cao Meng's hand with her small hands, her eyes clear and pleading, and kept shaking her head.
Really? Cao Meng couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. No wonder Mu Linger was able to become a major help to Chu Xingyun in achieving his hegemony in the original work. Her special physique was truly amazing. Phantom Princess. Chapter 22 Yun Xingqing and Hua Tingting.
Cao Meng gently stroked Mu Linger's hand, a rare tenderness appearing in his eyes. He signaled to Huanji to stop.
Huanji was slightly stunned for about 2 breaths.
With a flick of her finger, all the power of Lingxiao City receded rapidly like a receding tide and flowed back to the seven-tailed flower in her hand. Although she didn't understand why the Holy Sun valued the little girl so much. But in her heart, the Holy Sun's command consisted of only 2 words: obey. Even if the Holy Sun wanted to work out with him, he would not hesitate to comply and simply cooperate with the Holy Sun's movements. This was also an order my older sister gave herself. Seeing that Huanji had withdrawn her ultimate move, Cao Meng turned to look at Shenhuan-san, his gaze as cold as ice. "Old man, remember this, it was Linger who saved your life."
Shenhuan-san was completely baffled by these words. Just now, he could clearly feel a terrifying killing intent that could cover the entire Lingxiao city. He knew this must be the seven-tailed illusion princess's ultimate move.
It should be a powerful, wide-area damage skill, probably a method she often used when massacring cities. However, just as he was about to retaliate, the woman instantly withdrew all her power. The sudden turn of events completely stunned him.
What's the meaning? Is he deliberately trying to scare himself? Then came Cao Meng's nonsensical remark. What does it mean that Mu Linger saved her life? What exactly did this suddenly appearing illegitimate granddaughter do?
However, recalling the attack that Huanji had just launched, Shenhuan-san felt a chill of fear.
That power was truly terrifying, if it were to truly erupt. With this attack, it's likely that the entire Shen family will be wiped out. Shenhuan-san stared nervously at Huanji.
Seeing that Huanji had no intention of making another move, he slowly shifted his gaze to Chu Xingyun's grandson-in-law, who was fighting the golden-winged roc. "You won't believe it until you see it, and what you find will shock you." Chu Xingyun wielded the dragon-patterned spear with dazzling skill, unleashing a variety of deadly moves from the 13 deadly spears.
It's another stabbing. More thorns. Gunfire flashed and crackled. It kept landing on the golden-winged roc. The golden-winged roc stood there motionless, its eyes closed, like a statue.
"I wonder which little female bird it's longing for in the distance."
He let Chu Xingyun haphazardly tinker with him using a small toothpick. Shenhuan-san was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood.
Just now, this kid confidently said that he would distract Huanji and then kill Cao Meng in an instant. But now, the other person's mount just stands there motionless, letting him hit it, and he can't even poke a single hair out of it. They were truly blinded by greed and easily believed what this brat said.
Now Cao Meng has been thoroughly offended. He's not a grandson-in-law at all, he's a complete scoundrel. Yuner, stop.
The soul within Chu Xingyun's body sighed helplessly and offered a soft word of advice. From the moment he clashed with the golden-winged roc, he knew that further battle was pointless. So he relinquished control of his body long ago and retreated into his spiritual ring.
No! Master, I must kill this scoundrel. Give me strength, lend me strength.
Chu Xingyun roared like a wild dog. Recalling his battle with Cao Meng, he realized that Cao Meng's protective aura was so strong that he couldn't break through it at all. Now, with his master's help, his strength has greatly increased, but he is still helpless against this beast beside him.
That's absolutely infuriating.
Suddenly, Chu Xingyun felt a surge of blood and qi, and a sweet taste in his throat. "Congratulations, host, you have successfully stolen 10,000 experience points from the Chosen One.
Would you like to convert them into cultivation points?"
"Ho! My dear son, your Dao heart has been damaged again."
The golden-winged roc sensed the changes in Chu Xingyun. He lazily opened his eyes, not even glancing at Chu Xingyun. He swaggered over to Cao Meng.
"Linger, would you like to ride an eagle? This is a very powerful roc, it will take you soaring through the sky, it's so much fun." Cao Meng lowered his head, looked at Mu Linger who was hiding behind him, and asked softly.
Mu Linger nodded vigorously upon hearing this and gave a crisp "You can't go with that scoundrel."
Xu Xingyun, panting heavily, shouted loudly in resentment.
"Young lady, this scoundrel is no good. You must not go with him. He definitely has ill intentions." Seeing Xu Xingyun's crazed state, Mu Linger subconsciously hid behind Cao Meng.
Her little hands gripped Cao Meng's clothes tightly, her eyes filled with fear and unease.
Cao Meng leaped onto the eagle with Mu Linger, leaving Xu Xingyun with a meaningful smile before departing.
As the golden-winged rock's figure receded into the distance, Huan Ji's expression gradually darkened, and she exuded an aura of biting cold.
Gurgle. Shen Wansan swallowed hard, staring at the cold, beautiful face with fear in his eyes.
"What do you want to do, seven-tailed phantom princess?" 7 Tribulations of Fallen Petals Burial. With a cold expression and slightly parted red lips, Huan Ji held a vibrant seven-tailed flower in her left hand, which floated straight toward Lingxiao City. 7 calamities of falling petals. Petals transform into countless poisonous blades, destroying all life wherever they fall. The petal rain falls 7 times, metaphorically representing 7 layers of death threats that bury the enemy like falling flowers.
"Witch, how dare you?" Shen Wansan's pupils suddenly contracted, and all his power erupted instantly as he grabbed at Huan Ji's neck.
This witch unleashed a massive attack. She's going to slaughter the entire city.
Snort.
Huan Ji glanced at Shen Wan and unleashed a tail-like deadly thrust with her right hand. The tail-ended deadly thrust transforms the sharpness at the tip of the flower into a poison thorn, specifically designed to attack the enemy's vitals. The word deadly emphasizes the deadly nature of the strike.
Puff. Despite using all his strength, Shen Wansan was still severely injured when he came into contact with Huan Ji's attack. "Father. Grandfather. Don't worry about me, just go Ugh.
Save." The 7 petals drifted down gracefully, followed by screams of agony.
"Witch,
While helping his father fend off the attacks from Huan Ji's right hand, Shen Tianba screamed with bloodshot eyes. Shen Xingwan was stunned as she watched the Shen family disciples fall one by one at her feet.
"Master."
Xu Xingyun urgently called upon his soul and his mind. However, the spirit did not respond.
Cough.
Suddenly, Shen Wansan stopped blocking Huan Ji's right hand attack. After barely managing to withstand one move, he spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground.
I was wrong.
Cough. I begged the Holy Sun to kill me and spare the lives of the Shen family. Cough.
Father.
After a few more breaths, Huan Ji withdrew her 7-tailed flower, looked coldly at Shen Wansan and Shen Tianba kneeling on the ground, and said coldly,
"Dare to harbor murderous intent toward the Holy Sun?
This city full of whales is the price the Shen family pays. Today, half the city has been slain as punishment.
If anyone dares to harbor disloyal thoughts, next time, the Shen family ancestral hall will become the graveyard for the entire clan." Chapter 23 Best Man and Maid of Honor. Illusion Moon Peak. The highest mountain in the Tianyuan domain. Enveloped in mist and clouds, it's like a fairyland.
At this moment, the 72 peak masters of the Illusion Moon sect, along with the inner and outer sect elders, gathered together.
"Holy Sun, you're not joking, are you?" A young man, who looked young and somewhat naive, couldn't help but ask.
The reason is simple. Just yesterday, Cao Meng used a message-transmitting stone to announce to the world that he had dissolved his marriage with the woman from the Shen family. But today they suddenly announced that they are getting married.
Yun Xingxing, do I look like I'm joking? Ahem, Holy Sun.
I am, after all, the second elder of the sect. You should not address me by my full name.
You should at least give me some face and call me second elder.
Yun Xingxing coughed lightly, a hint of embarrassment flashing across her face.
If he hadn't called himself the second elder, outsiders would probably never have guessed.
This seemingly youthful and energetic young man is actually Yun Xingxing, the second elder, a high-ranking inner sect elder of the Illusion Moon sect. Yun Xingxing is a senior elder of the Illusion Moon sect, a true old-timer. However, he usually prefers to appear in public as he did when he was young, dressed in white, elegant and graceful, just like a young man. He would also occasionally conceal his profound strength, mingling among the newly initiated disciples to explore all sorts of novel and interesting things and seek out unique pleasures.
Pa! Before Cao Meng could respond, the third elder Hua Tingting exploded.
He suddenly stood up and shouted at Yun Qingqing, "Yun Qingqing, look at your attire. What kind of behavior is this? I still call you second elder, but looking at you like this, I'd rather call you second grandson. He dresses all flashy, like a little kid, not at all like an elder." The third elder, Hua Tingting, was a burly and imposing man, like a towering mountain. With a full beard, he exuded a strong sense of oppression. He is straightforward and has a very short temper. His cultivation technique was fierce and domineering, with astonishing power. He was known in the sect for his impatience and quick temper. Upon hearing this, Yun Qingqing also lost her temper, pointing at Hua Tingting's nose and retorting, "You old fogey, you don't understand the times at all. I call this fashionable." The other elders, unfazed, shook their heads and smiled wryly. Whenever these two meet, a heated exchange of words is inevitable. Everyone knows that no matter how much they argue, if something serious happens that threatens the sect, they are definitely the most trustworthy and loyal partners who can fight side by side.
"All right," Cao Meng said impatiently. "I've called you here to inform you that I'm getting married tomorrow. My master is currently in seclusion, so I'm leaving all the arrangements to you."
Cao Meng's blunt manner of speaking reveals his extraordinary status within the Illusion Moon sect. It's not that he's stronger than the elders, in terms of cultivation, even the outer sect elders who advanced the latest have all reached the nascent soul stage. Cao Meng had only just reached the golden core stage.
As Lun Yuqian's only disciple, the sect's unique holy son,
anyone with eyes can see that the position of sect leader of the Illusion Moon sect is most likely to be his. Upon hearing Cao Meng's rebuke, Yun Qingqing rolled her eyes and reluctantly shut her mouth.
Hua Tingting snorted heavily, his face full of dissatisfaction, but he didn't say anything more.
Turning to Yun Qingqing, a fawning smile spread across her face. "Holy son, you're not going to marry that silly girl, are you?"
The silly girl that Yun Qingqing was referring to was naturally Mu Linger.
When Cao Meng brought the girl back yesterday, Yun Qingqing covered her mouth and chuckled, whispering to the others that the girl seemed to have some intellectual problems. As soon as he said this, the other elders also became interested, craning their necks and staring at Cao Meng with curiosity. Everyone wanted to know which woman the holy son of the Illusion Moon sect had given up his white moonlight for. Cao Meng revealed a wicked smile, glanced at Yun Qingqing sideways, and said unhurriedly, "It doesn't matter who it is, you'll find out tomorrow."
TCH.
Yun Qingqing glanced at Cao Meng with disdain, her nose practically pointing to the sky. That's incredibly irresponsible of the holy son to say. Saying who doesn't matter is just asking if he's just going to marry any woman he can find.
Cao Meng completely ignored everyone's expressions and deliberately drawled out his words.
"There's one more important thing I need you to do regarding my wedding. Holy son, stop beating around the bush and just say what you have to say."
Hua Tingting couldn't hold back any longer.
He was a straightforward person and hated it when others were slow and beat around the bush.
"I really don't like dealing with people like Yun Qingqing. All you do is guess and speculate all day long. It's so annoying. TCH.
Yun Qingqing raised her chin slightly, her face full of disdain.
You think you're so capable? You're so impatient. I wonder who was arguing with me just now.
Seeing that the two were about to start fighting again, Cao Meng immediately stopped them.
Shut up.
After the atmosphere quieted down, Cao Meng continued, You guys pick out some Qijuan and Yin Yang for me from the sect.
That's easy.
Upon hearing this, Yun Qingqing jumped 3 feet high, her eyes lighting up.
Holy son, what do you think of me as your mentor?
With tens of thousands of disciples in the entire sect, finding a few with good looks would be a piece of cake. Looking at Yun Qingqing's excited expression, Cao Meng said disdainfully, If you like it, then so be it.
Given Yun Qingqing's current appearance, some people might believe she is a 15 or 16-year-old boy. Then I'll count myself as one. How many grooms does the Holy Son need?
If really, I'll go to other sects and grab a dozen or so for you to play with.
No need, Cao Meng smiled wickedly.
I have 2 lists here, one for Chi Jun and the other for Yin Yang, whom I have personally selected.
As long as these 2 are present, you may choose the others.
No problem, it's a piece of cake. Yun Qingqing thumped her chest loudly without even thinking. If the Holy Sun values any 2 people, just tell me. You've both heard of these 2 people, one is Chu Xingyun, and the other is Shin Xingwan.
What?
Upon hearing this, Yun Qingqing's eyes widened, and she almost jumped up.
I can't do it, I can't do it, I can't do this, you should let the 3rd elder do it.
As he spoke, he plopped back down, muttering to himself, his youthful face full of dissatisfaction, practically pointing at Cao Meng and accusing him of being dishonest.
What kind of nonsense is this? Getting married and having his ex-girlfriend be his bridesmaid? What kind of behavior is this? Everyone knows that Shin Xingwan was Cao Meng's former ideal woman. As for Chu Xingyun, the name sounds familiar.
Since he's mentioned alongside Shin Xingwan, he probably isn't a good person in the Holy Sun's eyes.
Humph.
Yun Qingqing, you can't even handle this simple matter, you might as well just resign from your title as 2nd elder. Upon hearing that Yun Qingqing had pushed the task onto him, Hua Tingting immediately flew into a rage and retorted without any politeness.
He's a straightforward person and didn't think there was anything wrong with it.
It's just finding a best man and maid of honor, it's not a life-threatening thing.
Excellent.
The 3rd elder is truly righteous.
Yun Qingqing immediately put on a fawning smile.
Since the 3rd elder thinks this is easy, Holy Sun, you should entrust this important task to the 3rd elder.
All right. I'm not asking for your opinions, this matter is left to you 2. Cao Meng's face darkened, and his voice turned icy.
If you can't finish this, you might as well resign from your position as elder. Having said that, he flicked his sleeves and strode out. Yun Qingqing and Hua Tingting were left staring at each other in bewilderment.
Holy Sun!
Cao Meng stood atop the peak with his hands clasped behind his back, while Huan Ji knelt on one knee to pay her respects.
Is everything resolved? Cao Meng asked with a cold snort.
Shin Wanshan is half dead, and half of the other Shin family members have been killed.
Is Shin Xingwan all right?
Your Majesty specifically instructed me to do so I did not make a move against her. Very well, I'll need her to help me save face in a couple of days, wouldn't it be a waste to kill her? A slight smile appeared on Cao Meng's lips as he waved his hand, signaling Huan Ji to step back.
Lingxiao City, the Shin family.
2 dazzling streaks of light suddenly flashed across the sky, like shooting stars chasing the moon.
Why is the stench of blood so strong in Lingxiao City?
Hua Tingting looked around warily. Upon hearing this, Yun Qingqing whispered a few words in Hua Tingting's ear. Immediately, Hua Tingting stared wide-eyed at Yun Qingqing.
Yun Qingqing simply smiled and nodded. Chapter 24 Dream On.
Before long, the 2 landed precisely in the Shin family compound. Where the light disappeared, powerful spiritual energy fluctuations spread out, causing the surrounding air to tremble.
Shen Wansan keenly sensed this powerful aura.
Startled, he hurriedly put down his work and rushed towards the direction from which the aura came to greet the distinguished guest.
2nd elder, 3rd elder, welcome to the Shin family.
Shin Wansan straightened his clothes, deliberately put on a big smile, and bowed respectfully, adopting an extremely humble posture. I don't know which celestial breeze blew you 2 here, but it truly makes my humble abode shine with honor.
The newcomers were Yun Qingqing and Hua Tingting.
At this moment, Yun Qingqing had shed her previous youthful appearance of a 15 or 16-year-old girl and had returned to her old and decrepit appearance. His hair and beard were all white, and his face was crisscrossed with wrinkles, etched with the vicissitudes of time. He had a serious and solemn expression. Hua Tingting has a tall and imposing figure, exuding a powerful aura and embodying the image of a tough guy. His full beard, with each hair standing upright, added to his rugged and bold appearance. Shin Wansan, the 3rd elder and I have come to bring you 2 pieces of incredibly good news. Yun Qingqing revealed a gentle smile, her tone carrying a hint of mystery.
Oh. Shin Wansan's eyes lit up instantly, and he quickly served his son tea. Tianba, quickly bring up the finest Xinling jade dew tea from the manor. Elders, please come into the guest rooms and take your seats. After the two elders were comfortably seated in the guest room, Shinwan-san personally poured them tea. Second elder, third elder, what good news is this? We hope you can tell us. Seeing that Hua Tingting remained expressionless and showed no intention of speaking, Yun Qingqing smiled and said, Wan-san, today the Elders' Hall held a meeting, and after discussion among the elders, it was decided that you will be directly promoted from a nominal elder to an inner sect elder. From now on, Elder Shin will be a member of the inner sect elders of my Illusion Moon sect. Congratulations! Upon hearing this, Shin Wan-san was taken aback, then clasped his hands in a fist and said, Oh. Wan-san, do you look unwell? Such a great thing has happened to your Shin family, why aren't you happy at all? Yun Qingqing deliberately asked with a cold face. Upon hearing this, Shin Wan-san's lips twitched, and then he forced out a fawning smile. Are you really going to appoint me as an inner sect elder? The third elder and I came here in person specifically to tell you this good news. How could it be false? Yun Qingqing smiled and took out a token that emitted a faint light from her wide sleeve. This token has a unique design and is a mark exclusive to the Illusion Moon sect, the Inner Sect Elder token. Shin Wan-san carefully accepted the token. The token clearly bears the inscription, Shin Wan-san, Inner Sect Elder. At this moment, his heart was pounding with excitement, his hands trembling, his centuries-long dream of promotion had finally come true. He held the token tightly in his hand, as if he were holding the most precious treasure in the world. They were afraid that the token might disappear without a trace if they weren't careful. They had long forgotten what had happened to the Shin family. With the status of an inner sect elder, there will be no place in the Illusion Moon sect to stop him, except for the sect Master Peak, the Holy Sun Peak, and some forbidden areas with multiple restrictions. More importantly, with this identity, he was also qualified to observe and learn the powerful and advanced techniques within the Illusion Moon sect. Although the sect has a clear rule that only those who are inner sect elders or above can freely cultivate advanced techniques, any family member who serves as an inner sect elder can still practice advanced techniques. The younger generation in the clan will more or less come into contact with the basics of some advanced techniques. The unspoken understanding behind this is obvious to everyone, even a fool could figure it out. Second elder, third elder, I really don't understand why the sect made this decision so suddenly. Suddenly, Shin Wan-san seemed to realize something, and the smile on his face froze instantly. He cautiously asked Yun Qingqing and Hua Tingting. According to the rules of the Illusion Moon sect, he is currently only a nominal elder. The normal promotion path should be to first be promoted to an outer sect elder before he has the opportunity to become an inner sect elder. There's a whole level between them, and now this sudden promotion has made Shin Wan-san suspicious. I have a feeling that things aren't so simple, and I'm afraid there might be some kind of trap waiting for me. Humph. Shin Wan-san, do you have a problem with the decision of the sect's Elders' Council? Upon hearing this, Hua Tingting's thick eyebrows furrowed, and a flash of anger appeared in his eyes. No. I, Shin, will absolutely obey the sect's orders and the Elders' Council's decisions. Shin Wan-san trembled with fright and quickly bowed in response. Hey, old Hua, calm down. Xiaoshan was just too excited and blurted things out without thinking, right, Xiaoshan? Yun Qingqing, with a kind smile, tried to smooth things over, gently patting Hua Tingting's arm as she spoke, signaling him to calm down. Yes, second elder is absolutely right. It was Xiaoshan who was confused. Third elder, please forgive him. Shin Wan-san quickly echoed Yun Qingqing's words, his face full of a fawning smile, secretly rejoicing that Yun Qingqing had stepped in to save the day. He knew perfectly well that this third elder was notoriously short-tempered within the sect. They'd draw their swords at the slightest disagreement, so my cultivation level was no match for his. If you really anger him and he turns the Shin family upside down, then you'll be in deep trouble and won't even have anyone to complain to. Shin Wan-san wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, forcing himself to remain calm. He put on a smile again and cautiously asked. When the second elder came, he said he had two pieces of good news. I wonder what the second one is. Oh. Yun Qingqing nodded slightly, her smile growing even more mysterious. This second thing is an absolutely fantastic thing for your Shin family.
As he spoke, he looked at Shen Wansan meaningfully, his eyes full of amusement.
Please enlighten me, second elder.
Shen Wansan clasped his hands together, leaned forward, and said respectfully, his eyes full of expectation.
The Holy Son is getting married tomorrow, did you know? Yun Qingqing smiled and said slowly. Ah.
The news struck him like a bolt from the blue, leaving him frozen in place. It took him a long time before he subconsciously shook his head.
He pondered to himself, he came to the Shen family yesterday to break off the engagement, and tomorrow he's talking about getting married again, saying it's a good thing for the Shen family. Could it be that the Holy Son has changed his mind again? That naive girl. Just as Shen Wansan was pondering this in secret, Yun Qingqing spoke again. Tomorrow is the Holy Son's wedding, a matter of utmost importance for the sect. Now that you are an inter-sect elder, it is only right and proper for you to do your part for the sect.
As she said this, Yun Qingqing narrowed her eyes slightly, her gaze scrutinizing Shen Wansan's every move.
That's natural, that's natural. Shen Wansan nodded hastily.
If the sect gives any instructions, I, Shen, will go through fire and water and do my utmost. At this moment, he was overjoyed, even more convinced that Cao Meng had regretted his decision and definitely wanted to remarry his granddaughter. The powerful trump card that Cao Meng revealed yesterday shocked him greatly. Although Chu Xingyun is a rare talent among spirit talisman masters, it will take him quite some time to develop into a fully fledged one. In comparison, Cao Meng's status as a holy son, and the resources of the illusion moon sect that he represents, are real, tangible, and enormous benefits.
At worst, we can let Qingwan remarry later.
In this way, the Shen family would always be subordinate to powerful figures.
Shen Wansan was secretly making his plans when Yun Qingqing's next words were like a bucket of cold water poured over his head.
The Holy Son specifically instructed that your granddaughter, Shen Qingwan, should serve as the matchmaker at the wedding tomorrow.
What? Mother, not the bride. Shen Wansan's smile froze instantly, and he stared blankly at Yun Qingqing. Second elder, you must be joking. Humph, I would never joke about something this important. No, second elder. Is there a mistake? Shouldn't the Holy Son have married Wanner? Dream on.
Yesterday, the Holy Son publicly announced the annulment of his engagement with Shen Qingwan.
The entire sect knows, and you, Shen Wansan, don't.
Hua Tingting wasn't going to tolerate him, and his temper flared up instantly.
Chapter 25: The Wedding Procession. The pressure from the nascent soul grand perfection cultivator was directly approaching Shen Wansan.
For him, who cultivates powerful and fierce techniques, strength is the only thing that matters, romantic love is utter nonsense.
He had always been annoyed by Cao Meng's constant fawning over Shen Qingwan.
He even complained to the sect leader about this matter multiple times, saying that Cao Meng, as the holy son of the number one sect in Tianyuan domain, was completely devoted to a woman, which was unbecoming. Until yesterday, when he saw the letter of divorce, he was the first to raise both hands in agreement.
Shen Wansan was speechless after being rebuked and silently lowered his head. At this moment, Yun Qingqing stepped forward again, walked to Shen Wansan's side, and gently patted his shoulder. Little Shen, don't be surprised.
Shen Qingwan being able to act as a matchmaker for the Holy Son's wife is a great achievement for your Shen family. Rest assured, the Illusion Moon sect will remember your Shen family's contribution.
Shen Wansan felt his scalp tingle and inwardly groaned.
He knew all too well the complicated past between his daughter and Cao Meng. Sending Shen Qingwan to be a matchmaker now is like pushing her into a fire pit. But when faced with the two elders, especially the hot-tempered Hua Tingting, he dared not openly disobey them.
This.
Shen Wansan was so anxious that he started to stutter. Second elder, third elder, Qingwan, she has been unwell recently, and I'm really afraid she won't be able to take on the job.
Yun Qingqing's lips curled into a faint smile as she spoke slowly and deliberately. Elder Shen, the Holy Son's decree is something we cannot refuse. Even if your daughter is unwell, she can persevere. After all, she is serving the sect. Shen Wansan's face was full of bitterness.
After hesitating for a long time, he could only sigh silently.
Since it is the Holy Son's order, then I will go back and inform Qingwan so that she can be prepared. That's more like it.
Yun Qingqing nodded in satisfaction.
Elder Shin is a man of great wisdom and integrity. His future in the sect is sure to be limitless. Shinwan-san obeys. Excellent, excellent.
After the Holy Sun's wedding, Xiao Shun, go to the Moon Shadow Treasure Pavilion and choose a cultivation technique that suits you.
This can be considered a reward from the sect. Thank you very much, Second Elder. Upon hearing this, Shinwan-san's expression softened considerably.
The Moon Shadow Treasure Pavilion houses high-level cultivation techniques and treasures, and only those who have made significant contributions to the sect have the opportunity to receive such rewards. I never expected to get such a reward just by having won or be a bridesmaid once.
It's a great deal. Very well, now that we've finished discussing this matter, let's move on to the second one. Yun Qingqing smiled kindly and said again. Ah.
Shinwan-san felt his head buzz and was completely stunned.
Didn't you just confidently say you had 2 things to say? How come another one has popped up? Full of suspicion, he cautiously asked, Second Elder, didn't you just mention 2 things? Is there a third thing?
A barely perceptible hint of amusement flashed in Yun Qingqing's eyes as she answered calmly.
No, I only mentioned 1.5 things. There's still half of it left to say. Shinwan-san.
I really want to curse. A chill ran from the soles of my feet straight to my head. I had a bad feeling about this.
Elder Shin must be very familiar with Chu Xingyun.
Yun Qingqing abruptly changed the subject, her tone suddenly becoming meaningful as she stared directly at Shinwan-san.
Shinwan-san's heart pounded, but he forced a calm and respectful expression and said, Reporting to the Second Elder, we are not acquainted, we have only met once. Fart.
I did all the research before I came.
Chu Xingyun is your granddaughter Shin Xingwan's boyfriend. I heard you have a pretty good impression of him.
Hua Tingting leaned on the table, glared at Shinwan-san, and started arguing with him. Yun Qingqing, stop talking nonsense.
I don't have time to waste here.
Hua Tingting was extremely impatient. Tell your grandson-in-law to go and act as the Holy Sun's envoy tomorrow.
These words struck Shinwan-san like a bolt from the blue. Shinwan-san was completely dumbfounded.
She stared blankly at Hua Tingting, then turned her gaze to Yun Qingqing, her eyes filled with helplessness and despair, her face contorted with grief, looking utterly hopeless.
Second Elder, Third Elder, this I'm afraid I can't do it. Smack. Hua Tingting was completely enraged.
He suddenly stood up, his spiritual power surging like an angry beast. He poured all his strength into his palm and slammed it heavily onto the table next to him. With a deafening roar, the row of tables instantly turned to dust, wood chips flying everywhere like snowflakes, the entire room shaking violently, and the air filled with a pungent smell of dust.
Shinwan-san, I'm not here to discuss this with you today, this is an order.
Hua Tingting strode up to Shinwan-san, looking down at him with a fierce glint in his eyes. I don't care what method you use, I must see Shin Xingwan and Chu Xingyun tomorrow. Otherwise, you will be charged with disobeying the rules.
Shinwan-san looked like a wronged little wife, his head bowed, not daring to utter a sound. Disobeying the rules can be a serious offense or a minor one.
But if he discovers that the man is an inner sect elder, and is labeled with that title, the consequences would be dire.
Inner sect elders are core members of the sect.
If a core member leads the way in breaking the law, the Shin family will be in serious trouble.
The next morning.
At Illusion Moon Peak, celestial phenomena are unusual and spiritual energy is surging. 2 high-pitched and long hissing sounds instantly spread throughout the entire Tianyuan domain. Following the sound, a majestic golden-winged rock suddenly appeared in the sky. Its enormous body was massive, and its wings, which blotted out the sky, resembled 2 golden curtains. With each flap of its wings, the air currents were torn apart. The golden feathers emitted a dazzling light, carrying an aura of regal power that inspired awe. On the back of the golden-winged rock, a young man in white stood tall and straight like a pine tree, his clothes fluttering in the wind. He stood with his hands behind his back, like an immortal descending to earth, his eyes and brows exuding an innate arrogance and composure. Around the golden-winged rock, pairs of colorful phoenixes, like lively spirits, joyfully soar around it. Their chirping is clear and melodious, a joyous occasion. To the left rear of the rock, a fire phoenix engulfed in raging heavenly fire was flying alongside it. The phoenix's feathers are like burning flames, fiery and dazzling, with a long, fiery tail that is both intense and magnificent. To the right rear of the rock, amidst the thick clouds, the silhouette of a blue dragon is faintly visible. Its enormous body meandered through the clouds, sometimes revealing its back, sometimes disappearing into the mist. He exuded an ancient and powerful aura. Behind the azure dragon and the fire phoenix, dozens of birds and beasts of various shapes followed closely, forming a magnificent procession. The thunder eagle spread its wings, each flap accompanied by a thunderous sound.
The ice phoenix moved gracefully, its feathers emitting a faint blue light, and a chill permeated the air.
The nine-headed bird has 9 heads that look around with a majestic air, and its cry is mournful and far-reaching. The azure phoenix, graceful and auspicious, leaves petals falling wherever it goes, bringing an atmosphere of peace and tranquility. The unicorn treads on auspicious clouds, moving steadily forward, its body radiating thousands of auspicious energies in dazzling light.
The white tiger's fur is snow white, its stripes as black as ink, it is majestic and its roar shakes the heavens and earth. Chapter 26 Eldershin, Why Do You Look Unwell?
Behind this vast procession of birds and beasts, a series of enormous cloud-winged ships moved slowly forward. The ship was filled with disciples dressed in the robes of the Illusion Moon sect, whispering among themselves as they discussed this grand wedding. In an instant, the sky was dyed with various colors, and the cries of birds, the roars of beasts, and the rumble of cloud-winged ships intertwined to create a wedding symphony that shook the heavens and the earth.
The Illusion Moon sect, which sect are they planning to attack? This is quite a large-scale operation. Shoo! Don't talk nonsense.
I heard that the Holy Son of the Illusion Moon sect is getting married today.
This scene is simply too grand. Look at that giant eagle, it's so cool.
No wonder he's the Holy Son of the Illusion Moon sect, his presence is amazing.
Nestled within the 10,000 mountains lies Ishian residence.
Suddenly, a powerful and strange fluctuation of heaven and earth energy spread out like ripples. Ouyangmi keenly sensed this change, and a look of fear flashed across her face. She quickly straightened her clothes, hid behind the door, raised her head, and looked up at the sky with trepidation.
"Honey!"
A clear and familiar voice called out, like heavenly music. Immediately afterwards, a roguish and unrestrained man, his clothes fluttering, floated down from the golden-winged rock like an immortal, landing steadily in front of Ouyangmi.
Who else could it be but Cao Meng? Holy Son! When Ouyangmi saw Cao Meng arrive, tears of excitement instantly welled up in her eyes.
She tiptoed, wrapped her arms around Cao Meng's neck like vines, and pressed her fiery red lips hard against Cao Meng's nose.
Wah-ah! My lord, I thought you didn't want me anymore.
As the saying goes, a day apart feels like 3 autumns, and for Ouyangmi, 3 days felt like 6 years had passed. Seeing Cao Meng again now fills me with indescribable longing.
How could that be? Didn't we agree to come and marry you in grand style in 3 days? I'm here as promised.
Cao Meng gently comforted her, pointing to the spectacular scene in the sky above.
Honey, do you like it?
All of this was carefully prepared for you.
I want the whole world to know that you, Ouyangmi, have become my wife.
Looking at the various flying birds and mythical beasts in the sky, Ouyangmi gave a shy and coquettish her heart filled with emotion.
Let's go home. Cao Meng put his arm around Ouyangmi's sexy, slender waist and prepared to fly onto the golden-winged rock.
However, Ouyangmi gently twisted her body, her face flushed, and lowered her head, saying she refused to leave. My husband has left me here alone for so long, and now he's coming to take me away. I'm not happy about it. Cao Meng was stunned, unwilling? Maybe it's because I didn't buy her a diamond ring? But the cultivation world doesn't need this kind of thing, right? This is her first marriage and she has no experience.
She can't figure out what this woman is up to.
Just as Cao Meng was still thinking about whether or not to get the 3 golds, Ouyangmi quietly took out a small jade bottle and some spirit stones from her bosom.
Husband, how about I return another 10,000 spirit stones to you?
Ouyangmi wrapped her arms around Cao Meng's neck, rubbing her voluptuous body against him, her coquettish voice melodious and pleasant. Cao Meng was furious when he saw Ouyangmi, who had a graceful and charming figure. I have no idea where this woman got the spirit stones from. It's all that damned Xu Xingyun's fault. He owes so much money, yet he makes his mother pay it off. When I get back, I'm going to give him a good talking to. Honey, so many people are waiting. Besides, I've forgotten how much money you still owe me. Why don't we go back and settle the score later? What he didn't know was that Ouyang Mi had been raising her 2 children alone ever since she was abandoned by her family 18 years ago. This feeling of loneliness and isolation is something that even a man would find difficult to endure, let alone a woman. Until she met Cao Meng 3 days ago, which gave her the opportunity to embark on the path of cultivation, the wonderful experience of cultivation helped her regain her confidence as a woman.
No, my lord, I'm not the kind of person who doesn't pay back debts. I'll return these spirit stones to you right now.
Ouyang Mi twisted her body, her surging breasts swaying incessantly as she begged Cao Meng to return the money.
Fine, return the spirit stones, but why are you touching my thigh? And why did you open that bottle again? Cao Meng was also annoyed. He glanced at the spirit stone, then playfully pinched Ouyang Mi's nose and laughed. Honey, you don't even have enough for 10,000 spirit stones. Then I'll pay you back a few more times, and finally pay back all 100,000 spirit stones today. That way I can relax a bit. Cao Meng's lips twitched. What a greedy girl, always wanting to eat and hoarding things. You want to pay it all off in one go? Do you really have that kind of ability? Cao Meng looked up at the sky and thought, fine, let those people up their weight a bit. I'll just collect some debts first. Then he picked up Ouyang Mi and carried her into the house. This is outrageous. Everyone is waiting, and this holy son is behaving like this, not even restraining himself in front of so many people. Third Elder Huotingting stood on the Cloudwing ship, watching Grasshopper pick up Ouyang Mi below. He thought they were preparing to return to the sect, but to his surprise, they simply closed the door and went inside. His face darkened instantly, and he complained without any politeness. Hey, Lahua, look at you, you're so old, of course you don't understand the thoughts of young people. Presumably, the Holy Son's wife has encountered a bottleneck in her cultivation, and the Holy Son is helping her overcome it. We'll just wait a moment. Yun Xingqing smiled and smoothed things over, her face carrying a hint of teasing. Ah. Shen Wansan, who was standing behind Yun Xingqing and Hua Tingting, was also arranged to be in the wedding procession this time. His face was so dark and gloomy that it looked like it could be squeezed out of water. Difficult to please. Each of them was in a state of disordered breathing, wanting to do what they loved but not daring to do it. It was truly a great test of their Taoist hearts. Oh my God? With a sharp, piercing scream, a beam of pale moonlight suddenly burst forth from the cabin. The light was like a balloon that had been punctured in an instant, its energy overflowing and bursting forth in all directions, the intense light shining on the faces of everyone in the wedding procession. Ding! Romance mark breakthrough. Host has received 1,000 experience points as a win-win feedback. As another 1,000 experience points were credited to his account, a congratulatory message rang out. Congratulations to the Holy Son's wife on successfully breaking through to the Foundation Establishment realm. Immediately afterwards, a continuous stream of blessings fell from the sky like snowflakes. Congratulations to the Holy Son's wife on successfully entering the Foundation Establishment realm. Congratulations to the Holy Son's wife on successfully entering the Foundation Establishment realm. Congratulations to the Holy Son's wife on successfully entering the Foundation Establishment realm. Elder Shen, why do you look unwell? Yun Xingqing looked at Shen Wansan with a half-smile and spoke up to remind him. Shen Wansan's lips twitched, barely suppressing his urge to swallow a fly, and he mechanically said, Congratulations to the Holy Son's wife on successfully entering the Foundation Establishment realm. Chapter 27, A Special Day. Ouyang Mi in her bridal gown, here's a 95 out of 10 photo. The atmosphere on the vast summit of the Illusion Moon sect was both enthusiastic and tense. The male and female disciples stood in 2 neat rows. These were the carefully selected groomsmen and bridesmaids from the Illusion Moon sect, who would be the best man and bridesmaids at Cao Meng and Ouyang Mi's wedding. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the return of the wedding procession. At the very front of Qi Jun's group stood a young man with a tall and stern face.
Unlike his groomsmen, whose faces were beaming with excitement and pride at becoming the holy son of God. He pursed his thin lips, a faint hint of disdain on his face. In the other row, the leader of the escort team was graceful, her light pink dress swaying gently in the wind, her unique, surging breasts making the other female disciples behind her very envious.
At this moment, her eyes were filled with complex emotions, including melancholy, resentment, and a hint of jealousy.
These two are naturally Chu Xingyun and Shen Xingwan. Two high-pitched and passionate cries pierced the sky, and a huge golden-winged rock, like a golden lightning bolt, broke through the clouds and came into everyone's view. On the eagle's back, Cao Meng, dressed in a bright red robe, stood tall and proud, full of vigor. Nestled in her arms was Ouyangmi, also dressed in a beautiful bridal gown, her red veil adding to her allure.
Congratulations, Holy Son, on welcoming your wife back to the clan.
Congratulations were heard one after another. A majestic fire unicorn descended slowly from the sky, riding on auspicious clouds. Wherever it passes, the clouds and mist automatically part, forming a beautiful auspicious cloud staircase that leads all the way to the summit. Cao Meng held Ouyangmi's hand, and the two of them, like a divine couple descending to earth, slowly walked down the steps. Ouyangmi swayed her beautiful and alluring figure, which was very charming and made many male disciples drool.
Seeing this scene, Shen Xingwan's jealousy instantly reached its peak.
She stomped her foot angrily and spat out a curse. "You bitch." Thinking that Cao Meng should have been her devoted admirer, but now he has married another woman, she felt a sense of frustration.
Shen Xingwan's voice wasn't loud, but Chu Xingyun heard it clearly.
So, Chu Xingyun comforted him.
"Wanner is nothing but a vulgar and slutty woman.
No matter who Cao marries, they can't compare to even a fraction of your beauty." Chu Xingyun spoke without any hesitation, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, showing no concern for whether the surrounding Illusion Moon sect disciples could hear him. Upon hearing Chu Xingyun's words, the disciples of the Illusion Moon sect were all shocked, raising their eyebrows and widening their eyes. They unconsciously took a few steps back, quickly distancing themselves from Chu Xingyun. They were afraid that the disaster would affect the rice seedlings.
That son of a bitch is really asking for trouble.
First they tried to steal the Holy Son's wife, and now they're publicly belittling her.
They're really asking for trouble. Ha!
Suddenly, Chu Xingyun seemed to sense something, and his whole body tensed up.
Seeing Chu Xingyun's appearance, many disciples showed disdain. Look at this kid, he's such a good actor.
He was just insulting the Holy Son's wife, but now he's staring at her more intently than anyone else. Sigh, men are all talk, just trying to sweet-talk their girlfriends. With a figure like Mrs. Saints, who wouldn't be tempted?
Ha ha ha, I get it.
The surrounding disciples burst into laughter and whispered jokes. Seeing Chu Xingyun staring intently at her, Shen Xingwan became even more annoyed and immediately gave a coquettish scolding.
"Brother Yun, shut the fuck up."
Chu Xingyun was annoyed by the noise. This roar startled several Illusion Moon sect disciples around them.
"You fucking bastard, you're asking for it."
They were all at the peak of foundation establishment, and they were already very dissatisfied that Chu Xingyun, a disciple at the early stage of foundation establishment, could become a groomsman. Hearing Chu Xingyun reprimand them like this again, they were instantly enraged. They all rolled up their sleeves, ready to take on Chu Xingyun.
"Everyone, shut up. Today is the Holy Son's wedding.
Anyone who dares to cause trouble here will be dealt with according to the sect rules." Seeing this, the elder in charge below darkened his face and shouted angrily.
"A bunch of reckless fools. Don't they know what day it is?
If they offend the Holy Son, they'll be the ones in charge of things to suffer first." However, Chu Xingyun seemed not to hear him, his face was terribly gloomy, and he exuded a repressive aura. Finally, at the moment when Cao Meng carried his bride onto the ground.
With a loud boom, Chu Xingyun's aura exploded instantly, and he pointed his spear at Cao Meng.
"You traitor Cao, you fucking die."
Bang!
Just as Chu Xingyun was about to move, an invisible shield wall appeared out of nowhere in front of him, blocking his path.
"You bastard, which peak disciple is this, daring to attack the Holy Son? You're courting death."
One of the elders in charge reacted quickly and made his move the moment Chu Xingyun set off. Then, in a flash, his large hands, accompanied by a whooshing sound, slashed directly at Chu Xingyun's head.
Master!
Sensing the approaching aura of death, Chu Xingyun urgently called out to his master in his heart. Just as the giant hand was about to land on Chu Xingyun's body, a transparent golden bell shield enveloped Chu Xingyun.
When
the giant hand touched the golden bell shield and shattered instantly, turning into countless fragments of spiritual energy that dissipated in the air.
Stop!
It turned out that Cao Meng made his move at this critical moment. He saw a wisp of white mist appear around Chu Xingyun, which he assumed was the mysterious soul within him supplying him with power. Cao Meng knew the elder in charge's strength all too well. His seemingly fierce palm strike was at most just tickling Chu Xingyun.
If Chu Xingyun's life is not threatened, that's fine.
But if he is in real danger, the soul within him will definitely try its best to stop him, and then the elder will probably be instantly killed.
He absolutely couldn't let Chu Xingyun put on an act in front of so many people.
Therefore, he did not hesitate to take action to stop them.
However, the elder in charge was completely bewildered by Cao Meng. Holy Sun!
He stared wide-eyed at Cao Meng, his eyes filled with confusion. After all, in his mind, how could the Holy Sun stop him from teaching a madman who dared to attack him a lesson? Cao Meng seemed oblivious to the probing gaze of the elder in charge. He gently nodded to Ouyang beside him, revealing a deep smile, took her hand, and walked steadily to Chu Xingyun. Unable to contain her excitement, Ouyang held Chu Xingyun's hand tightly.
My little cloud, I'm so happy to see you again.
Your mother missed you so much. After saying this, her eyes reddened slightly, and her words were filled with a mother's deep longing for her son. Even before they arrived, Cao Meng had already told Ouyang about arranging for Chu Xingyun to be their best man.
Ouyang was overjoyed to hear this.
Her eldest son had not returned to see her since he joined the sect, which made her very worried. Now, on this special day, being able to reunite with her son, Ouyang felt all her longing turn into joy, and she was completely immersed in the happiness of seeing her son again.
Chapter 28: The Power of Love.
Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked and stared in disbelief at the scene. So the Holy Sun married this kid's mother. No wonder this kid became the Holy Sun's tutor. He got in through connections. Could it be that the Holy Sun broke off his engagement with Shen Wanqing to make way for this kid? Of course. Think about it, the Holy Sun has loved Shen Xingwan for 5 years.
Who in the sect doesn't know that? Have you ever seen anyone dare to get close to Shen Xingwan? Only this kid.
Yes, the woman you've been pursuing for years is willing to give up her godson's happiness.
Tell me, who among you could do that?
Such loyalty and compassion are truly beyond our reach, far beyond our reach.
Some of the younger disciples were filled with amazement, their eyes brimming with admiration for Cao Meng's heroic feat.
The Holy Sun is truly righteous. Shen Xingwan also looked at Cao Meng with complicated emotions.
She really wanted to ask, is that so?
The disciples chimed in with their own opinions, making Chu Xingyun feel as if his blood was running cold and he couldn't help but tremble. Cao Meng was thinking about how to strike back at Chu Xingyun so that he could plunder some of his luck and convert it into experience points when he heard what these disciples were saying, and an idea immediately came to him. His face darkened, and he shouted at the noisy disciples, "Shut up, all of you." Then, she put on a kind expression, stepped forward, took Chu Xingyun's hand, and said gently, "Yuner, don't listen to their nonsense. This all happened so suddenly, we didn't have time to discuss my mother and me with you, please don't blame us. As for Qingwan, although she used to be my fiancée, I have publicly dissolved our engagement. From now on, you can boldly pursue your love, and your father will fully support you. If anyone dares to gossip again, tell your father, and he will not let them off easily." Cao Meng's words were so sincere and heartfelt, fully demonstrating his protectiveness towards his offspring. The disciples who had been talking so confidently just moments before were instantly terrified upon hearing this, covering their mouths and not daring to breathe, for fear of making a sound out of nowhere. However, Chu Xingyun was not grateful. He was so angry he felt like his lungs were about to explode. She abruptly shook off Cao Meng's hand, gritted her teeth, and viciously uttered 2 words, "You dog.
Master, help me kill this treacherous dog."
In his mind, he almost frantically sought help from the spirit.
However, the soul was perfectly clear-headed and quickly comforted Chu Xingyun in her heart. Yuner, don't be impulsive. The Illusion Moon sect is full of experts. Even if I were to take action now, we still wouldn't be able to kill Cao Meng. Let's be patient for now, and when the opportunity arises later, I will definitely help you kill him. Chu Xingyun was seething with hatred, yet there was nothing he could do. Mother, let's go. He forced his trembling body to stop himself from pulling Ouyangmi away. However, Ouyangmi stood still, unmoved. He said to Chu Xingyun earnestly, Yuner, your uncle Cao has told me everything about your situation. If you like Qingwan, then be brave and pursue her. Your mother won't stop you. Your mother doesn't care about her past relationship with your uncle Cao, so don't worry. Upon hearing this, Chu Yunqing's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Ouyangmi. Mother, you. Ouyangmi raised her hand and patted her son's head, a happy smile spreading across her face, and then continued. Yuner, your uncle Cao and I are truly in love. I am willing to marry him. I will be very happy to marry him. If you don't want to call him father, then you can call each other your own names. You call him brother, and he calls you Yuner. Cough. Chu Xingyun felt a metallic taste in his throat, and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He forced himself to suppress the urge, and his face turned deathly pale in an instant. Congratulations, host. You have successfully plundered 5,000 experience points from the Chosen One, which have been automatically converted into cultivation points for you. Great assist. Keep it up. Cao Meng felt a jolt throughout his body, his spiritual energy surging, and he had a faint urge to break through to the third level of the core formation stage. This is the power of love, Sichuan dialect. So, Cao Meng couldn't help but give Chu Xingyun a deep, sweet kiss right in front of her. Chu Xingyun's knuckles clenched so tightly they creaked. Yuner, calm your mind. Your Dao heart has been damaged one after another. You must not get angry. The soul noticed Chu Xingyun's unusual behavior and hurriedly reminded him, while a wisp of white mist quietly flowed towards Chu Xingyun's meridians. During this time, she could clearly sense that Chu Xingyun's cultivation level was occasionally unstable, and she was very worried about his condition. With the help of the soul entity, Chu Xingyun's complexion gradually regained some color, and he also calmed down considerably. Since we can't take action, we'll have to resort to verbal tactics. So, Chu Xingyun took his mother's hand and said solemnly to Ouyangmi, Mother, you must have been deceived by that beast Cao Meng. Come with me now, we're not getting married. From now on, our son will stay with you every day. As he spoke, he pulled Ouyangmi again, trying to lead her away. Yuner. Ouyangmi suddenly exerted force and broke free from Chu Xingyun's hand, a hint of anger appearing on her face. Yuner, I know you've misunderstood Uncle Cao. You like that woman, and your Uncle Cao has already given her to you. What more do you want? Ouyangmi was very dissatisfied with Chu Xingyun's actions at this moment. My husband just said that he's willing to give up his girlfriend, whom he's been pursuing for several years, to this son. Normally, Chu Xingyun would spend all his time circling around his little girlfriend. Several months had passed, and he hadn't gone back to visit his mother even once. That was fine. Now that she's getting married, he's jumping out to obstruct her. It's absolutely outrageous. He's enjoying sexual happiness with his girlfriend, but now he's trying to ruin her happiness. How selfish. Mother, if you dare marry this beast today, don't blame me for disowning you. Chu Xingyun was nearly insane, completely blinded by rage. At this moment, his master refused to lend a hand, and his own foundation establishment stage strength was insufficient. But his mother was determined to marry Cao Meng, and in desperation, he had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure, trying to force his mother to change her mind with such resolute words. Upon hearing this, Ouyangmi was struck dumb, frozen in place. She stared in shock at her son, who was both familiar and unfamiliar to her, her eyes filled with disbelief and deep heartache. That once obedient and sensible child has now uttered such unfilial words. My heart is broken. Smack. Ouyangmi raised her hand high and landed heavily on Chu Xingyun's face. The crisp sound of a slap was particularly abrupt on the mountaintop. That slap encapsulated all her disappointment and anger.
Then, like a wounded bird, she turned and threw herself into Cao Meng's arms, sobbing softly.
Wah-ah! Tears soaked Cao Meng's clothes.
Recalling how she had raised her son with great difficulty, only to receive such cruel words in return, how could she not be heartbroken? The son has grown up and no longer cares about his mother. For his own personal grudges, he forced his mother to give up her sexual happiness.
How much suffering she endured during her 10 months of pregnancy to give birth to this unfilial son. Wah-ah!
Looking at the heartbroken Ouyangmi in his arms, Cao Meng gently stroked her cascading silver hair, feigning righteous indignation, and loudly rebuked her.
Yuner, you don't respect your father, but I can let it go.
But this is your mother.
The mother who gave birth to you and raised you. How could you say such disrespectful things? It's absolutely heartbreaking for your mother.
As he spoke, he gently patted Ouyangmi's back.
Chapter 29 Enchantress. Meiji, bring it here.
As a woman herself, Shen Xingyuan was also deeply moved. She gracefully approached Xu Xingyun and offered words of comfort. Brother Yun, I think Aunt and Xiao the Holy Son are truly in love. Please don't interfere anymore, lest you really hurt Aunt's heart. Upon hearing this, Xu Xingyun's anger reached its peak, and he could no longer hold back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He roared at Shen Xingyuan, "You big-breasted, brainless idiot woman, get out!"
You!
Shen Xingyuan stood there, stunned, her eyes filled with tears, her full breasts heaving with her emotions.
Is it her fault for having big breasts? Breasts are a gift from her parents, so what can she do about it?
I came to mediate out of kindness, just because I didn't want you and your son to have a really bad relationship.
How dare they yell at me? I'm so angry. Just then, a refreshing and pure power, like an invisible thread, quietly flowed into Cao Meng's body.
A system notification sounded in Cao Meng's mind. Congratulations, host! You have successfully plundered 10,000 experience points from the Chosen One, which have been automatically converted into cultivation points for you.
Cao Meng, great teammate, amazing assist, keep it up. He immediately gave Shen Xingyuan a flirtatious wink and a bright smile.
When Shen Xingyuan met Cao Meng's admiring gaze, she was slightly taken aback, not understanding why this scoundrel was looking at her like that.
Yuner. Seeing Xu Xingyun spit out blood, Ouyangmi's heart tightened, and her maternal instincts instantly took over.
Forgetting her earlier grievances, she rushed forward, her eyes filled with worry and concern.
Don't touch me.
However, Xu Xingyun completely lost control of his emotions. She abruptly shoved Ouyangmi away, her voice icy and chilling.
Mother, I'll ask you one last time, will you choose the beast Cao Meng, or Yuner? Ouyangmi was stunned.
Her son's interrogation was like two sharp blades cutting back and forth in her heart.
My son is forcing me to die.
Tears streamed uncontrollably down her beautiful face, and her aggrieved expression tugged at the heartstrings of everyone who saw her. You beast! You beast! One of the disciples started cursing, and then various voices of condemnation arose.
That brat is a complete scoundrel.
The Holy Son even gave up his woman for him, and not only does he not know how to be grateful, he's even forcing his mother here.
Exactly. This kind of unfilial son should be slaughtered and fed to the wolves. He's a fucking bastard. Pa! How come he's from the same sect as this kid? Disgusting.
Everyone chimed in with their own words, full of disdain and accusations, making Xu Xingyun's ears ring.
In an instant, the dragon-patterned spear erupted with a thunderous roar.
Xu Xingyun, like a mad beast, thrust his gun fiercely at the disciples behind him who were shouting and cursing. Although these disciples were extremely indignant about Xu Xingyun's actions, they dared not actually fight him, considering his current special status. After all, the Holy Son is his stepfather. If we really beat this kid badly, given the Holy Son's protective nature, he might make things difficult for himself in the future, and then he'd really be in deep trouble.
Of course, they wouldn't just stand there dumbly, waiting for Xu Xingyun to stab them.
In the blink of an eye, the disciples scattered like startled birds, fleeing in all directions. During their escape, they didn't forget to vent their frustration with a few curses.
Pa!
This ill-mannered brat is just going crazy. That's right, he's acting like a tyrant here just because the Holy Sun is his stepfather. Then, a scene of monkeys playing with dogs unfolded at Illusion Moon Peak. A group of disciples ran and cursed as they went, while Chu Xingyun chased after them recklessly, carrying his dragon-patterned spear. Seeing this, the elder in charge frowned and was about to stop the chaos when Cao Meng stopped him. A faint smile played on his lips. Because, at this moment, system notification sounds kept ringing. Congratulations, host, on successfully plundering 200 experience points from the Chosen One. Congratulations, host, on successfully plundering 200 experience points from the Chosen One. I'm so sorry, my husband. Yuner is really too immature. Ouyangmi nestled in Cao Meng's arms, her red lips slightly parted, her voice soft and tinged with guilt. She couldn't understand why her once obedient and kind son had become so irritable. Hey, silly boy, Yuner is still young, it's normal that he doesn't understand our relationship. Let him make a fuss, he'll stop when he gets tired. Cao Meng gently comforted her, and then, disregarding the many disciples present, he leaned down and kissed Ouyangmi's fiery and alluring red lips hard. A shy blush rose on Ouyangmi's face, and she revealed a bright smile, her voice so sweet it could melt anyone's heart. Thank you, my husband. Above Illusion Moon Peak, a magnificent cloud-winged ship floated silently. Hua Tingting stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the chaotic scene below, his face full of black lines. What kind of behavior is this? What kind of behavior is this? Yun Xingqing stood aside, her face beaming with a smile that suggested she was enjoying the spectacle. Old Hua, you're like an emperor who's not worried but a eunuch. Look how loving the Holy Sun and his wife are right now. He's not ashamed of his own wedding. Let's not worry about it. He may be shameless, but I still have my old face to save. As the Holy Son of the Illusion Moon sect, if this were to get out, what would become of the sect's reputation? Hua Tingting coldly retorted to Yun Xingqing, not forgetting to turn his head and glare fiercely at Shen Wansan who was following behind him. Shen Wansan was startled by that glare, his whole body trembling and his scalp tingling. A million curses are running through my mind. What does this have to do with me? You guys forced me to have this guy be my best man, and now that there's a problem, you can't pin the blame on me. I can't help but recall the days when I was a nominal elder. Back then, I was free and carefree, without so many worries. What kind of karma has the Shen family created? On the other peak of Illusion Moon Peak, 7 women, each with their own unique charm, quietly watched this scene unfold in the square. One of the women, her face veiled in black, coldly watched the farce unfolding below with her aloof and beautiful eyes. The faint scar on Zhao Han's face revealed that it was indeed Huan Ji. 7th sister, is that big-breasted, brainless girl Shen Xingwan. The speaker was the 2nd sister, Meiji. She wore a bright red, tight-fitting short cheongsam that perfectly outlined her pert hips, resembling a passionate and alluring flame. Her delicate face was fair with a rosy glow, and her almond-shaped eyes seemed to hold shimmering spring water. Just one glance was enough to make one's heart race uncontrollably. Her fiery red lips were naturally rosy, and her long, wavy hair cascaded freely down her back, with a few strands playfully falling around her fair neck, like the finishing touch, adding a touch of hot and alluring charm. Yes, 2nd sister. Huanji's answer was simple and cold, devoid of any emotion. Chapter 30, the miniature version of the 7-tailed flower. Sister, sister. Just then, a little girl dressed in a long, snow-white dress came running. Her delicate little face was beaming with a happy smile. It was Mu Linger, who was noticeably more lively than the day before. Mu Linger ran to Meiji and, like a swallow returning to its nest, immediately threw herself into Meiji's arms. Of the 7 sisters, only Meiji has a fiery personality, which is why Mu Linger likes her the most. Linger, have you learned the flower-changing technique that Sister Huanji taught you? Meiji reached out and gently stroked the little girl's hair in her arms, her voice full of affection as she asked tenderly. Mu Linger nodded vigorously, and a 7-tailed flower slowly emerged from her jade-like hand. This 7-tailed flower is not large, it is clearly a smaller version of the 7-tailed flower that Princess Huan used. However, it is completely different from the 7-tailed flower of the Demon Princess. When the 7-tailed flower of the Phantom Princess blooms, she exudes a chilling aura of danger, concealing endless killing intent. The seven-tailed flower in Mu Linger's hand, however, exudes innocence and beauty. Just one glance at it can fill one's heart with joy. Witnessing this scene, the seven elegant and beautiful women, each with their own unique charm, were all slightly taken aback. They exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they both saw undisguised surprise and disbelief. Just 2 days ago, Cao brought Mu Linger back and instructed the seven sisters to pass on their supernatural abilities to the little girl. At that time, looking at this little girl who had no cultivation, they were full of doubts and couldn't understand why they would pass on these profound skills to a child who had no spiritual foundation. However, just 1 day later, Mu Linger actually mastered the basic skills of Huanji. You should know that these seven women are top-notch experts in the Tianyuan domain, and their assassination organization is feared by countless people. Each of them possesses unique and difficult-to-replicate supernatural abilities. It's truly astonishing that this little girl learned a magical ability so easily. Big sister, what kind of constitution does this little girl have? Why does she have no spiritual power within her, yet? The third sister looked surprised and couldn't help but ask. The eldest sister shook her head slightly, a hint of doubt in her expression. I can't tell either, but she seems to be missing one soul and two spirits, which is why she lacks intelligence. Then, the eldest sister paused for a moment, and continued. Just teach her according to the Holy Sun's instructions. You don't need to ask about anything else. Yes. The 6 sisters responded in unison, their voices filled with respect. My brother is about to break through. Suddenly, Mu Linger blinked her bright, lively eyes and said in a clear, crisp voice. The 7 sisters followed Mu Linger's gaze and saw Cao Meng savoring red lips. His spiritual energy suddenly fluctuated violently, and his aura rose rapidly like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. A faint golden halo gradually appeared on his body, and surging spiritual power, like a raging sea, surged wildly around him, wave after wave. In the blink of an eye, an even more powerful and mellow aura burst forth from his body, announcing that he had successfully broken through from the 2nd level of the core formation stage to the 3rd level. Seeing this, the 7 sisters' gazes all turned to Mu Linger once again. The sisters could naturally tell that the Holy Sun was about to break through, but they didn't know when he would do so. Yet, their youngest daughter, who possessed no spiritual power, had predicted it perfectly. A barely perceptible ripple flickered in Huanji's normally calm eyes. At that moment, she finally understood why the Holy Sun valued this little girl so much. The 2nd sister, Meiji, held Mu Linger tightly in her arms with her soft body. Yuner, stop right now. Just then, a gentle white mist suddenly rose from Chu Xingyun's body, enveloping him completely. An invisible yet powerful force forcibly controlled his actions. Finally, after 2 breaths, Chu Xingyun's volatile aura gradually subsided. He then gave Ouyang Mi a meaningful look before transforming into a streak of light and flying away. Hua Tingting and Yun Xingxing, who were watching from the Uni ship, suddenly narrowed their eyes. They looked at each other and their gazes were focused on Chu Xingyun's departing figure. Heh, this kid's got some skills. Yun Xingxing's lips curled up slightly, and she said with a cold laugh. Hua Tingting frowned, looking thoughtful, as if he was pondering something. Ouyang Mi's eyes were filled with reluctance as she softly called out. Don't worry, honey, Yuner will be fine. After our wedding, I'll go with you to find him. Cao Meng held the beauty in his arms and gently comforted her. Holy crap! No way, did I see that right? How did that kid leave? It flew away. The disciples who were fleeing in all directions were stunned by the way Chu Xingyun left. It should be noted that although they are also disciples in the foundation establishment stage, they cannot fly at all. At most, they can only jump a little higher and stay in the air for 2 or 3 seconds before falling back to the ground. The way Chu Xingyun flew away in a flash suggests that he must have reached the golden core stage to be able to use such a basic skill. Could this kid be at the golden core stage? Impossible. If they were at the golden core stage, they would have killed us long ago. How could they have chased us for so long? With Chu Xingyun's departure, Cao Meng and Ouyang Mi's wedding could finally proceed perfectly. The holy palace is adorned with exquisite and exotic flowers and plants, their rich fragrance permeating the surroundings. The flickering red candlelight cast a warm, dim glow, making the entire room feel ambiguous and romantic. The sheer curtains swayed gently in the breeze, creating a dreamlike scene.
Shu Xingyun, our crystal is being attacked by enemy minions.
Outside the tent, two maids, dressed in light pink gauze dresses, stood gracefully. One of them held an exquisite incense fan, gently fanning it, and wisps of dragon breath and mist drifted out. This Qilong breath healing mist combines the spiritual energy exhaled by the Qilong with healing elixirs, stimulating potential and allowing the user to maintain stamina and spiritual power for longer periods, always keeping them in peak combat condition, and continuously healing injuries during battle. Another person held an exquisite tray on which lay several lustrous qi-nourishing and spirit-strengthening pills, exuding a faint medicinal fragrance. These were rare pills that could strengthen the essence and nourish the spirit, quickly restoring depleted spiritual power. They lowered their heads slightly, a blush creeping onto their cheeks, their hands clasped together in front of them, not daring to make a sound. Only their fingers, occasionally clenched slightly due to nervousness, betrayed their unease.
This was naturally Yun Qingqing's arrangement.
The wedding of the Holy Son of the Illusion Moon sect was a major event, and it was necessary to arrange for people to serve him. Nominally, the two female disciples serve here, but in reality, they supervise and constantly remind the Holy Son to exercise restraint to prevent long-term damage to his sacred body.
That old geezer.
Cao Meng spat out a curse, but he wasn't angry. He naturally knew that this was a rule that the Illusion Moon sect had always upheld. A female disciple quickly handed over the qi-nourishing and spirit-strengthening pill and carefully spoke.
"Your Majesty, please don't be offended. The second elder was only thinking of your health." Snort.
Cao Meng snorted coldly, took the pill handed to him by the female disciple, and swallowed it in one gulp. In fact, this was completely unnecessary. Whether Cao Meng took the pill or not, it had little effect on him. The title Supreme for the Supreme Pure Yang Holy Body is well deserved. The overdrawn body is constantly and automatically recovering, and even the damaged primordial yang can be restored to its original state in just a short time. Seeing that Cao Meng had taken the pill, another female disciple quickly brought him a bowl of Xianyang tiger penis soup, which had been simmering for 48 hours, to accompany it. Cao Meng glanced sideways at the delicacies on the table, his lips twitching slightly: deep sea abalone, braised ghost dog kidney, golden crow eggs.
Chapter 31. 5 months later.
Oh, Yang Mi during her pregnancy, everyone, send me all the pictures.
5 months later, at Illusion Moon Peak.
The Holy Sun's Palace. Oh, Yang Mi's figure was slightly plump, and her slightly protruding belly showed the signs of a new life growing inside her. At this moment, she nestled affectionately in Cao Meng's arms, filled with reluctance to part.
"Why, Lord, please don't go. Honey can't bear to leave you." In just 5 months, Yang Mi had already entered the late stage of foundation establishment. Today, she exudes an air of elegance and nobility, perfectly showcasing the unique charm of a young married woman. All of this was naturally due to Yang Mi's special physique and Cao Meng Yuan's assistance. Cao Meng gazed at the beauty in his arms with eyes full of affection and said softly, "Mir, the Xianyang ancient ruins have opened, and all the major sects have set off. As the Holy Son of the Illusion Moon sect, I bear the responsibility of leading the team, and I cannot disobey my master's orders. My love, I really can't bear to part with you. I want to go with you," Yang Mi said in a coquettish tone, her voice carrying a hint of pleading. "My dear, the secret realm is fraught with danger. Stay in the sect and give birth to our little baby safely." Cao Meng patiently offered his advice, his eyes full of concern. "But husband, what should I do if my honey is hungry?" Yang Mi nestled against Cao Meng's chest, gently pounding her chest with her little fists, looking as if Cao Meng hadn't let her eat and she hadn't eaten for days, looking pitiful and endearing. "Silly boy, aren't all these green-stemmed yellow gourds enough for you to eat?" Cao Meng pointed to a plate of spiritual fruits on the table and said with a smile. "Ugh, that spirit fruit tastes awful. Honey doesn't want to eat it." Yang Mi pouted, looking unwilling. "Then what do you want, honey? Tell your husband what you'd like to eat, and he'll arrange for someone to pick it for you." Cao Meng seemed not to understand, and chuckled wickedly. "Humph, your naughty husband is ignoring you and is even teasing you about Mir." Yang Mi broke free from Cao Meng's embrace and sulked with her head down. "Ha, all right, My sweetie, you shouldn't eat other things during your pregnancy. I'll give you something delicious when I get back. No, it's been months since I've cultivated. It's so boring, honey.
The Holy Son's wife's pregnancy is a major event, concerning the future of the sect. Therefore, Hua Tingting, that old fellow, has been keeping a close eye on her lately, directly bringing in 20 female disciples to serve Ouyangmi, and even ordering her to refrain from cultivating. As a result, Cao Meng gained very little experience points from mark number 1 during this period, only barely gaining a little bit when Ouyangmi upgraded her minor realm. He protested many times during that period, but the old man always brushed him off with the future of the sect.
Cao Meng gently stroked Ouyangmi's high, protruding belly.
My dear, just bear with it a little longer. When your husband returns from the secret realm, I will reward you with some fine wine and spiritual liquid to help you break through to the golden core stage. Ouyangmi had been waiting for these words. Upon hearing them, she became even more alluring, her fingers lightly gliding across Cao Meng's chest. Husband, how many spirit stones are you going to ask for in return for the foundation establishment pills, jade elixir, and heart protection mirror that Yuner owes you?
Ah. Cao Meng was taken aback, suppressing his impulse, and said, No, no.
No, it is only right to pay back debts.
Husband, you can't abandon your wife just because of Mir. Mir must pay back the debt for Yuner.
Husband, can you calculate how many spirit stones we need? Ouyangmi spoke righteously and eloquently, emphasizing the need to be a trustworthy cultivator.
Cao Meng gave an awkward smile. Whatever amount honey says, that's it. Let's say one treasure costs 1 million high-quality spirit stones.
Yuner owes her husband 10 treasures, which would amount to 100 million high-quality spirit stones in total.
Following my husband's rules, it's 10,000 each time. Let me return the spirit stones for one of your treasures to you now. Cao Meng. Honey, what a brilliant algorithm. I'm speechless.
Ouyangmi smiled gently and reached out to repay the debt. Usually, her disciples served her inside and outside the house, but today was the day to set off for the secret realm, and everyone was busy.
She finally caught the opportunity.
However, Cao Meng had heard from elders in his previous life that strenuous exercise should be avoided during pregnancy, as it was bad for the baby. So after much hesitation, he still stopped Ouyangmi. My dear, you're going through a special time right now. Even if you don't think about yourself, you have to think about our child. This has been corrected, please forgive me, reviewer.
Ouyangmi threw a complete tantrum, refusing to listen to anything.
She turned her head away from Cao Meng, muttering under her breath, full of grievance.
That's enough, that's enough.
Cao Meng still felt sorry for Ouyangmi in the end. A radiant smile instantly lit up Ouyangmi's face, she was overjoyed. She gently bent down and picked up a large vase.
Depend on. Upon seeing the large vase in Ouyangmi's hand, Cao Meng couldn't help but blurt out a vulgarity.
Husband, don't be so stingy.
You're going to the secret realm soon, and who knows when you'll be back.
Of course, I need to stock up in case I need it when I break through in my cultivation.
Holy Son, it's time to set off.
Outside the hall of the Holy Son, a female disciple gently knocked on the door to remind him. Cao Meng gazed at Ouyangmi with deep affection, his nose lightly touching her red lips, giving her a gentle kiss.
Honey, it's time for me to go.
You stay home and take good care of our child.
My husband, if you see Yuner. Ouyangmi looked at Cao Meng, hesitant to speak.
Xu Xingyan has not returned to the sect since he left on the day of Cao Meng and Ouyangmi's wedding a few months ago. During this time, Cao Meng was also very worried and sent people to search for him many times, but they couldn't find a single hair. He was terrified that the mobile spring might encounter some mishap. But then I thought again, this kid is the chosen one, and he has a soul protecting him, so he shouldn't have any major problems, and I gradually let it go.
Honey, don't worry.
If I see Yuner again this time, I will definitely handle our relationship properly. If things really don't go well, then kneel down and apologize to your father, begging for Yuner's forgiveness. I will definitely bring you back a complete Yuner, don't worry.
No. Ouyangmi extended 2 fingers and gently touched Cao Meng's lips. My husband, now that we are married, you are his father. How can a father kneel before his son? If he still doesn't behave, just cripple his cultivation, tie him up, and bring him back. Just spare his life.
Hearing this, Cao Meng knew that Ouyang Mi still cared about this son.
However, Ouyang Mi's request is not entirely impossible. Cao Meng smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, honey, with me here, Yuner will be fine."
Then, Cao Meng bent down and gently kissed Ouyang Mi's belly, which was swollen like a watermelon, and said affectionately to the unborn child,
"Baby, be a good girl at home, listen to mommy, and wait for daddy to come home.
And your hot-tempered brother,
Saint."
Outside the Holy Son's hall, just as the female disciple was about to remind him again, she saw Cao Meng walk out with unsteady steps.
"Everything is ready?" Cao Meng asked calmly.
Reporting to the Holy Son, the second elder and the third elder are all ready to go to the Holy Son's place and are just waiting for you.
Let's go. Chapter 32 Xinhuang Ancient Ruins.
The Abyss of 10,000 Demons is located at the border between the Tianyuan domain and the Nine Provinces continent.
The abyss was filled with churning demonic energy, its depths unfathomable. Below the boundary lies a swamp of soul-devouring miasma. The miasma here is dark green and emits a pungent, putrid odor.
Once you step inside, not only will your vision be severely obstructed, but the miasma will also silently erode your soul, causing all sorts of hallucinations and clouding your mind. Furthermore, various monsters mutated by miasma are hidden inside, and the slightest carelessness will result in a fatal attack. At this moment, Zhu Xingyun was traversing this miasma-filled mountain forest, holding a bunch of blue lotuses in his hand, his face once again displaying that "I'm the best in the world" smile, completely unaffected by the miasma. The lotus is a pure and beautiful lotus, growing in a spiritual spring at the bottom of a miasma-filled swamp. It has the effect of calming the mind and concentrating the spirit, and is extremely effective in resisting the erosion of the mind by miasma. In less than half a year, one could tell from the aura emanating from him that his cultivation level had soared from the 3rd level of the foundation establishment stage to the 7th level. Presumably, they have encountered many great opportunities in the past 6 months.
"Master, you are right, that scoundrel Cao Meng is my nemesis.
Yuner, with your current strength, you are far from being his match.
Your most important task right now is to stay away from him and do everything you can to improve yourself." The soul entity reminded him.
"Humph. I really don't know what kind of opportunity Cao Meng got. A piece of trash with a damaged Dao heart and a failed core formation can still continue to cultivate."
Zhu Xingyun couldn't help but spit out a curse.
The soul entity said, "The Illusion Moon sect has a long history and a large family business. It is not impossible for them to have a few treasures or pills that can reshape one's Dao heart.
Now that the Xinhuang ancient ruins have opened, perhaps news of primordial imprints will emerge from within." "Really? Master." Upon hearing this, Zhu Xingyun was quite excited.
He had previously heard his master say that cultivation was not just about following the rules, but also about having ways to quickly improve one's strength.
Firstly, by collecting and refining different flames, one can achieve rapid level advancement. Secondly, there is the ancient imprint.
These ancient marks are 8 marks left over from ancient times, even rarer than strange fire. If one could obtain one, the speed at which one's strength would increase would surely skyrocket. Of course, each of these 8 ancient marks possesses world-destroying power and contains unique and powerful laws.
Seeing his disciple's interest, the soul body spoke a few more words, detailing the terrifying nature of each of the ancient marks.
Zhu Xingyun's eyes lit up as he listened, his mind filled with images of himself wielding the primordial mark and wreaking havoc. "Master, please tell me quickly, which ancient mark is most likely to appear in this Xinhuang ancient ruins?
We need to have a goal so we can search more effectively."
After a moment of contemplation, the soul entity said, "According to my speculation, there is a very high probability that the Netherworld seal has appeared in this place. This Dark Night seal can manipulate the power of darkness, not only allowing one to conceal their form and move freely in the darkness, but also to unleash dark magic to erode the soul of their enemies." The Xinhuang ancient ruins were inherently rife with demonic energy and dense with dark elements, making them extremely compatible with the attributes of the Netherworld seal. Zhu Xingyun clenched his fist, his eyes revealing determination.
"All right. Master, let's go find the netherworld seal. That scoundrel Cao Meng. Once I obtain the primordial mark, I'll make him pay a terrible price for what he's done.
Chu Xingyun had just finished speaking aggressively when his soul hesitated, then softly reminded him. Yuner, now that your generation has changed with Cao Meng's, it's not appropriate for you to call yourself young master.
Chu Xingyun. With a face full of anger, he said irritably, Master, you. Alright, Yuner, let's not talk about this anymore.
You have already reached the initial stage of the Spirit Talisman Master status. If you can further advance your strength from the peak of the Foundation Establishment stage to the great perfection of Foundation Establishment, the two will complement each other. Even if they encountered a mid-stage Golden Core Realm expert, they would likely be able to hold their own in a battle. Just then, a deep roar came from the depths of the forest. As the frequency of the ground tremors became clearer, a gigantic, mutated beast emerged, its body shrouded in dark green miasma. Its head was enormous, its ears stood up high with reddish tips, and its eyes shone with a bloodthirsty red light, radiating a chilling ferocity. Its limbs were like giant stone pillars, leaving deep footprints on the ground with every step it took. Its back is raised and covered with sharp black scales, and its thick, long tail swings behind it.
Yuner, be careful. This is a high-level demon beast mutated by miasma, and its strength should not be underestimated. Roar.
Upon seeing Chu Xingyun as food, the monster let out a long hiss and pounced, its gaping maw revealing 2 rows of sharp fangs, stirring up a pungent, fishy stench.
Clang.
Chu Xingyun's dragon-patterned spear trembled continuously, radiating a strong fighting spirit.
Yuner, don't be impulsive. Let your teacher help you.
This is a demonic beast comparable to the great perfection of the Golden Core stage, you are no match for it right now.
Master, didn't you say that only by experiencing life and death battles can one quickly improve oneself? Yuner wanted to treat this demonic beast as a trial.
Hearing Chu Xingyun's words, the soul was deeply moved.
My Yuner is back.
Yuner, who disregarded the world and cared nothing for life and death, has returned.
Isn't it precisely because of Yuner's unwavering spirit that I took him as my disciple?
Indeed, taking Yuner away from Cao Meng was the right decision.
Alright, Yuner. Go and fight with confidence. Your master will definitely step in to help you when it matters most.
His fury soared to the heavens, shattering the sky, his spear shot forth like a dragon, tearing through the void. Chu Xing shouted, and the spear in his hand suddenly swung, unleashing the second of the 13 deadly spears, shatter the sky.
It thrust fiercely at the demonic beast. Chapter 33 Demon Core.
However, the monster was made of steel and iron, and the dragon-patterned spear could not cause it any harm when it was thrust into it.
The pain only enraged the monster more.
It swung its tail, which was like a thunderbolt, and beat Chu Xingyun, who had to dodge left and right. At the same time, Chu Xingyun's soul quietly left his body and circled behind the demon beast to prepare for a sneak attack. Seeing Chu Xingyun being chased around like a groundhog by him, the monster mimicked the movements of a gorilla, pounding its chest with its 2 short arms and letting out a deafening roar to flaunt its power. Then, at that moment, Chu Xingyun's soul quietly exerted its power, and a sharp, cone-shaped blue energy wave shot directly at the back of the monster's head.
The Spirit Talisman Master's attack was a mental attack.
Although it did not cause physical damage to the monster, it briefly put it into a state of dizziness, causing it to stand motionless in a daze. Chu Xingyun's true form seized this critical moment, his eyes narrowed, and all his spiritual power flowed into the dragon-patterned spear. With a powerful push from his calves, he let out a loud shout.
Breakthrough illusion.
This was his strongest move yet, the 3rd strike of the 13 deadly shots, breaking illusion. With eyes piercing through illusion and a heart turned towards the way, a single spear thrusts forth, shattering the demons of the world. The dragon-patterned spear entered the monster's mouth and burst out from its skull. With a graceful aerial spin, Chu Xingyun landed directly above and behind the demonic beast, standing firmly in the air and gripping the dragon-patterned spear. He listened with disdain to the heavy thud of the monster's massive body falling to the ground, a meaningful smile playing on his lips.
Well done, Yuner. The soul entity was very satisfied with Chu Xing's battle and praised him generously.
Yuner, your soul skills are becoming more and more proficient. This trip to the secret realm will be a great help to you. Chu Xingyun made no attempt to hide the smile on his face, and with a sharp flick of his wrist, he gave it a good tug. The monster exploded instantly. As the blood mist dissipated, a red round crystal appeared. Ha! Chu Xingyun looked at the round crystal with curiosity. Demon core. The soul was even more excited. Yuner, quickly collect these demon cores. Chu Xingyun had never seen his master in such a state before, although he didn't know what this thing could do. However, since master attaches such importance to it, it must be of great use. Just as he began to bend down, suddenly, a figure appeared with lightning speed, flashing by. They began to vie for the demon core. Holy crap! Chu Xingyun was taken aback, and without hesitation, he thrust his dragon-pattern spear at the newcomer. The gun shot out like a dragon, fast and ruthless, aimed straight at the attacker's throat. Upon seeing this, the newcomer had no choice but to abandon his plan to plunder the demon core and use the force of the blow to retreat. After repelling the attacker with a single move, Chu Xingyun executed a difficult side somersault, firmly grasping the demon core with his left hand, and leaped into the air. Then, he scanned the newcomer intently with his gaze. How could I not even see the realm? However, thinking that he could defeat the person in one move, Chu Xingyun didn't take it to heart. He stared disdainfully at the newcomer and asked, "Who are you?" Apart from Cao Meng, no one has ever taken anything from him. Who is this blind fool who dares to steal my demon core? The newcomer was dressed in a bright red robe that covered his face, making it impossible to see his features. He was a towering figure, standing at least 3 meters tall. The clothes had the words Blood Demon prominently displayed on them. The visitor spoke in a commanding tone, his voice booming. "You brat, hand over your demon core." Oh! Chu Xingyun was even more disdainful, another one was just feeding the enemy. He sneered, "Come and get it yourself if you dare." Having said that, he deliberately stretched out his hand, the red crystal demon core gleaming with intense light. The newcomer was taken aback. He never expected that this kid, who was only at the foundation establishment stage, would dare to speak to him like that. Chapter 34 Such a powerful recovery. He never expected that this kid, who was only at the foundation establishment stage, would dare to speak to him like that. "Since you're courting death, you little brat, don't blame your grandpa." Then, with a flick of his wrist, a mountain-splitting axe appeared out of thin air in his palm. The axe was dark red all over, emitting a wisp of blood mist. In just a few breaths, the crimson blood mist enveloped the person's entire body. Ha! It's out of sight. Even spiritual awareness was blocked. Chu Xingyun frowned slightly, having never seen this kind of fighting style before. At this moment, he could only see a blood-red mass, and even using his spiritual sense, he could not see through the blood mist to discern the figure of the person who had come. It was as if the person who came had become one with the blood mist. At this moment, any ordinary cultivator would probably be helpless. If you can't sense the presence of your opponent, it's like you're missing a pair of eyes. The blood mist grew thicker and thicker, continuously spreading towards Chu Xingyun. From time to time, the sounds of ghostly wails and baby cries could be heard from inside. "Ga kid, use your blood to consecrate my blood demon axe." The newcomer let out a strange laugh, and blood mist instantly enveloped Chu Xingyun in the wind. Chu Xingyun sneered, but unfortunately he was no ordinary person, and his soul moved out silently. "Let me go, let me go." Just as the blood mist enveloped Chu Xingyun, a frantic barking and howling suddenly erupted from within. As the blood mist dissipated, 3 dwarfs, each less than a meter tall, were found hanging side by side on the dragon-patterned spear, struggling and roaring incessantly. "Kid, you're in big trouble now. You dare to mess with the blood demon sect? Release us immediately and hand over the demon cores. Otherwise, your dog's life will be in danger when our boss arrives." "Yes. Yes. Release us and hand over our demon cores." Demon core delivered, demon core delivered. Chu Xingyun looked at the little guys who had been skewered into lamb skewers and his lips twitched. "So short? What are these things?"
You're still threatening me even after all this.
The dragon-patterned spear suddenly trembled in his hand. The three dwarfs grimaced in pain and begged for mercy.
Hey bro, go easy on me, it hurts. Please, let us go. Let us go. We don't want the demon core anymore. Yes, no, we don't want it anymore, please put us down. Ha! If you want to get down, that's easy. I'll ask you questions, and you can answer them. If your answers satisfy me, I'll let you down.
The little dwarf's eyes darted around, and they nodded repeatedly.
Who are you? What are you doing here? Chu Xingyan looked at the strings of dragon-patterned spears and spoke.
After questioning them, Chu Xingyun finally figured out that these people belonged to the Bit clan.
This trip to the 10,000 Demon Abyss is also for the Xianhuang Ancient Ruins Secret Realm.
Because they are naturally short, the three of them stacked up to form a tall and imposing figure to intimidate people. As for why they wanted to steal the demon core from Chu Xingyun,
according to them, it's simply because they like it. Master, do you think what they're saying is true?
As Chu Xingyun pondered, he asked the soul entity. Yuner, Bit people are born with a fondness for eating demon cores. Their physical structure is special, and their cultivation methods are different from other cultivators.
They cannot use spiritual power, they rely entirely on absorbing the power of demon cores to improve their cultivation.
After his master's explanation, Chu Xingyun finally understood why he couldn't see through the combined power of the three dwarfs at first. Because they had no spiritual energy fluctuations at all, and the blood mist was just a disguise, a gas emitted by themselves.
To put it simply, it's just a fart. That's why it can be perfectly integrated with their bodies. Kid, we've said everything we need to say, now put us down.
The three dwarfs swayed incessantly on the tip of the dragon-patterned spear.
Chu Xingyan looked up and then suddenly flung his hand away.
The three of them were sent flying and crashed heavily to the ground. Then, the holes in the chests of the three dwarves, whose bodies had been pierced by the dragon-patterned spear, began to heal at a visible speed. Chu Xingyun was so awesome. Such a fast recovery speed.
Chapter 35 Baby Face. There's nothing strange about it.
They are born with powerful self-healing abilities. As long as their heads don't fall off, even if their limbs are severed, they will grow back.
The soul explained.
Yuner, if you can marry a woman from the Bit tribe, your children will have a chance to be endowed with supernatural powers.
Ah.
Chu Xingyun glanced at the three dwarfs with disdain. At first, when the three people were piled up together and covered by robes, he couldn't see their faces clearly. Looking at him more closely now, not only is he short, but he also has a big nose, small eyes, and fat lips, making him unbelievably ugly.
Having children with someone like that?
Chu Xingyun shook his head, thinking it would be better to castrate himself and practice the sunflower manual. The soul seemed to see through Chu Xingyun's thoughts and said with a smile.
The Bit women are not like this.
Although they are petite, their beauty is renowned throughout the 3,000 worlds, surpassing that of all races. Even compared to the Fox clan, which is known for its stunning beauty, she is not inferior. Upon hearing this, Chu Xingyun's lips twitched slightly, clearly indicating that he did not believe his master's words. While he was discussing with his master, the three little bitmen sneaked away.
Chu Xingyun. Why are you running away? I never intended to kill you. Chu Xingyun glanced at it briefly and then headed deeper into Zhangzi without lingering.
Holy Sun, below lies the soul-eating miasma. A large cloud-winged ship was hovering in the sky 100 miles away from the soul-eating miasma, which was the illusion moonsect's troops led by Cao Meng. Due to the unique nature of the soul-eating miasma, no flying ship can fly from above.
Everyone disembarked and headed into the soul-eating swamp.
Everyone be careful, shield your presence and use your spiritual sense to probe the way, lest you be corrupted by this miasma. Hua Tingting was assigned to guard this expedition into the secret realm, and he was quite experienced. He instructed his disciples on how to avoid the harm of miasma, but holding their breath indefinitely was not a solution, as it was ultimately limited. Therefore, he led his disciples toward the eye of the spiritual spring in search of the pure heart jade lotus. The eye of the spirit spring is not a specific place, As long as the power of the swamp and the swamp pool reaches a certain level, the pure heart jade lotus can grow. In the southwest corner of the soul-eating swamp, 100 or so clusters of pure heart jade lotuses stand serenely on the swampy mud. None of the sects from various regions around them dared to step forward and pick the fruit. There were 5 tall men in red robes, their faces obscured, guarding the swamp.
Among the many sects watching, one sect called Charming Maiden sect attracted the most attention.
The reason is simple: all of these dozen or so women are beautiful, and their clothing is the most striking feature. The 3-piece inner layer, paired with a sheer silk palace-style cover-up, subtly reveals the body's curves, making it extremely alluring. Many disciples from various sects were so shocked by what they saw that their noses bled. Nevertheless, no one dared to approach them. Those who can come to such a place are not human, they are all man-eating demons.
At this moment, a person walked out of the Charming Maiden sect.
He looked like the leader and had a standard baby face, which was extremely cute. It's just that her figure is a bit mismatched, she's the voluptuous type. She stepped forward and struck a pose in front of the man in the red robe. "Young man, it's not easy for us sisters to come all this way, please be kind and give us some pure jade lotus." That warbling, with its delicate, almost ethereal quality, was enough to make one's heart tremble. The man in the red robe remained unmoved, gnawing on a large human leg, and slowly reached out his hand.
"Trade it for a demon core."
"Young brother, my sister and I are too weak to provoke those monsters." The baby-faced woman swayed her rather voluptuous figure, giving the man in the red robe a flirtatious look.
"Hey bro, please have mercy and give us some. We can give you whatever you want." The implied purpose is quite aboveboard.
The man in the red robe remained unmoved, glanced at the baby-faced man, and continued to gnaw on his thigh while repeating the same lines.
"Trade it for a demon core." Baby-faced woman.
Her captivating smile froze instantly, and she launched into a tirade of curses at the man in red.
"You bastard, are you even a man? With my figure and face, what man wouldn't be tempted? All you ever think about is your demon core.
Besides, this pure lotus jade heart fruit isn't grown by you, so why should you get its demon core?" The few men in red robes acted as if they hadn't heard anything, showing no reaction whatsoever and not even glancing at the baby-faced man. The baby-faced woman was exhausted from yelling and was panting heavily, her voluptuous figure appearing even more voluptuous.
"Sister Shime, why don't we look elsewhere?"
The girls from the Charming Maiden's cult quickly came up to persuade her, fearing that the baby-faced girl might act impulsively and become the steamed bun, mantu, and yogurt in the mouths of these giants. After all, the disciples from those factions were there because they were dissatisfied with the way those red-robed men had taken over their positions. They went up to ask him for advice, but he was completely lost because of the red mist released by the man in the red robe. In the end, they were all instantly killed and became what the red-robed man called big chicken legs. Those people were all at the mid-stage of the golden core realm, on par with them. The baby-faced girl, named Hushime, glanced at her sisters behind her. Several of them were already disoriented and experiencing hallucinations, clearly indicating they had been affected by the miasma.
If Qingxin Yulian does not receive timely treatment, the consequences should not be underestimated.
Although there are many spiritual springs in this soul-eating miasma swamp, it will be difficult to find them in a short time. Even if we do find them, they will probably be in the same situation as now. Hushime's guess was correct. Here, the pure heart jade lotus is the most effective substance to resist miasma.
Whichever sect manages to occupy a section of the spirit spring will make a fortune.
Nowadays, most of the powerful forces have occupied the spirit spring and are just waiting to make money.
Chapter 36 can be fixed.
Just as Hushime was hesitating whether to go up and fight the red-robed man, Ma Shanshan from the Illusion Moon sect arrived. Cao Meng, dressed in white, with his elegant demeanor and roguish charm, became the most handsome guy in the room. In an instant, Hushime and the other members of the Chanu sect behind her were deeply moved.
"Ladies, this is my food, don't you dare try to take it from me."
Hushime muttered to herself, having long forgotten about the struggle for the pure heart jade lotus.
"Senior sister, what you're doing is going too far. I think we should compete fairly."
Protests were immediately lodged.
"Humph.
You bunch of sluts, look at how lustful you all are, you better tone it down. I'm your senior sister, and I'm in charge of this matter.
This pretty boy is mine, and none of you can take him. No, I protest.
Senior sister, even though you are our senior sister, you can't have all the good things. Even the sisters Leaner, Ronger, Inger, and Tower, who were injured by the miasma and whose minds were clouded, endured their physical pain and strived for that elusive goal.
Yes, we protest.
Seeing her girlfriends disobey her so much, Hushime was very angry. But as a fellow disciple, she had no choice. When she came, her master had specifically instructed her to protect her fellow disciples. Finally, she conceded, saying, "Okay, as a good sister, I'll take a step back. We'll share the spoils equally, but I have to go first." The other sisters of the charming maiden sect exchanged glances, then looked at their senior sister's robust figure, and complained again.
Senior sister, you always go first. You must have killed at least 80 or 100 men by your hand. If we follow behind you, we might not even get a bowl of soup.
For a moment, the group of sisters from the charming maiden's sect started arguing. What started as a quiet discussion instantly escalated into a heated argument. The ship of friendship capsized because of an uncertain ending. Cao Meng had no idea that he had been targeted by the charming maiden's sect the moment he appeared. Just as he was wondering why these women were arguing, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind.
Ding!
A potential causal mark has been detected nearby +13.
Ha!
Cao Meng opened the system panel and saw information on 13 destined people. Number 1, Hushime, senior sister of the charming maiden sect, plunder 1000 experience points/day.
Cultivation level, mid-golden core stage, level 6 of the Maiden's Heart Sutra. Age, 118. Physical condition, average. Supernatural powers, none. Appearance rating, 93.
Number 2, Lu Lianyu, disciple of the charming maiden sect, 800 experience points plundered/daily.
Cultivation level, mid-golden core stage, level 4 of the Maiden Heart Sutra. Age, 115. Appearance, 90.
Next are Leaner, Ronger, Inger, Tower, and the remaining sisters of the charming maiden sect, all of whom are at the golden core stage. Even those with the lowest appearance scores were rated 88 points by the system. Cao Meng simply didn't understand this system rating.
Hushime scored 93 points. Does the system only consider looks and ignore everything else? That massive physique looks terrifying.
What frustrated him even more was that these people all had ordinary physiques and no special supernatural abilities, and their experience points were at least 500 per day.
It is even higher than Ouyang Mi's Ice Soul Cold Skybody. Is plunder a higher form of cooperation than win-win cooperation?
It wasn't until he saw a small line of text on the system panel that Cao Meng noticed the reason behind it. The Heart Sutra of the Beautiful Woman was created by the ancient goddess of lust, the heavenly and beautiful woman. This technique is based on the art of absorbing and replenishing essence, requiring the practitioner to continuously engage in sexual intercourse with a man, absorbing the man's vital energy during intercourse.
Cultivators use special mental techniques to transform the absorbed yang essence into their own spiritual power, which is then used to temper their meridians and improve their cultivation level.
Each absorption not only improves one's cultivation level but also nourishes one's appearance, making the cultivator more charming and alluring, and increasing their seductive power. However, this process is a calamity for the man being drained of his vital energy. At best, it severely damages his vital energy and destroys his cultivation. At worst, it depletes his yang energy and he dies, turning into a lifeless, dried-up corpse.
Ho! Cao Meng sneered.
No wonder these women, despite their mediocre talents, were able to cultivate to the golden core stage in just 100 years. A swarm of blood leeches.
Although the women of the Hahuan sect are annoying, slutty, and enjoy toying with other people's feelings.
At the very least, their cultivation method involves both the man and woman simultaneously improving their cultivation level during dual cultivation. These sluts have no concept of sharing, they only know how to demand and take advantage of you, like a bunch of vampires.
It seems the system wants to transform itself into a messenger of justice to save these bad apples.
Cao Meng didn't consider himself a good person, But he wasn't a bad person either. These noble and righteous matters are not necessarily things he has to get involved in, he just doesn't mind if there are benefits to be gained. With the 13 causal imprints combined, the daily experience points gained from plundering alone exceed 10,000, enough to advance to a new stage in just 5 days.
This doesn't even include the extra benefits from emotional fluctuations in between. This job is definitely doable.
In just a few breaths, Cao Meng had finished understanding the information provided by the system. They were now looking toward the 13 marks of the Cha-Nu sect. Although the techniques they practice are evil, their looks are undeniably stunning. 13 marks, 13 faces, each with its own unique charm. Even if Peach ranks lowest in terms of looks, she's still just as good as modern female celebrities with makeup. In addition, they have cultivated the charming woman's heart sutra since childhood, tormenting countless men, and possess an innate charm that is full of allure. Seeing the look Cao Meng cast at them, the women of the charming maiden sect all blossomed with joy. "Miss, do you need any help?" Cao Meng walked over with a graceful gait. "Young master, my sisters have been harmed by the miasma and came here to pick the pure heart jade lotus to ward off the disease. But those giants occupied the spiritual spring, not only preventing us from picking the fruit, but also demanding that we give them demon cores.
We are just weak women, how could we possibly be a match for those ferocious monsters?" Wah-ah!
Hu Shimei spoke in a delicate, high-pitched voice, making her sound pitiful.
Cao Meng trembled all over upon hearing this. This is outrageous. How dare they act so arrogantly in public?
"Miss, don't worry, Cao Meng, will pick this pure heart jade lotus for you," Cao Meng said indignantly. "Alas, I was a carefree wanderer in this world, yet I went to the Yellow Springs for a vile woman." Among the many sects watching, an elderly man with an extraordinary demeanor shook his head inside. The old man belonged to a sect called the Northern Sect, a powerful force on the 9 provinces continent. If we set aside the women of the charming maiden sect, the entire Northern Sect is made up of handsome men, all wearing hair crowns and matching light purple cloaks. Among the complex array of sects, it perfectly embodies that unique, pure spirit. Furthermore, the Northern Sect never considers aptitude when recruiting disciples. As long as someone is handsome, they are their type.
Moreover, their sect has an unwritten rule that prohibits women.
Women will only slow down their sword drawing speed.
Chapter 37 is over. TSK, so Mrs. Man has her eye on this pretty boy? Ha ha ha. A bearded man from another sect next to the Northern Sect joked.
They were all forces from the 9 provinces continent and were well aware of the Northern Sect's homosexual behavior. The old man from the Northern Sect was named Man. He glanced disdainfully at the bearded man. "Humph, Lu the bearded, stop spouting nonsense. I just don't want such a fine young man to lose his life for that vixen."
"Pa! This old cucumber is painted green, doesn't he feel ashamed? Look at him, he can't take his eyes off pretty boys, it's disgusting."
Before Lu Dehuzi could reply, the small-eyed, long-bearded old man next to him immediately retorted without any politeness. "Ji Xiaoyan, look at your ridiculously small eyes. You should stick 2 spirit beans on your face to avoid making a fool of yourself. You old bastard, you perverted slut, are you looking for death?" Ji Xiaoyan hates it when people say her eyes are small. Unfortunately, she is not only born with small eyes that are almost slits, but even her name is a veiled reference to her. They should draw their swords and fight right now. Lu Dehuzi, a companion nearby, quickly stepped in to stop him. "Senior brother Ji, calm down. Don't forget the sect leader's instructions." Snort. Ji Xiaoyan snorted coldly and sheathed her broadsword. Lu the bearded man continued with his sly grin. "Old man, you don't need to worry. This pretty boy you've taken a liking to is no ordinary person. I reckon we'll get the pure heart jade lotus thanks to him this time." Man raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and asked, "You know him?" Lu the bearded will smiled. "Judging from the character on the robes of their sect disciples, if I'm not mistaken, this kid is Cao Meng, the holy son of the Illusion Moon sect in the Tianyuan domain." Man then recalled that the kid had just called himself Cao Meng. His entire facial expression immediately turned into a bitter gourd. "Other smaller forces are fine, But he's not confident he can get his hands on this kid, a giant from the Tianyuan domain.
Ha ha ha.
Seeing Man's ugly appearance, Lu the bearded man laughed heartily. Holy son, these demonesses practice evil arts, we have no need to help them. Putting aside the attire of the charming maiden sect, Hua Tingting could immediately detect the scent of the charming maiden's heart sutra on them just from their aura. He quickly stepped forward to offer advice. Cao Meng had no idea that he had attracted so much attention the moment he appeared. He now has a plan to rid the people of this scourge, and he is preparing to find an opportunity to make physical contact with the 13 causal imprints for a quarter of an hour to plunder their experience points.
I know, Third Elder, there's no need to worry. I know what I'm doing. Can you tell where those red-robed giants came from?
Although he helped them obtain the pure heart jade lotus, Cao Meng, as a modern-day 996 worker, was not a brainless person. He had been silently probing the red-robed man's cultivation level from the beginning, but to his surprise, he couldn't discern any trace of it.
When asked, the system responded quickly and efficiently.
The system only displays information on individuals who can establish a causal link with the host. When Hua Tingting was young, he was a seasoned jianghu, a term referring to the world of martial arts and chivalry, man who traveled all over the country. He was very experienced and immediately recognized the origin of the man in red robes.
Holy son, these bit dwarves are impersonating giants.
Beneath their red robes, there are 3 dwarves stacked together.
They don't cultivate using spiritual power, instead, they improve their cultivation by consuming demon cores and meat from a young age.
Their most powerful technique is releasing a red mist. Hua Tingting rattled off the advantages and disadvantages of the Bitman in one breath.
How do you know so much? Cao Meng asked curiously.
Hua Tingting described even the Bit tribe women so vividly, as if he had seen them with his own eyes. Well, when I was young, I had a strange encounter.
Hua Tingting gave an awkward laugh.
With a woman from the Bit tribe, Cao Meng's eyes lit up, and he pressed for an answer. Hua Tingting nodded shyly. This reaction made Cao Meng take a closer look at Hua Tingting. The old man actually had such a romantic encounter.
Surely he can't be bragging. However, he did not pursue the matter further and asked again. Is there a way to crack this?
From the conversation just now, Cao Meng knew that the Bit clan's combat strength was mediocre, and their most powerful ability was farting. Once this crisis can be resolved, it will no longer pose any threat.
Leave it to me.
Hua Tingting said something indifferently, then strode towards the red-robed giant.
He might not be so confident if he were from another race.
However, he already knew everything about the Bit clan, including their height, size, habits, and depth. Seeing that others were picking the pure heart jade lotus, many people became excited.
Why is it an old man?
I thought that kid would personally put on a show to win the hearts of the fairies, but why did he send an old man instead?
Humph. You hypocrite, all talk and no action, Tui.
Many people were not affiliated with any of the forces in the Tianyuan domain, so they did not recognize Cao Meng and Hua Tingting. Seeing Cao Meng strike up a conversation with the sisters of the charming maiden's sect as soon as he arrived, their sour grapes mentality swelled up. Everyone was hoping that Cao Meng would make his appearance soon and be instantly killed by the man in red robes, so as to console themselves. However, there were also some clear-headed people, such as Lu Dehuzi, whose eyes were as sharp as a hawk's as he stared at Hua Tingting. Senior brother Ji, why can't I tell the level of this old man? Ji Xian narrowed her eyes, stared for a long time, and then shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. The two exchanged a knowing glance, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. In the cultivation world, if you can't tell a person's cultivation level, then he is either an ordinary person, or they've hidden their true strength. If a cultivator deliberately conceals their cultivation level, those with lower strength will be unable to discern the true power of a cultivator whose cultivation level is far higher than their own. It should be noted that both of them are at the great perfection of the Golden Core realm, just one step away from reaching the nascent soul realm.
If they couldn't discern the old man's strength, then he couldn't possibly be an ordinary person. There is only one possibility, at least the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm or above.
Upon seeing someone approach, the red-robed giant, who was gnawing on a large chicken leg, stopped eating. Nono stretched out her sleeve and uttered 2 words.
Demon core.
The old man, Huotingting, didn't say anything, but simply shook his head gently. Seeing this, the red-robed giants knew that another provocative meal had been delivered to their door. They immediately surrounded Huotingting. The red mist was released randomly, and in less than 2 breaths, it completely enveloped Huotingting.
Then came the wailing and howling of a baby. Everyone present shook their heads helplessly. Why? Ji Xiaoyan sighed silently. It seems we'll have to find another spiritual spring. It's over, it's over. Lu Dehuzi also shook his head.
I thought he was a powerful expert who could fight the red-robed giant. Regardless of winning or losing, it would be best if both sides were severely injured, so that they could take advantage of the chaos to seize the pure heart jade lotus. Unexpectedly, before he could even make a move, he was trapped in the red mist. They had seen this same scene many times before. Chapter 38. Actually, I have a girlish heart.
Useless.
What's the point of sending such a useless old man? Many people are cursing and complaining about this, as if their inability to pick the pure heart jade lotus is all because of Huotingting. Just as everyone was waiting for the scene of the axe smashing limbs, the fog gradually dissipated. The scene that unfolded made everyone present rub their eyes. Huotingting stood there, looking dashing and heroic. The red-robed giant was nowhere to be seen. There were only 15 short, stout bodies on the ground, and 15 extremely ugly, distorted heads. Where did those red-robed giants go?
What are those ugly things on the ground? A commotion broke out in the crowd.
Old man, what's going on? A disciple of the northern sect asked in confusion. Man frowned, stared intently for a long time, and then shook his head in confusion. He then turned to Ji Xiaoyan from the neighboring sect and asked,
Hey, old man. Do you know what's going on here?
Ji Xiaoyan narrowed her eyes to slits, then slowly opened them again. I once had the privilege of hearing the sect leader mention a race that is short in stature and ugly in appearance, yet enjoys impersonating giants.
Senior brother, you mean the giant we just saw was actually these dwarves in disguise? They're Bittens. Lu Dehuzi seemed to understand something.
The 3 made no attempt to conceal their conversation, and it quickly spread to everyone around them.
Damn it, so these ugly things were the culprits.
Hu Shimei spat and cursed in a coquettish tone. Cao Meng appeared at this moment and smiled politely at Hu Shimei.
Miss, please feel free to pick the pure heart jade lotus if you need it. Thank you, young master. Hu Shimei bowed to Cao Meng in a soft, delicate voice.
Then she directed the girls behind her to go to the spirit spring to pick the jade lotus. Seeing this, the members of other sects were eager to make their move. However, due to Huotingting's strength, they dared not act rashly. It was Lu Dehuzi who stepped forward first, bowing respectfully to Huotingting. Then, he smiled and cupped his hands in a respectful gesture towards Cao Meng. This young man must be the famous holy son of the Illusion Moon sect. This old man is Lu Dahu of the Nanmu sect of the 9 provinces continent.
Greetings.
Lu the bearded man first exchanged pleasantries and introduced himself, then spoke earnestly. My sect has disciples who have been injured by the miasma and need the pure heart jade lotus to heal them. I hope you will allow my disciples to pick it. If you need payment, please name your price as soon as possible. I am willing to offer you spirit stones with both hands.
It's obvious we can't win a fight. But Huotingting alone could wipe them all out without breaking a sweat.
He's not stupid, he's a seasoned veteran who knows who he should flatter. Cao Meng looked at the entire spiritual spring filled with pure heart jade lotuses, enough for everyone present to use. He casually waved, indicating that he should pick the fruit himself.
As the holy son of the first sect in Tianyuan domain, what treasures haven't he seen?
He has no shortage of spirit stones. He disdained to earn spirit stones in this way, as it would be beneath his dignity. Upon hearing Cao Meng's instructions, Lu Dehuzi excitedly clasped his hands in gratitude once again. He hurriedly led his disciples toward the spiritual spring. Seeing that someone had taken the lead, the other sects could no longer sit still. They all stepped forward to speak well of Cao Meng. They were simply waved at to go and get it themselves. This thing can only help ward off miasma, one pill is enough.
More is useless.
After harvesting the pure heart jade lotus, many sects headed deeper into the soul-eating swamp, towards the abyss of 10,000 demons. Some onlookers, eager for a good show, joined in the commotion.
Many more were drawn to the women of the charming maiden's cult and were reluctant to leave. If I can't do anything else, at least I can feast my eyes. The Cha Nu sect and the Bei Bei sect are different.
Hu Shimei and Man Man's goals were surprisingly the same at this moment.
However, Hu Shimei was an experienced woman after all. Although she was eager to approach Cao Meng, she ultimately refrained from doing so.
The old man, however, held Cao Meng's hand tightly under the guise of expressing his gratitude.
He spoke from the bottom of his heart.
Cao Meng was quite annoyed by Man Man's actions.
What the heck?
It's just a few pure jade lotus flowers, is it really necessary to make such a big deal out of it?
Alright. You're welcome. Go on with your work.
Cao Meng looked like a rather old man, but his hands were as well maintained as a young girl's, extremely smooth and tender. Feeling uncomfortable and uneasy, I withdrew my hand and said casually.
However, just as Cao Meng reached his hand back, Man Man grabbed it again, his face full of obsequiousness.
Young Master Cao, young Master Cao. Young Master Cao, I have a secret I wish to tell you. Cao Meng raised an eyebrow and looked at Man Man with a puzzled expression.
What secret?
Man Man glanced warily to the left and right, then leaned close to Cao Meng's ear and whispered.
Young Master Cao, don't let my male appearance fool you, I actually have the heart of a young girl. Cao Meng frowned even more deeply. What?
Young Master Cao, although I am a man, I actually have the heart of a young girl.
Cao Meng. Fuck you.
He immediately slapped Man Man across the face. This slap was delivered with no restraint, it used 80% of the strength of a golden core cultivator. He sent the unsuspecting Man Man flying dozens of meters away, his teeth and nose bleeding profusely, and one side of his face swollen like a pig's head.
What the hell? A girly heart?
Cao Meng shook his wrist in disgust, having been touched by the old man for quite a while. If it weren't for the fact that it can regenerate, I would really like to chop off this hand and feed it to the dogs.
The onlookers, who were watching the spectacle, stared wide-eyed at what they saw.
I don't understand why Cao Meng suddenly made a move. Seeing how he beat someone into such a sorry state with just one move, I couldn't help but feel a chill. They all nervously avoided Cao Meng's gaze, fearing they might be harmed for no reason. However, Ji Xiaoyan and Lu Dehuzi exchanged a glance and guessed the reason. He wanted to laugh, but he tried his best to hold it in, his expression was truly strange.
Roll. You son of a bitch, don't let me see you again.
If I see you again, I'll chop your thing up with a pair of scissors. Cao Meng roared angrily at Man Man. Seeing this, the other disciples of the northern sect helped Man Man up and slunk away. Just as Man Man staggered a few steps, an oversized machete locked onto him and flew straight at him.
The severely injured Man Man was unable to dodge and watched helplessly as the axe slammed into his forehead.
He died with his eyes wide open in disbelief.
Elder Man.
As the disciples of the northern sect cried out, Man Man collapsed to the ground, unable to rise.
Then countless axes flew in from all directions, attacking everyone present indiscriminately. Ah. Well.
Suddenly, many disciples from various sects were ambushed and killed without their knowledge.
Set up the formation. Defense.
The leaders of all the major sects issued emergency orders as quickly as possible. At this moment, the difference between the sects is quite obvious. Those minor sects were wiped out before they could even set up the most basic defensive formations. Sects with some strength would have a few powerful cultivators set up a simple, small defensive array to protect their weaker disciples. On the other hand, the Illusion Moon sect truly lives up to its reputation as a giant in the Tianyuan domain. The reaction speed of its disciples is absolutely top-notch. After the first axe-wielding warrior killed Man Man, all the disciples quickly arranged themselves around Cao Meng, forming an unbreakable defensive formation.
Chapter 39 Star Spike.
The rain of axes grew heavier and heavier, and in just half an incense stick's time, the ground was covered with severed limbs and broken arms.
Third Elder. During the defense, Cao Meng accurately pinpointed the direction from which the machete originated.
Right there in the axe pattern formed by a red cloud in the sky above. Hua Tingting shouted loudly, releasing all the power of the nascent soul realm great perfection. With a swift movement, he unleashed a sharp blade that slashed fiercely at Hong Yun.
Ah!
As screams of agony echoed from the red clouds, dozens of dwarfs fell to the ground. Seeing this, Hua Tingting didn't hesitate at all and delivered another ruthless blow. This time, the axe rain in the red clouds suddenly stopped. What were originally scattered pieces have been transformed into a gigantic axe to resist the shadows of the blades.
Boom!
The two energy waves collided in the sky, causing a huge fluctuation. The little babies on the ground were blown away in large numbers. They all cried out in anguish.
Under this impact, Hong Yun also drifted back dozens of miles.
After Hua Tingting's two moves, the harvest was over. Cao Meng quietly watched as the red mist slowly drifted back into the sky.
Then, countless bitmen jumped down from above, surrounding the group. How dare you!
A bunch of ignorant two-legged beasts dare to kill members of my blood demon sect. As a hoarse, deep voice rang out, a small dwarf wearing a mask and a cloak stepped out from the Bit tribe's ranks.
The enormous axe he carried on his shoulder created a comical contrast.
The masked man stared intently at Hua Tingting, and the anger in his heart could be seen from the way he gripped the machete tightly. Behind him followed three dwarfs, their faces bearing an air of arrogance. Upon closer inspection, these three people were indeed the same three people who had been strung together by Chu Xingyun. Unlike before, although the three of them looked the same, they had all grown horns. Big brother, it was those two-legged beasts who stole our demon cores. Suddenly, one of the three, a dwarf with an antenna on his head, pointed at the Illusion Moonsect team. Yes, big brother, it's those two-legged creatures.
That kid is wearing the same clothes as them.
The little dwarf with two antennae on his head added. Upon hearing this, the masked man shifted his gaze from Hua Tingting. He swaggered toward Cao Meng, carrying a large axe. Before he could even speak, the one-horned dwarf said viciously, "Two-legged beasts, hand over your demon cores, and we'll leave you with intact corpses."
Cao Meng. What the hell are you talking about? I don't understand what the masked man means at all.
His face darkened, and he was about to retort angrily. Before he could even utter the words "get lost," he heard a voice from the system in his mind.
Ding!
Detected someone nearby with whom a romantic connection can be formed. As long as the host has physical contact with them for more than 15 minutes, a mark will be triggered, granting mutual experience points.
Then, the system panel displayed the masked man's detailed information.
Starry Spikes. Identity, Bit 6 Princess, self-created blood demon sect, 5,000 experience points/day.
Age, 19.
Cultivation level, level 3 of the spirit-devouring realm, equivalent to the late golden core stage of a cultivator. Physique, Bairu Lianshan body, the awaken's body feels like it's wrapped in a flowing film of water, soft and smooth to the touch, and shimmers with tiny droplets of water under the sunlight. When they sweat, the water droplets are fragrant, and when they get excited, the scent changes to a mixture of ripe peach and coconut milk. If you smell it too much, your throat will feel tight and your head will feel dizzy.
Appearance rating, 98.5. Good heavens! Cao Meng's lips twitched, and his eyes widened. 5,000 experience points a day? That's amazing! What a lucky day!
Before the previous 13 acts of plundering could leave their mark, another act of win-win causality has arrived.
It scored an astonishing 98.5 points.
After transmigrating to this world, the most beautiful woman Cao Meng had ever seen was Ouyangmi, who was only rated 95 points by the system. This is almost a perfect score. Looking at that masked face, Cao Meng already felt an irresistible urge to gain experience points. So, his attitude immediately did a complete 180-degree turn, and he said in a pretentious manner,
"How should I address this fellow Taoist? Is there some misunderstanding?" Before Xing Suisui could speak, the dwarf with one horn behind her stepped forward and spoke.
"This is our eldest brother, the leader of the blood demon sect." As soon as the one-horned dwarf finished speaking, the two tentacle dwarfs went up and slapped him.
Who told you to steal Big Brother's words? Big Brother will tell you himself. Step back. Oh.
The one-horned dwarf, having been slapped, retreated thankfully.
Big Brother, please go ahead. Xing Sui glared at the one-horned dwarf and stepped forward. Two-legged beast, hand over your demon core, and I'll leave you with a whole corpse.
After Xing Sui finished speaking, she slapped the dwarf on the head with her backhand.
Stealing my lines. Cao Meng laughed as he watched this comical scene. Big Brother, what do you mean by demon core? I don't quite understand. Stop pretending.
That man was dressed exactly like you. He shot and injured the three of us brothers with a gun and stole our demon cores.
If you know what's good for you, hand them over right now. The one-horned dwarf jumped out again, shouting. Smack.
The two-horned dwarfs slapped the one-horned dwarf on the head again.
Stealing Big Brother's lines again? You're asking for it.
The dwarf with one horn realized what was happening and quickly retreated behind Xing Sui. Xing Sui glanced at the dwarf with one horn, opened her mouth but her lines were stolen, and she didn't know what to say. Finally, he slowly uttered three words.
Hand over the demon core. Yes, hand it over.
Just as the dwarf was about to interject, he was startled by a look from Xing Sui and quickly covered his mouth.
Cao Meng.
He understood that the group of bitmen had come to him to ask for the demon core. Cao Meng continued to ask, are you saying he was wearing the same clothes as us and was carrying a long spear?
Oof.
Xing Sui snorted coldly, and the dwarves did the same thing. From the way he tilted his head back and showed a disdainful expression, Cao Meng could tell that this was the truth. So he began to make plans in his mind. All the disciples of the Illusion Moon sect are here, dressed in Illusion Moon sect attire and carrying a gun.
Could it be Chu Xingyun, the eldest son? He's the only one who fits that image. Cao Meng smiled at Xing Sui. Miss, there's been a misunderstanding. But if you want the demon core, I can help you. Girl.
Upon hearing Cao Meng's words, many people present turned their attention to the masked man.
Two-legged creature, what nonsense are you talking about?
This is our big brother. Xing Sui stared at Cao Meng in disbelief. He said viciously, give me back the demon core right now, or I'll kill you all.
Ha ha ha.
Cao Meng laughed loudly.
Then we'll see if you have the ability.
Xing Sui instinctively glanced at Huatingting, her little fists clenched so tightly they made a loud thud.
What do you want in return for the demon core? Chapter 40 Taking a Concubine.
Based on those two slashes the old man just made, Xing Sui knew they couldn't win this fight. Unfortunately, she desperately needed the demon core, so she had no choice but to lower her stance. Seeing the woman's improved attitude, Cao Meng spoke the truth. The person who stole your demon core is my son, and I don't know his whereabouts at the moment. Once I find him and learn the truth, I will return the demon core to you.
Whether it was a demon core or not was irrelevant to Cao Meng.
He was now thinking about how to give this woman an injection to plant a karmic mark. According to the system rules, if you can increase the favorability of the mark towards you, there is a chance to get more experience points. That's why we're trying to communicate with them properly here, otherwise, we would have just kidnapped them.
Xing Sui didn't believe Cao Meng's words.
Her eyes were full of anger as she stared at Cao Meng, but she was helpless.
You two-legged beast, you just wait, this sect leader will not let you go.
After leaving behind a harsh remark, he departed with the Bit clan.
Brother, we can't let them just leave like this. They killed so many of us.
At this moment, Lu the bearded man jumped out and shouted.
Yes, we can't let them leave.
Kill all of these dwarf rats.
Seeing someone speak out first, the various sects roared indignantly.
They had killed many of their disciples in that massacre just now, so how could they be willing to let Xing Sui leave so easily?
Yes, we can't let them go. You guys go and stop them right now. Cao Meng gave everyone a meaningful look. Ho! These people want to use him as a tool? They must be out of their minds.
Lu Dehuzi was about to act immediately, but Ji Shaoyan firmly held him back. Only then did she realize what was happening, and she lowered her head. Xing Sui Sui, who was about to leave, naturally heard these comments and paused for a moment in her steps. He glanced at Cao Meng with surprise. As the play ended, each sect departed alone, heading deeper into the soul-eating swamp and towards the abyss of 10,000 demons. That is the final destination, the mysterious land of Xianhuang ancient ruins. Young Master Cao, may I travel with you? Hu Shimei deliberately swayed her plump hips as she approached Cao Meng and smiled faintly. Holy Sun! Hua Tingting was about to stop him when Cao Meng reached out and interrupted him. He smiled slightly. If the young lady doesn't mind, of course. Holy Sun! Hua Tingting, with a stern face, reminded him in a stern voice. He had no good feelings towards these witches from the very beginning. Furthermore, as a nascent soul cultivator, he could clearly sense the extremely strong yang energy emanating from these women. Especially this Hu Shimei. Taking all of this into account, Hua Tingting concluded that these women were targeting their illusion moon sect. Third Elder, there's no need for further words. I am the one leading this team. Just follow orders. Cao Meng said coldly. Upon hearing this, Hua Tingting shook his hand forcefully and shouted loudly at the disciples of the illusion moon sect in front of everyone. No one is allowed to speak to these witches, or I'll kill you. Cao Meng is beyond his control, none of these brats dare to disobey him. The disciples of the illusion moon sect were all drooling with desire when they saw that there were 13 beautiful young ladies accompanying them, hoping for a romantic encounter. The third elder's shout completely shattered his spirits. They knew the old man's temper all too well. This old man doesn't play games. When he chops people up, he really does it. Why? Hu Shimei was taken aback, her face full of anger. What's wrong with this old man? They shouldn't even speak ill of others behind their backs. The original owner is still here. Boom! The two great mountains at the abyss of 10,000 demons trembled violently. Xu Xingyun, who was running through the soul-eating miasma, suddenly stopped and watched the black mist slowly rise into the sky. Yuner, the secret realm has opened. The soul, unable to conceal its overwhelming joy, offered a reminder. Master, as long as you find the body shaping and rejuvenation pill, you can reshape your physical body. Xu Xingyun also had a big smile on his face. Just now, he encountered an old baby in the nascent soul realm who was so ignorant of his own mortality, saying that he wanted to take him as a concubine. Grass! This is unbearable, even though I can't beat this old baby. But I have a master. When the master intervened, he easily beat the old man until he was bruised and swollen, and he knelt down begging for mercy. In the end, not only did they manage to snatch the remains of Rama from the old baby, but they also learned from him that the secret realm might contain a body-shaping and rejuvenation pill. With these two items, once we find the transformation elixir, we can create a physical body for our master. Thinking of the appearance of his master's soul form that he had seen in the ring, Xu Xingyun's heart pounded. Master is so beautiful. If Master wasn't a soul, how could he possibly have fallen for that big-breasted, brainless woman? Now that Master has the opportunity to reshape his physical body, it means he also has the opportunity to make Master his woman. Xu Xingyun became happier the more she thought about it, and her tense nerves relaxed. Yuner, be careful. Suddenly, thousands of whisk threads shot towards Xu Xingyun's head from the side, like countless silver needles. The urgent reminder from the soul entity instantly brought Xu Xingyun's imagined thoughts back to reality. All spiritual energy was released at full power, forming a protective shield. Xu Xingyun moved with perfect coordination between his waist and horse, his feet suddenly turning as he unleashed a dodging technique, the spiral universe spin. This movement technique allows him to spin rapidly like a top in critical moments, instantly dodging hidden weapons coming from all directions. Bang! The moment the whisk threads touched the protective shield, they shattered instantly. Fortunately, Xu Xingyun completed the spiral universe turning technique, and the silver threads narrowly missed Xu Xingyun's face. After Xu Xingyun landed steadily, a shocking scar appeared on his otherwise ordinary face. What goes around comes around, what goes around comes around. The location of the new wound is exactly the same as the spot he left on Huangji's face before, without the slightest deviation. Damn, that kid's quick.
It is Tu Li to the left of Chu Xingyun. An old man with a withered face spat out a curse and ran away. Judging from the bruises on the old man's face, it wasn't hard to guess that he was the old baby who had just wanted to take Chu Xingyun as a concubine. Old man, you're asking for it. Chu Xingyun's eyes were bloodshot. He cursed viciously and chased after her, carrying the dragon-pattern spear. That old guy just insulted me. I had already spared his life, but I never expected him to launch a sneak attack. That old guy really went for the kill with that move. If it weren't for his extraordinary ability to use the spiral universe reversal technique, his head would have been pierced through by the whisk in his hand. Master, lend me your power. I'm going to kill this old bastard. Chu Xingyun was only at the foundation establishment stage, and even if he exerted his power to the fullest, he could not catch up with a nascent soul stage cultivator. Left with no other choice, he had to ask his master for help. The soul hesitated for a moment, but ultimately quietly transferred soul power to Chu Xingyun. She originally thought that the Xianhuang ancient ruin's secret realm had already opened, and didn't want to waste any more time here. Unfortunately, this old man actually wanted to kill my Yuner. If Yuner were to die, who would find me the body restoration pill? The old baby's nascent soul power surged forward, frantically clearing a path, breaking through mountains and cutting down trees. Get out of my way. Whenever he encounters any fools who block his way, no matter who they are, he simply flicks his whisk and kills them instantly. You old bastard, stop right there and prepare to die. Chu Xingyun relentlessly pursued him like a persistent leech. Chapter 41: The Lingering Ghost. Get out of here, all of you, get the hell out of here. During his escape, the old baby encountered two more people blocking his way. He pulled out his whisk and flicked it. The two, who were leisurely walking, turned around when they heard the noise. Holy crap! A fierce attack, powerful enough to crush a golden core cultivator at the great perfection stage, came hurtling towards him. Without a second thought, the two immediately mobilized all their spiritual power, unleashing their early-stage nascent soul realm strength towards the whisk. Bang! Boom! The energy waves formed by the three nascent soul realm powers collided violently, causing an explosion that shattered the clouds. With a deafening roar, the TNT exploded, and a blinding white light instantly engulfed everything around it. Swampy mud from a radius of 10 miles, carrying huge rocks, shot into the sky. Old devil ISO, what are you doing, you old codger? As the smoke dissipated, a bottomless crater was revealed. At the same time, the two also saw who had attacked them. It was none other than the Grand Elder of the Northern Sect, Ji Baiwan. Old Ghost Tang. Old Qian? ISO Shiro was taken aback, never expecting to run into two old acquaintances here. Tang Laogui's real name is Tang Shangfei, and Chen Laogui's real name is Qian Duoduo. The two are the guard elders of the Nanmu sect. Ji Baiwan is a guard elder of the Beibei sect. After entering the soul-eating swamp, the three did not travel with their sect's team. Instead, they went into the soul-eating swamp separately to explore their respective pursuits. I never expected to run into you at this time. During this brief delay, Isoba realized that Chu Xingyun was rushing towards her from behind like a cannonball. His expression tightened. Old Tang, old Qian, there's no time for catching up, hurry up and stop that little thing behind me. As soon as he finished speaking, Iso Hiro vanished, leaving only fallen leaves scattered on the ground from the speed of his movements. The two of them naturally sensed Chu Xingyun's approaching aura. What's going on with this old ghost Ji? Why is he being chased by a foundation establishment stage kid? This kid is pretty fast. Tang Shangfei and Xian Duoduo exchanged a glance, both looking puzzled. Get out of my way. Chu Xingyun, who was rushing over, also noticed the two and immediately ordered them to make way. Holy crap! The two were taken aback. What a tough kid. How dare they speak to them like that? As nascent soul realm experts, the two naturally wouldn't take Chu Xingyun seriously. He stood there, unmoving and disdainful. Court death. Seeing this, Chu Xingyun no longer held back and rushed over at high speed. Strands of pure white spiritual energy surged into the dragon pattern spear like a tidal wave. Go to hell.
Chu Xingyun roared and unleashed the third strike of the 13 deadly shots, breaking illusion. With eyes piercing through illusion and a heart turned towards the way, a single spear thrusts forth, shattering the demons of the world. This was the strongest move that Chu Xingyun could use. Furthermore, this shot was infused with the power of the nascent soul realm bestowed upon him by his master.
Its power has increased exponentially compared to the past. Holy crap! The two of them spoke fluent and foul language.
His eyes were practically popping out of their sockets.
To my utter surprise, a mere foundation establishment cultivator could unleash such formidable power. Terrifying.
If the attack from old demon ISO just now could have seriously injured them when they were completely unprepared. So now, Chu Xingyun's attack has definitely made them feel the breath of death.
Boom. Whoosh.
The two dared not be negligent in the slightest, for it was clearly too late to hide now. With two loud booms, the two had reached a critical point, unleashing their early nascent soul stage cultivation without reservation. The secret of obscuring the sun with gold coins.
Lie flat and return to the ruins.
All we can do now is mobilize all our spiritual power to fight back. Xian Duoduo and Tang Shangfei simultaneously shouted out their ultimate move slogans, and two spiritual energy shockwaves suddenly attacked Chu Xingyun. Shen Duoduo's palm condensed into countless shimmering gold coin phantoms, which surged like a tidal wave, accompanied by the clattering sound of the coins colliding. The attack contains a hidden curse effect of spending money to avert disaster. Tang Shangfei lay down on the ground, and the phantom image of the Bagua sleeping platform appeared around his body, releasing lazy golden ripples. Ripples can slow down the opponent's attacks and weaken and deplete their spiritual energy, euphemistically known as working while lying down. Despite their fancy methods, the power imbalance of their social status remains a fatal flaw. The power that Chu Xingyun can unleash at this moment is enough to reach the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Despite their desperate resistance, it was all in vain. The two golden beams shattered instantly upon contact with the dragon-patterned spear shadow unleashed by Chu Xingyun.
Ah! Puff!
With two screams and a violent vomiting of blood, the two were blasted dozens of miles away.
Chu Xingyun did not linger there, not even glancing at the two of them, and continued chasing after Jibaiwan.
A few minutes later, the two staggered and helped each other to their feet. His pale face showed that he was seriously injured.
Old demon ISO. Cough cough, cough, ah.
Tang Shangfei almost ground his back teeth to powder.
You old devil, I'm not finished with you. Cough cough, pft. Shen Duoduo spat out a few more words viciously.
Of all the physical injuries, the emotional wounds are the most painful. At this moment, both of them were filled with deep regret. I shouldn't have listened to that old devil Ishigaki's nonsense and helped him stop this pervert. They both remembered this grudge. Of course, the blame should be placed on that old devil.
Achoo! Achoo!
While fleeing for his life at full speed, Isashiro suddenly sneezed twice for no apparent reason.
Which brat is bad-mouthing me behind my back?
I wonder if those two old guys managed to stop that kid.
Iso Shiro frowned and instinctively glanced behind her. All was quiet.
I feel much more at ease now, and my pace has slowed down accordingly. Although he was running, he was fleeing for his life, keeping his nerves on edge and concentrating all his strength in his calves. This 10,000-meter sprint left me completely exhausted.
I'm really getting old. I wonder if there really will be that thing in this secret realm.
Iso Shiro was calculating in his mind. He had paid a high price to get this information before coming here. The Dragon Marrow Rejuvenating Pearl will appear in the Xianhuang Ancient Ruins secret realm this time. This is a treasure containing the power of dragon essence. Obtaining it will enable bone remodeling, not only temporarily restoring a youthful physique but also rekindling a man's virility. It's a pity that the brat stole Rama's remains, otherwise I could have reversed my aging process with the transformation elixir and the Dragon Marrow Rejuvenating Pearl. Humph, you little beast, once we enter the secret realm, I will find a chance to cripple you. Then you can expect me to pamper you properly. You old dog, prepare to die. Just as Ji Baiwan was still fantasizing about how to bring Chu Xingyun under his command, he heard a familiar but strange voice shouting. Looking back, Iso Shiro felt a chill run down her spine, a coldness rising from her tailbone straight to the top of her head. You little bastard, you're like a persistent ghost. Chapter 42 The Seal of Life and Death. Iso Shiro spat and cursed. With a powerful push from his calves, he took off running. But Chu Xingyun could not give him another chance to escape. Today, he's as determined as a turtle eating a weight to chop down this old cucumber. With precise aim, the dragon-patterned spear was thrown like a javelin, aiming straight for Isohiro's anus. While Isohiro was desperately running away, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Looking back, holy crap! With his primordial power fully unleashed, he leaped 3 zhang high, narrowly saving his chrysanthemum. Unfortunately, it was because of this brief opportunity to escape. Chu Xingyun's figure had already arrived directly in front of Jibai Bend. He stared coldly at Isohiro. Old dog, keep running. Why have you stopped? Seeing Chu Xingyun's murderous gaze, Isoba swallowed hard as if in a physiological reaction, revealing a smile that was more like a grimace. Young man, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Chu Xingyun ignored the old ghost's nonsense, stretched out his arm, and the dragon-patterned spear automatically returned to his palm. Seeing Chu Xingyun walking towards him step by step, Ji Baiwan's lips twitched violently, and his mind raced. With a thump, he knelt straight down on the ground. Brother, it's really a misunderstanding. Listen to me, I'm actually here to deliver transformation elixir to you. As Ji Baiwan spoke, she hurriedly took out a small jade bottle from her storage ring. Chu Xingyun stopped in his tracks, his eyes, which had been filled with murderous intent, turning into vigilance and suspicion. Seeing this, Jibai's Adam's apple bobbed, and he knelt on the ground with his head down, holding the small jade bottle steadily in his hands, not daring to make the slightest movement. Chu Xingyun slung the dragon-patterned spear over his shoulder, coldly stepped forward to retrieve the small jade bottle, and tossed it directly into his storage ring. Master, please verify if it's true or not. In less than 2 breaths, the storage ring emitted an excited whimper from the soul entity. Yuner, it's real, it's real. This is the transformation elixir. With the remains of Rama and the transformation elixir, all that's missing is the body-shaping and rejuvenating pill to reshape her physical body. Her joy is now impossible to conceal. Upon hearing this, Chu Xingyun was equally happy for his master. If master can become a real woman, then he can let master experience the joy of being a woman. As Ji Baiwan, who was kneeling on the ground awaiting punishment, saw the joy on Chu Xingyun's face, his heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down. Isa Shiro took a deep breath. Hey bro, see? I didn't lie to you. Can you let me go now? Ha! Old dog, you really didn't lie to me, this is indeed the transformation elixir. Chu Xingyun gave a cold laugh, however, you will still die. After saying that, Chu Xingyun's eyes narrowed, and he thrust the dragon-patterned spear fiercely towards Ji Baiwan's head. That old man just used a deadly move. If it weren't for my master's urgent reminder and my own mastery of the spiral universe reversal technique, I would probably be reporting to the King of Hell by now. Now you think you can use this transformation elixir to make me spare his life? You're dreaming. Iso Shiro was even more surprised that this little thing was so ruthless, even after he had already offered up the treasure, and still wanted to kill him. These young people have no sense of martial ethics. As the cold light emanating from the dragon-patterned spear grew increasingly chilling, Ji Baiwan unleashed all of her spiritual power. The power of the 4th level of the nascent soul realm erupted, and while condensing protective chi, he quickly leaped forward. He tried to dodge the shot. Unfortunately, Chu Xingyun had no intention of leaving Ishibawan alive with that shot. It incorporates the power bestowed upon it by its master at the late nascent soul stage, enough to penetrate the heads of anyone below the 5th level of the nascent soul realm. Ah! With a long, agonizing scream. The protective shield of Isa Shiro offered no protection whatsoever, and the dragon-patterned spear pierced right through his shoulder. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, and at the crucial moment, he jumped up, his head instinctively shifting slightly to the right. Otherwise, his skull would have been pierced right now. Ji Baiwan was forced to kneel on the ground again by the impact of the dragon-pattern spear, his face as pale as paper. He gripped the dragon-pattern spear that had pierced his body tightly with both hands, pleading for mercy in agony. Brother, please let me go. I know the location of the body shaping and rejuvenation pill, I can take you there. Upon hearing this, Chu Xingyun, who was about to draw his gun and strike again, briefly stopped. Really? It's true, absolutely true. Before coming here, I went to the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion. There, I not only learned that the body shaping and rejuvenation pill would appear in this secret realm, but I also learned its exact location. Ji Baiwan recounted all the information he had gathered from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion in one breath. He also recounted in detail how he obtained the remains of Rama and the transformation elixir, as well as his journey to the secret realm to find the dragon marrow rejuvenating pearl. After listening to Ji Baiwan's account, Chu Xingyun's murderous gaze softened considerably. He knew about the Tianji Pavilion organization. With the winds of change blowing through the land in my palm, I know all the secrets of the world. This is the slogan of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, which claims to know all the secrets of the world. Every message that comes out of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion seems to be blessed by the Heavenly Tao, and it always comes true with perfect accuracy. This force is spread throughout the 9 provinces, never participates in any struggles, and only does one business, selling information. Chu Xingyun looked coldly at Ji Baiwan and asked, "Are you telling the truth?" "I swear to heaven that I would never dare to deceive you, young man. The oath to heaven is the most taboo oath for cultivators, as it is like tying one's lifeblood to the belt of the heavens. Once a solemn oath is sworn, one will unknowingly become connected with the way of heaven. Anyone who dares to break their oath will die a violent death, their original spirit will be crushed, and they will not even be given the chance to reincarnate and rebuild." Yuner, what this old man said should be true. It would be better to spare his life and have him lead us to the body shaping and rejuvenation pill, which would save us a lot of time. Just then, the soul entity gave a reminder. "Yes, I'll listen to Master." Chu Xingyun nodded in response. "Old ghost, I can spare your life. But..." Chu Xingyun drew out his voice and pulled the dragon-pattern spear from Ji Baiwan's body. "Ah!" Isashiro bent over in pain and squatted down on the ground. "Thank you so much, brother. Once we enter the secret realm, I will definitely take you to find the body shaping and rejuvenation pill." He wasn't stupid, he knew that Chu Xingyun had spared him because of the body shaping and rejuvenation pill, so he immediately pledged his loyalty. Chu Xingyun gave a wicked smile. "Of course you must take me to find the body shaping and rejuvenation pill, but before that, first plant the life and death slave seal." "Ah?" Ji Bai stared blankly at Chu Xingyun. "I was just thinking that I would find a chance to run away far away and never provoke this kid again." He was completely dumbfounded when he heard Chu Xingyun's words. The seal of life and death, that's a mark that directly connects to the soul. Once planted, he will be this little guy's slave for all eternity. Wait a minute, there's something wrong with this plot. She originally intended to take him as a concubine and make him her plaything, but now the tide has turned. Chapter 43: The Awesome Isepai Bend. "What, you don't want to?" Chu Xingyun slammed his dragon-pattern spear into the ground and stared coldly at Ji Baiwan. Yes. I am willing to serve you for all eternity." Iso Shiro forced a smile and replied. Chu Xingyun frowned, feeling that something was off about what the old man was saying. However, he didn't pay much attention to it, taking it as the old man being too nervous. He stretched out his hand and gave directions. "Come here, open your soul consciousness." Iso Shiro's lips twitched. Although she was unwilling, she had no choice but to do it in order to save her old life. Finally, he knelt before Chu Xingyun, waiting for Chu Xingyun to cast the slave mark on him. Chu Xingyun gathered a faint blue light on his finger and gently touched Ji Baiwan's brow with his fingertip. The spiritual power in the faint light instantly surged into the depths of Ji Baiwan's soul sea. A moment later, Chu Xingyun withdrew his finger. "Get up." "Thank you, master." After the slave seal was completed, Ji Baiwan's gaze towards Chu Xingyun changed. "That young man is so handsome."
Xu Xingyan looked at the expression on Ji Baiwan's face and felt a chill run down his spine.
He immediately yelled at him, "Don't fucking look at me like that."
Oh.
Isoba lowered her head, still stealing lewd glances at Xu Xingyun out of the corner of her eye.
He even instinctively swallowed grass.
Noticing all this, Xu Xingyun restrained himself from getting angry and casually took out a recovery pill and tossed it to Ji Baiwan.
Eating it will help your injuries. From then on, this old guy was one of my own.
Even if I didn't care for him, I at least wouldn't let his injuries worsen. Later, once we enter the secret realm, this old man's nascent soul realm strength will also be of help to me.
Thank you, Master. My master is so kind. ISO is willing to serve my master for all eternity. From now on, my master's affairs are my affairs.
If my master has any trouble, please just give me your orders. ISO is willing to go through fire and water for my master even if it means giving up my life for my master. ISO Shiro took the pill with shining eyes, accompanied by a tearful expression of gratitude. Xu Xingyun's head was buzzing as he listened, and he looked at Ji Baiwan with a puzzled expression. Seeing that the time was ripe, Ji Baiwan leaned close to Xu Xingyun's ear with a lewd look and whispered something.
Master, don't let my male body fool you, I actually have the heart of a young girl.
After saying that, he even gave Xu Xingyun a flirtatious wink. Xu Xingyun was startled and took a step back in fright, quickly putting some distance between himself and the old man. He tightened his grip on the dragon-patterned spear and spoke to the soul within the spirit ring.
Master, this old man is out of his mind. He might as well just die.
Yuner, this old fellow is from the northern sect and has a penchant for homosexuality. Now that you have planted the life and death slave seal on him, he will naturally have different feelings for you.
That's perfectly normal. Ah.
Xu Xingyun stared wide-eyed, his master's words, "It's perfectly normal," caused his brainwaves to short-circuit.
Damn it, no way. We have to kill this old dog. If I kept this around, wouldn't I have to be constantly on guard against my anus? Damn it, Xu Xingyun grabbed the dragon-patterned spear and was about to stab Ji Baiwan. Master, what mistake did Koiso make that you want to kill Koiso? Spare me, Master.
Master, please don't kill Xiaoxi.
Xiaoxi is willing to cook for you, wash your feet, and even use you as a woman when you're bored.
Seeing that Xu Xingyun was plotting to kill again, Ji Baiwan was so frightened that she knelt on the ground and wailed loudly.
Holy crap, I can't take it anymore. Yuner, don't be impulsive, calm down. Just treat him as a test to temper your character. After entering the secret realm, we will need him to find the body shaping and rejuvenation pill.
The soul released wisps of pure white smoke, enveloping Xu Xingyun.
Xu Xingyun's puffed-up cheeks finally calmed down a bit.
The dragon-patterned spear retracted and was slung back over his shoulder.
He pointed it at Isa Shiro and reprimanded him.
Don't get too close to me, stay away from me, keep a certain distance. Seeing that its master no longer intended to kill it, Iso Shiro was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice.
Roar! Ouch! Just then, countless demonic beasts suddenly surged out from all sides, surrounding the two of them.
Although these demonic beasts appeared to be only at the golden core stage, their sheer number over 1,000 was overwhelming. Master, how much longer can your power be maintained? Xu Xingyun asked the soul entity in his heart with a solemn expression. With his current strength, being able to take down one or two is already his limit. However, the master is merely a soul entity, and there is a time limit to the transfer of power to him. The newly acquired slave was just severely injured by me, and I'm afraid he can't fight for long anymore. Therefore, he urgently needs to know whether his master can resolve the current crisis.
Yuner, don't worry, as long as no nascent soul realm demonic beasts appear. These golden core realm demonic beasts alone are nothing to fear. Upon hearing this, Xu Xingyun's expression softened considerably.
Master, rest for a moment, Xiaoji will go and help you get rid of these small fish. Iso Shiro knew it was time for him to show his loyalty, so he bowed to Xu Xingyun. With a flash, he launched a fierce attack on the demonic beast. Silver snakes danced wildly.
Iso Shiro knew she was injured and could not continue fighting. So he immediately unleashed his ultimate move, the Silver Serpent Dance. This was a wide-range killing move. Iso Shiro suddenly swung her whisk into the air. The silvery dust tail instantly grew several meters long, transforming into countless silvery white light snakes in the air. As the shimmering serpents darted about, one after another, the demonic beasts exploded and died. Within a short time, Jibaiwan had already dealt with more than 100 monsters. That was an incredibly impressive performance. Master, please stay away and don't let the blood of these small fish splatter on you. While performing the silver snake dance, Isashiro was also trying to curry favor. Just as he smugly glanced at Chu Xingyun, a tail hidden in the shadows lashed out at him. Seeing this, Chu Xingyun was about to remind him not to get distracted. Ah! Isohaku was then accurately hit by that tail. The tail struck him squarely, right where he had previously been wounded by a gunshot. This is truly adding insult to injury. Then, he was sent flying several meters away like a cannonball. Puff! Jibaiwan struggled to his feet, and a mouthful of blood, which he could no longer suppress, spurted out as if it were free. Before he could even regain his footing, the monster that had ambushed him charged at him like a mad bull. Master, save me! After being struck by that fierce whip, Isohiro-wan was completely rendered unable to fight. Even if he wanted to escape, he couldn't run anymore. In desperation, it had no choice but to ask its owner for help. Waste! Chu Xingyun spat and cursed. Master, give me strength. Wisps of white mist seeped into Chu Xingyun's body. With a sudden flick of his wrist, the dragon-patterned spear was brought into its optimal combat stance. Chu Xingyun dashed towards Jibai Ben like a bolt of lightning. Finally, before the monster could crash into Jibai Ben, he pierced its head with a single spear thrust. Then, Chu Xingyun casually tossed another healing pill to Jibaiwan and scolded her. Get out of here! After saying that, Chu Xingyun picked up the dragon-patterned spear and charged towards the horde of demonic beasts. It was only then that Isashiro-wan snapped out of her fear of death. Silently picking up the healing pills, she watched the back of the young man wielding a long spear, slaughtering his way through the horde of demonic beasts. Chapter 44: The Two Unlucky Ones. So handsome. At this moment, Isohiro's heart felt as if it had been given a second spring. Completely captivated by the boy's heroic spirit, Chu Xingyun was like a god of war, taking down one enemy with a single shot. They defeated the monsters, who roared and howled in terror. In a short time, the battlefield expanded into a perimeter. The demonic beasts watched Chu Xingyun in the center of the arena warily, keeping their distance and daring not to approach. Just as Chu Xingyun brandished the dragon-patterned spear, preparing to wreak havoc once again, his inner spirit urgently warned him to retreat. Yuner, stop fighting. Run. I sense another large number of demonic beasts heading this way. Master, it's just a small demon beast, nothing to fear. Chu Xingyun completely forgot that he was currently fighting using the power of his soul. Alright, Yuner, listen to your master. All the demonic beasts that came this time are above the nascent soul realm. Hurry up and escape, or it will be too late. Holy crap! Chu Xingyun was suddenly startled and then regained consciousness. He sheathed the dragon-patterned spear and charged toward Isohaku Bay. While indulging in a crush, Iso Shiro stared blankly at the figure rushing towards her. Even his running style is so cool. Useless trash, run away. Chu Xingyun immediately hit Jibaiwan on the head with a big nose ring. What's with the old man spacing out? Ah! Isohiro was completely stunned by the attack. Master, what's wrong? Stop talking nonsense and get going. In the time it took to speak, Chu Xingyun had already escaped 2 miles away. Isohaku stared blankly at his master's retreating figure. What's going on? If you have the advantage, why are you running away? Confused, Isoba instinctively glanced at the monster behind her. Times in %UN #at. Jibaiwan was almost scared to death when he saw a dense swarm of demonic beasts, all at the nascent soul stage or above, charging towards him from behind. Master, wait for me.
As soon as he finished speaking, only a fleeting shadow remained where Isashiro had been standing. At this moment, his speed of escape fully demonstrated what it means to fly ahead while your soul chases behind. In the blink of an eye, he surpassed Chu Xingyun. Master, run! Chu Xingyun looked at Ji Baiwan, who had darted past her in a flash, with a surprised expression. The old man ran faster than me, is he injured? Boom, boom. Long. Thump. Wherever the horde of monsters passed, trees were destroyed, rocks exploded, mud and sand filled the sky, and the earth shook. Tang Shangfei and Chen Duoduo, who were resting and recuperating at the moment, suddenly sensed movement 100 miles away and slowly opened their eyes. Because of the distance, the two stared at it for a long time but couldn't figure it out. Tang Shangfei then inquired about Chen Duoduo's injuries. Senior brother Qian, how are you feeling? Junior brother Tang, we are so grateful for the azure dew that you provided. It has enabled us to recover from our injuries quickly. Otherwise, we would have had to return empty-handed from this secret realm. It's all that bastard Ji's fault. If I ever see him again, I'll skin him alive. Before he could even utter the word cramp, Chen Duoduo's face instantly darkened as he stared intently at a figure sprinting toward them from afar. Old demon ISO. Tang Shangfei followed Chen Duoduo's gaze and immediately bristled. Damn it, that bastard dares to come back, just you wait. Before Tang Shangfei could finish speaking, Ji Baiwan arrived in front of the two of them at almost breakneck speed, panting as she reminded them. Huff huff old ghost Tang, huff old ghost Qian, hurry hurry, run away. As soon as the sound faded, the person disappeared, leaving only a few curled-up leaves drifting in the air. Senior brother, what's wrong with this old man? Did you even hear what he said? It seems like they're telling us to run away? The two looked at each other, completely bewildered. Then, they turned their gaze toward the direction where the old man had come from. I could vaguely see a large patch of smoke stretching for dozens of miles away. Suddenly, the two seemed to witness something extremely terrifying. His expression changed drastically. Damn that old devil ISO, he's brought that evil spirit here again. Chu Xingyun, wielding the dragon-patterned spear, charged towards the two like a bolt of lightning. The two men's minds went blank, their legs went weak, and they immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. No, young hero, spare my life. The memory of Chu Xingyun's shot still lingers in the minds of the two. That's incredible. Ha! As Chu Xingyun sped past, he was quite surprised to see how energetic the two of them looked. He then looked at the dragon-patterned spear in his hand with a puzzled expression. The final conclusion was, we went too far. The two kneeling on the ground turned around and looked at Chu Xingyun, who had left only a blur. They helped each other up, their legs weak. I was deeply confused. What's going on? Ignore them. The two looked at each other, completely bewildered. Just as Tang Shangfei was about to sit down and calm himself down, he heard Chen Duoduo stammering. Master, senior brother, quick, look. Junior brother, what's wrong now? Tang Shangfei looked up impatiently and saw Chen Duoduo pointing at the spot where Chu Xingyun had come from, her face pale, sweat dripping down her face. Junior brother, run. Tang Shangfei pushed his speed to the limit, gathering all his spiritual power in his calves. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. Wait for me, wait for my senior brother. Cao Meng had already led the members of the Illusion Moon sect and 13 young ladies from the Charming Maiden sect to the entrance of the 10,000 Demon Abyss. At this moment, people from all walks of life, all from various sects and regions, have gathered here. Holy Sun, according to my investigation, there are no other entrances. The only way to enter the secret realm is through this demon abyss. However, the gales within this demon abyss are unpredictable. Hua Tingting flew down to Cao Meng's side and shook his head. Does that mean we can't enter this secret realm? Cao Meng frowned. They have been here for some time. The reason we couldn't enter the secret realm was because there were tens of thousands of fierce winds deep within the demon abyss, like countless guillotines that plundered lives, sweeping back and forth between the two mountains of the demon abyss. These gales are enough to crush any cultivator below the nascent soul realm. Those who can reach the nascent soul realm are basically top-tier powerhouses. Why would they come to a place like this? The vast majority of those who came were Golden Core Realm disciples. Except for Chu Xingyun. Previously, several sects had sent their disciples to jump down and attempt to enter the secret realm. Among them were several powerful individuals at the great perfection of the nascent soul realm. The final outcome was predictable. They were all crushed into minced meat by the gale as easily as chopping melons and vegetables, without exception. Therefore, Cao Meng asked Huatingting to patrol the area and look for other entrances to the secret realm. Holy Son, although the speed at which the scale sweeps back and forth is unpredictable, it is not without its flaws, Huatingting said, raising his stern eyebrows.
Oh, Third Elder, have you noticed something? Holy Son, look at the gaps between those gales. Chapter 45 Ling Zhang.
I have observed for a long time, and the frequency of these strong winds sweeping back and forth is indeed irregular.
But there are some vortices between each layer. Cao Meng looked in the direction Huatingting pointed out.
The guillotine-like gale extends downwards in layers, with dozens of vortexes between the top and bottom. From Cao Meng's perspective, these vortexes were only about the size of a person.
What's so special about these vortexes?
Cao Meng raised an eyebrow slightly and asked in confusion.
According to my observation, no whirlpool appeared before anyone went down. Cao Meng was taken aback. What does the Third Elder mean?
Huatingting nodded and said, if I'm not mistaken, these vortexes are the teleportation arrays leading to the secret realm. If we want to enter the secret realm, we must jump precisely into that vortex. Their conversation was not concealed, and many people present heard it. Then, a leader of a sect came up to Huatingting and asked with a smile.
Fellow Taoist, what if you can't jump into the vortex? Actually, there was nothing wrong with his question.
Under normal circumstances, for a cultivator to jump to a designated location would be a piece of cake. But this is the abyss of 10,000 demons. Not only will strength be suppressed here, but even accuracy will be significantly different.
What's more, there are thousands upon thousands of man-eating gales below.
It's a significant challenge, both psychologically and physically.
If you can't jump in, you'll be the next whirlpool, Cao Meng replied with a cold laugh. Upon hearing this, everyone understood. It turns out that these vortexes didn't appear out of thin air. The brave warriors in front of them created the conditions for them to enter the secret realm.
Spreading heresies and misleading the public.
Some people believe it, and naturally some people don't.
Sure enough, Ling Zhang, the leader of the Jade Void Palace team, directly stepped forward to refute this. Jade Void Palace is a powerful force in the 9 provinces continent, and is known as the head of the righteous sections. Therefore, both disciples and elders of the sect felt an overwhelming sense of superiority as members of the Jade Void Palace. Therefore, when he saw that even the elders of sects from a small, insignificant place like Tianyuan Domain dared to speak so eloquently here.
Moreover, what he said was something I hadn't even noticed, and a surge of inexplicable jealousy welled up inside me. Ho!
Cao Meng wasn't going to let him get away with it, and retorted directly.
If you don't believe me, you can jump down and try.
Ling Zhang glanced at Cao Meng with disdain, then strode to the edge of the demon abyss. But when he saw the fierce gales below, his lips twitched. When he looked up again, he suddenly realized that everyone's eyes were on him, and he immediately felt like he had been tricked.
Those murderous eyes stared straight at Cao Meng.
However, Cao Meng, who loved watching the show, sneered provocatively.
Elder Ling, it's all right if you don't dare to jump.
As long as you apologize to our third elder, I'll just ignore what you just said.
You little beast, you're asking for death.
Ling Zhang was looking for an opportunity to deceive Cao Meng, and Cao Meng's words gave him a reason to extricate himself.
Then, his aura suddenly erupted, and the pressure of the nascent soul realm's great perfection swept towards Cao Meng like a tidal wave. Snort.
Seeing this, Huatingting was not one to be trifled with. He took a step forward and stood directly in front of Cao Meng.
Both unleashed their full spiritual power, and the combined pressure from their nascent soul realm peak strength clashed directly.
Ling Zhang's shocked expression flashed by. He hadn't expected that the leader from this tiny place would also have the level of the great perfection of the nascent soul realm. Although no special techniques were used, it was simply a contest of strength. Neither of them would concede to the other. Streams of spiritual energy were released from the two of them, teleporting and attacking each other. The leaders of the various sects looked at each other. They all wore worried expressions. They didn't come here to watch the fight, they came to enter the secret realm and seize treasures. Moreover, this kind of battle without gunfire is really meaningless. Finally, someone couldn't help but stand up and say, "Elder Ling, stop hitting us. What time is it? Let's hurry up and think of a way to get into the secret realm. Yes, you two should stop immediately. Elder Ling's secret realm has an expiration time. If you miss the time, you'll have to wait another 50 years. Yes, Elder Ling, please stop and think of a solution." More and more kind-hearted people began to step in and mediate the fight. However, the implication behind their words was clear: they wanted Ling Zhang to think of a way to enter the secret realm. Both Ling Zhang and Hua Tingting are at the great perfection of the nascent soul realm. This invisible battle, even if fought for 3 days and 3 nights, would probably not yield a winner. What bothered Ling Zhang even more was that this group of people started making a fuss at this time. How could he not understand what these bastards meant? It's obvious he wants me to jump in and test the waters. Ling Zhang glared fiercely at Cao Meng and withdrew his spiritual power. He's now kicking himself so hard he wants to slap himself. Why did you have to say anything? Now we're in a dilemma: jumping is not an option, and not jumping is also not an option. As the head of a prestigious and righteous sect, if he didn't dare to jump, wouldn't he be a laughingstock? If word gets back to the sect, will he still be able to maintain his reputation? After hesitating for a long time, Ling Zhang still didn't dare to jump. He casually pointed at one of his disciples behind him and said sternly, "You, jump." Ah! This unexpected stroke of good fortune filled the disciple with terror, and he immediately knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. "Elder Ling, please spare me. I don't want to die." Useless. As a member of the Jade Void Palace, you are as cowardly as a mouse. What use are you? Ling Zhang slapped the disciple on the head, causing the disciple's head to explode on the spot. Ho! Is this how the so-called top-tier, reputable sects operate? Cao Meng sneered inwardly. Not only Cao Meng, but many sects also despised Ling Zhang's actions. However, Ling Zhang couldn't care less about anything else at this moment. He could only throw caution to the wind and do whatever he wanted. He then grabbed a new disciple and ordered him to jump down. The new disciple looked at his fellow disciples, who had been struck by Ling Zhang's palm and now only had half a head left. She knew that if she didn't jump, she might end up like him. Gritting his teeth, he let out a "ah" and jumped down. It's unclear whether the new disciple was too frightened or simply lost his mind. Without even looking at the location of the vortex, I closed my eyes and went down. The outcome was predictable: he was cleaved into a bloody mist by the guillotine-like gale. Upon seeing this, Ling Yin flew into a rage. He unleashed his full nascent soul realm power once again without any concealment. This time he finally had a reason to start a war. He roared at Hua Tingting. "You old bastard, because of your words, my Jade Void Palace lost 2 disciples. Today, I will use your life to pay tribute to them." Having said that, he aimed precisely at Cao Meng and was about to grab him. The feint attack was brilliantly executed. Oh! The old man, still resorting to tricks. Cao Meng instantly teleported behind Hua Tingting. At the same time, Hua Tingting had also fully unleashed his power and rushed towards Ling Zhang. Too many, another vortex. Just as the two began their battle, they heard a bustling crowd. Hua Tingting and Ling Xian unleashed a palm strike in perfect unison, then used the momentum to retract their force. Snort! Ling Zhang glanced at Hua Tingting and went to the edge of the demon abyss again to take a look. Sure enough, at the spot where the disciple had just sacrificed himself, another inconspicuous little vortex appeared. The vortex was mixed with demonic energy, making it difficult to detect without careful observation. Chapter 46: Scarred Man. Could the solution really be here? Ling Zhang frowned, inwardly grumbling. Everyone, it seems this is the teleportation array to the secret realm that you mentioned.
Everyone, let's hurry and grab the treasure. Someone in the crowd shouted out using telepathy. It echoed in everyone's ears.
Just as a small-eyed monk was about to jump, his companion quickly pulled him back.
Are you stupid? That's a gale force wind down there that can crush even a nascent soul cultivator. You're asking for it.
Upon hearing this, the small-eyed cultivator instantly snapped out of his daze, noticing all eyes on him. Only then did they realize that the person had used telepathy, and they had no idea who had shouted it.
Grass.
The small-eyed cultivator spat out a curse, realizing he had almost been used as a pawn.
Seeing that the small-eyed cultivator didn't jump, many people sighed silently. If no one tries, how can this secret realm be explored? For some reason, less than 2 breaths had passed since the small-eyed cultivator stopped jumping, and everyone's attention was now focused on Ling Zhang. In the past, Ling Zhang would have thoroughly enjoyed the spotlight and attention. Right now, he just feels like his head is spinning. Why the hell are you all looking at me?
It wasn't me who said this vortex leads to the secret realm.
Go find whoever said that. Upon hearing Ling Zhang's words, the disciples of Jade Void Palace finally breathed a sigh of relief.
They were afraid that this person in charge would cause them trouble again.
Why the hell are you all keeping your distance from me? I have a brain.
Ling Zhang angrily shouted at the disciples of Yushu Palace. However, his attempt to shift the blame onto Cao Meng did draw everyone's attention.
Ho! Cao Meng chuckled coldly and shouted loudly at the crowd.
The vortex below is the portal to the secret realm, as I, Cao Meng, have said.
Anyone who wants to enter the secret realm can go now. If I'm wrong, you're welcome to come and settle accounts with me.
He is not Ling Zhang, and he does not have the title of the head of any prestigious sect. They would never risk their brothers' lives for experiments.
Whoever wants to go can go, he's not going to be the first one anyway.
Just kidding, there are still 14 causal imprints to complete, he doesn't want to die so soon.
Shah.
Everyone despised him. If you go down there, you might lose your life.
Who will be able to climb back up to find you then? If you're afraid of dying, don't come here.
At this moment, a scarred man kicked away the loose stones rolling at his feet and stood up to mock him.
Look at you bunch of cowards in Taoist robes.
The cowards of Jade Void Palace hid behind like quails, while other sects didn't even dare to lift their eyelids. This is the famous sect that everyone talks about.
Bah!
He suddenly ripped open his coarse cloth shirt, revealing crisscrossing old wounds on his chest.
Do you see these scars? It was left behind by being gutted by a demon beast and stabbed by a cultivator. You pampered good-for-nothings probably haven't even shed blood on any magical artifacts, yet you're trembling before a vortex that can lead to a secret realm? Ha 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 ha.
Then, he turned to face Ling Zhang, deliberately drawing out his words. Steward Ling, is this the kind of trash that Jade Void Palace has produced? After saying that, he spat out a mouthful of blood and gave a meaningful smile.
Let me, this lonely ghost, be the first to try. This person is a rogue cultivator, without a name or sect.
If this had happened in the past, he would have been beaten up long ago if he dared to say such things. However, everyone was unusually quiet at this moment, and no one from any of the major sects went to find fault with him. After mocking everyone, the scarred man straightened his back and strode to the edge of the abyss. His gaze was fixed intently on the vortex within the gaps in the gale. Just as he was about to jump in, a figure suddenly stepped in first and plunged directly into the abyss.
Ha!
The scarred man was taken aback.
What was going on?
Elder! The disciples of the Bebe sect cried out in shock after seeing who had jumped down. That's right, the first person to jump was Isa Shirawan. Upon seeing someone jump, the crowd immediately gathered around, eager to see if another bloody scene would unfold.
To everyone's surprise, the expected scenario did not occur.
By sheer accident, Isa Shirawan walked right into the whirlpool and disappeared. Upon seeing this, everyone was overjoyed, finally able to confirm that the vortex was indeed the passage into the secret realm. The scarred man was overjoyed. As a rogue cultivator, he was not only frustrated and unsuccessful, but his cultivation progressed very slowly. He had been bullied by these disciples of prestigious sects for years. He just wanted to show off and verbally humiliate them. Then go to your death. Now that someone jumped down and was fine, if they jump accurately, they won't die. Just as he was eager to try and accurately pinpoint his target. With a whoosh, another person flashed by and plunged into the vortex before him. Well, the scarred man looked puzzled. Based on his understanding of these prestigious and upright families, he knew that these people would never be the first to try something new, much less the second. They wouldn't dare to jump until at least after I had finished. What's going on now? Everyone was even more confused. Looking at their teammates, they realized that no one was missing. Where did these brutes come from? Cao Meng was completely bewildered. As soon as he arrived, he began searching for Chu Xingyun, but no matter how hard he searched the entire demon abyss, he couldn't find a single trace of him. Where did this come from? Now it's my turn to jump, right? After muttering to himself, the scarred man leaped into the parabola he had set up. Run! The monster is coming. The Grand Elder? Second Elder? Upon hearing the shouts, Lu Dehuzi and Ji Shaoyan immediately recognized the people as Qian Duoduo and Tang Shangfei. However, before the two could warn them about the strong winds below, they saw Qian Duoduo and Tang Shangfei rushing downwards. Whoosh! Whoosh! With a loud scream, two more figures rushed into the vortex before the scarred man could fall in. Are you kidding me? This can be stolen? The scarred man's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He never imagined that even though he had already jumped down, he was still slower than the other man. Unfortunately, the answer to this question can only be found in the next life. In that brief moment of distraction, a subtle difference appeared in the parabola he had set. Despite the scarred man's efforts to adjust his posture in mid-air, it was to no avail. As the fierce wind drew ever closer, he suddenly smiled, a smile that carried both relief and a final act of defiance. Though my life has been a pathetic one, at least for this moment, I am more powerful than any of you. The scarred man shouted loudly, his voice echoing above the abyss. Finally, under everyone's watchful eyes, he was torn into a bloody mist by the gale and disappeared without a trace. Rumble! Before anyone could even process what was happening, smoke billowed up behind them, and an earthquake-like tremor spread to everyone's feet. Jump! Cao Meng's eyes nearly popped out as he urgently addressed the disciples of the Illusion Moon sect. Thousands upon thousands of monstrous beasts charged toward them like mad bulls. If someone were to be hit by this, they would be doomed unless they had a rebirth system or an immortal body. Otherwise, it's useless. Chapter 47. I really want one. What's going on? Why are so many monsters swarming here? Ah! Roar! The scene immediately descended into chaos. No matter the strength of the monster, or who it is, it will either bite or ram into people when it sees them. Screams and roars echoed through the sky. If it were only 100 or so nascent soul realm demonic beasts, that would be fine. But even if it were 1,000, with so many people cooperating, we could still fight them. But tens of thousands of demonic beasts, regardless of size or cultivation level, attacked simultaneously. They don't give these people any time to prepare, so who can withstand that? After Cao Meng led the members of the Illusion Moon sect and the Charming Maiden sect to jump down. Various sects flocked to the demon abyss like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Many more monsters, unable to stop in their pursuit of humans, fell off the cliff. Within the demon abyss, howling winds filled the air. A giant meat grinder started operating. Some people didn't even have time to scream before they turned into a pool of blood mist. One generation plants the trees, another enjoys the shade. The first group of warriors who successfully entered the abyss and were carried away by the gale gradually formed a small vortex teleportation array. Meanwhile, the falling monsters contributed an even larger vortex teleportation array. At this moment, everyone is gambling with their lives. The first person to jump may not necessarily die, they may successfully enter the circle. Those who jump later have a greater chance of entering the circle, but the monsters above are also sent by Yama to collect their karma.
Of course, all of this is no longer Cao Meng's business. At that moment, he only had one feeling. The world is spinning. The entire sense of sight and touch seem to be shut off. I can't see or smell anything. Complete darkness. After drifting in and out of consciousness for an unknown amount of time, Cao Meng suddenly opened his eyes. I found myself lying on an endless lawn. The grass is green and the flowers are fragrant. Everything was so peaceful and pleasant, like a paradise on earth. Is this a secret realm? Just as Cao Meng was looking around in confusion, he noticed a person lying not far away. It was her? Cao Meng was extremely surprised. Before entering the vortex, he could guess that the teleportation array might randomly teleport him. However, I never expected that this woman would be associated with me. He looked at the woman lying on the ground, fast asleep. Cao Meng really wanted to go over and tear off the mask covering her face. Witness the stunning beauty of this woman who was rated 98.5 by the system. Just as he was getting ready to make his move, Xing Sui Sui suddenly stood up. The first thing she did upon waking was to look at Cao Meng warily and ask him a question. What you up to? Where is this? The sudden action completely stunned Cao Meng. What can I do? Nothing. As for where this is, it's the Xianhuang ancient ruins secret realm, of course.
Xing Sui Sui nervously surveyed her surroundings, finally finding her enormous mountain-splitting axe not far from her. Pointing his axe at Cao Meng, he said, "You, stay away from me."
Ha! Cao Meng was taken aback. Why was this woman so wary of him? It doesn't matter, the system will mark me sooner or later anyway. Cao Meng didn't say anything, and simply turned and left. Now it was Xing Sui Sui's turn to be confused. Where are you going? Cao Meng acted as if he hadn't heard anything and walked off in one direction.
Having spent his past life surrounded by women, he knew women all too well. Their thoughts are the most unfathomable in the world, bar none. Moreover, based on his years of experience, Cao Meng came up with a most important theory. That is, you can't be a simp. The more you lick her, the less she'll care about you. Cao Meng's series of actions left Xing Sui Sui completely dumbfounded. With a flash, he rushed in front of Cao Meng, blocking his path. You stop right there. Cao Meng frowned. Didn't you tell me to stay away from you? Well, I didn't say you could leave, so you're not allowed to leave. Ho! Why should I listen to you? Cao Meng's casual question left Xing Sui Sui at a loss for words. She hesitated for a long time before finally uttering a few words. Come with me to a place. Cao Meng looked around again. This vast grassland stretched as far as the eye could see. Where could he possibly go? Then, Hoshino didn't offer any further explanation. Then, she made hand seals and randomly scribbled on the axe. As if a mechanism had been triggered, the axe began to grow larger. Until finally it forms a volume the size of a small boat. Cao Meng was stunned by this scene. What a wonderful product! I really want one, it would save me money on gas. Xing Sui Sui leaped onto the mountain-splitting axe and shouted at Cao Meng. Come on up. Ha! This woman treated him like her subordinate. Xing Sui Sui, familiar with the route, drove the mountain-opening axe towards a sea of flowers in the distance. Cao Meng didn't see a single ghost along the way. This made him wonder which planet he had been transported to. We can't have everyone die, can we? He didn't know whether others were dead or not, but he was certain that his own eldest son was still alive. He had a feeling that he would soon be able to see Yuner, whom he had been longing to see. Time flies, and before you know it, the time it takes for an incense stick to burn has quietly passed. The two were still drifting in this boundless green field. Girl, where are we going? Cao Meng couldn't help but ask. Then Xing Sui Sui acted as if she hadn't heard anything, not only remaining silent but also deliberately keeping a certain distance from Cao Meng along the way. This made Cao Meng very depressed, so he casually lay down and started to take a nap. Ding! Love mark number 1 Yang Mi has successfully broken through to a major realm. The host has gained an additional 3,000 points of win-win value. Oh wow! Cao Meng was overjoyed, and as soon as he closed his eyes, he heard the system notification sound.
Mir has broken through to the Golden Core realm.
My wife is really hard-working, she doesn't forget to cultivate herself even during her pregnancy.
Give it a thumbs up.
Cao Meng was puzzled, however, because when he arrived, Ouyang Mi had reached the 7th level of foundation establishment. There are still 2 smaller stages after this. The path of cultivation becomes increasingly difficult as one progresses. According to Cao Meng's estimate, it will take at least another 6 months for his wife to reach the Golden Core realm.
And it's only been less than a month, and he's already broken through.
So, he asked the system in his mind. This has been corrected, please forgive me, reviewer.
After hearing the system's explanation, Cao Meng's lips twitched.
6. After all that fuss, it turns out it was all my own doing. I recall that huge vase.
That lazy wife, I'll give her a good talking to when we get back.
As his thoughts wandered, Cao Meng secretly glanced at Xing Sui Sui, who was diligently driving the machete at high speed. He couldn't help but smack his lips.
5,000 points of shared value every day, when will I ever get them? This is really worrying. Chapter 48. What's going on? A sudden transformation? Bang!
While lost in his own thoughts, Cao Meng was suddenly involved in a car accident and almost fell off his axe.
Holy shit!
You wretched woman, you're trying to get me killed. Cao Meng quickly grabbed the handle of the axe and climbed up.
Arrive!
Xing Sui Sui coldly uttered 2 words and then jumped directly off the mountain-splitting axe.
As she landed, the axe instantly shrank back to its original size. Well,
Cao Meng, who had just climbed up and hadn't even settled in, fell back to the ground.
Cao Meng. This woman definitely did it on purpose.
Xing Sui Sui ignored Cao Meng, firmly gripped the axe in her small hand, and chopped it down into the air in front of her.
Bang! The instant the axe blade struck,
Cao Meng then realized that there was an invisible barrier in front of him. The car accident that just happened was caused by the axe hitting this barrier.
Buzz!
Under the pressure of the axe, the barrier flickered between light and darkness, and the impact and friction between the two caused it to emit a hissing sound like electricity.
Sizzle! 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 The barrier is flashing at an increasingly faster frequency. With a loud duong, the suppressed power within sent Xing Sui Sui flying.
Xing Sui Sui quickly got up and, like a little calf, came to the barrier interface again with great momentum.
Come help me. Ah! Cao Meng was taken aback.
Even now, he has no idea what he's doing, having been teleported to this woman for no reason.
And so I followed her here. I always felt that the secret realm I entered was different from other people's. What are you standing there for? Come here now.
Seeing Cao Meng in a daze, Xing Sui Sui directly scolded him.
How can I help? Cao Meng's lips twitched as he approached Xing Sui Sui.
Hold me close, and let's break through this barrier together.
Oh. Cao Meng reached out from behind Xing Sui Sui and was immediately slapped across the face. You scoundrel, where are you grabbing? Hold the axe handle. Cao Meng.
Sorry, I wanted to help you with your waist, but you're too short. No wonder it feels different, it's like a small handheld item. The two repositioned themselves, with Xing Sui Sui standing in front, holding a machete.
Cao Meng knelt on one knee, crouching down to embrace Xing Sui Sui from behind and gripping the axe tightly.
As for why they didn't directly transmit spiritual power, but instead used this method.
It's because Xing Sui Sui, as a member of the Bit race, has a different cultivation path, so Cao Meng couldn't directly transfer spiritual power to her. Sky-splitting and mountain-shattering slash. Xing Sui Sui shouted and raised her axe high for another fierce strike. Buzz. Sizzle. Click.
With Cao Meng's assistance, even though the barrier flickered much faster this time, a small opening was still created. Taking advantage of the moment, Xing Sui Sui grabbed Cao Meng and quickly slipped inside.
Sizzle. 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 After the two entered, the barrier activated its automatic repair function, and the cracks healed completely in just 2 breaths. Even Cao Meng couldn't help but be amazed and impressed after entering the barrier. Birds sing and flowers bloom, springs flow, and streams cascade. Everywhere you look, there are vibrant reds and lush greens, and beneath your feet, clouds surge and mist scatters like jewels. It would not be an exaggeration to call this place a fairyland. Xing Sui Sui summoned the mountain-splitting axe again, and casually tapped a few times while forming hand seals. The axe, as if acting as a navigation system, flew towards the inside of the waterfall. Xing Sui Sui followed closely behind. Seeing this, Cao Meng forgot all about admiring the scenery and hurriedly followed. The two followed the axe through the waterfall, where they found an elegantly decorated cave. It was decorated like a woman's boudoir, fresh and elegant, with a delicate fragrance. The most striking feature is a huge female statue carved from black jade, standing silently in the center of the cave. It gives people a sense of ethereal beauty. What a beautiful woman! Just as Cao Meng was gazing longingly at the jade sculpture woman, Xing Sui Sui, carrying a machete, huffed and puffed as she climbed onto the head of the jade carving. She found a place to stand, picked up an axe, and chopped at the target. Ha! This scene left Cao Meng completely dumbfounded. What's this woman up to? Such a beautiful jade, it would be such a pity to destroy it. With a single axe stroke, a crack began to split from the jade carving's head, spreading downwards at a visible speed. Finally, with a loud bang, the entire jade carving shattered and fell to the ground, raising a cloud of smoke. Once his vision cleared, what Cao Meng saw caused his brain to short-circuit. Xing Sui Sui, who was originally only 1 meter tall, has disappeared. Before him appeared a graceful fairy, pure and ethereal. She naturally exudes an aura of unparalleled elegance and aloofness. With just one glance, Cao Meng was captivated by her charming and shy demeanor and her breathtaking beauty. He was in a daze, as if in a dream, and could no longer take his eyes off her. Such breathtaking beauty is something I have never seen in a single lifetime, not even in my past lives, when I had traveled across mountains and rivers and seen countless beauties. Its beauty is so exquisite that it is hard to find in this world. The woman simply stood there quietly, exuding the ultimate charm. Absolutely stunning. Even if Yang Mi came, she would have to admit defeat. However, the woman's attire was somewhat indecent. Not only were the clothes a little too small, exposing most of her fair skin, but they were also somewhat tattered. They looked like they were about to burst. Just as Cao Meng was completely absorbed in watching, a crisp snap echoed throughout the cave. "You scoundrel, what are you looking at? Holy shit!" Cao Meng's pupils contracted sharply, and as if struck by lightning, he covered his right cheek and stammered out a few broken words. You, how could it be you?" He racked his brains but still couldn't figure out that the woman who had captivated him at first glance was Xing Sui Sui. What's going on? A sudden, unexpected transformation? You've grown taller. Xing Sui Sui ignored Cao Meng's reaction, tossed the axe above her head, and said casually, "Protect me." Dharma protector? What law should we protect? Cao Meng looked around in confusion, but apart from the beauty of the boudoir, he did not sense any danger. Then Xing Sui Sui seemed unwilling to explain too much to Cao Meng. She formed a hand seal, and then a rune was injected into the axe. Then, the axe began to emit a faint white light, which was projected in all directions. Finally, a protective shield was formed, enveloping the two of them. Cao Meng stared blankly at the scene, like a bewildered child. I have absolutely no idea what I should do. Exploring this secret realm was truly frustrating. However, Xing Sui Sui didn't care about Cao Meng's thoughts at all. She sat cross-legged, and with a gentle twist of her wrist, a jade ball gleaming with a warm luster floated in her palm. The moment her fingertip touched the jade ball, a crisp cracking sound echoed throughout the barrier. Countless demonic energies surged forth like ferocious beasts breaking free of their cages. Countless hideous demonic shadows bared their fangs and claws, roaring and engulfing the surrounding light in an instant. Damn it, you bitch, you're trying to get me killed. Cao Meng cursed and turned to flee. Duong. He had only taken 2 steps when he crashed into the barrier and bounced back. Chapter 49 Demonic Evil. Depend on. Cao Meng cursed as he stood up,
mobilized all his spiritual power, and charged towards the barrier again with all his might.
With his current golden core realm strength, staying here would only lead to his death.
They all exuded a fierce aura, and no one dared to provoke them. Just as Cao Meng was about to act again, a white silk ribbon struck like lightning, instantly binding him tightly.
You bitch, what are you doing? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Sure enough, beautiful women are all wicked.
Cao Meng now strongly suspects that this woman had been keeping him following her all along, waiting for this very moment.
They feed themselves to these demonic shadows.
So, he abandoned all pretense of decorum and launched into a tirade of profanities at Xing Sui Sui.
However, Xing Sui Sui didn't care about Cao Meng's actions.
She kept scribbling and drawing on her own body with her fingers. 2 breaths later, a devouring demon returning to ruins array was formed, with herself as the array's core. The myriad demonic energies that had been rampaging like headless flies within the barrier seemed to have witnessed a terrifying scene and became even more agitated.
Thump! Thump! Thump!
They desperately rammed against the barrier. Then, Xing Sui Sui ignored everything and let out a roar to the sky. The devouring demon returning to ruins formation activated, gradually absorbing and devouring this demonic energy. Cao Meng stared blankly at this series of changes, deeply shocked. It was even more exciting than watching a movie, truly thrilling. The barrier light released by the mountain-splitting axe continued to brighten. First, the cave disappeared little by little, then this dreamlike fairyland appeared, and then the entire grassland turned into dust, becoming nourishment for this barrier. After the scenery in his eyes had completely disappeared, Cao Meng was given a different perspective. It's a god's eye view, looking down at every blade of grass and every tree below. Following his gaze, what first came into view was an extremely oppressive atmosphere, like a storm about to break before dusk. Dark clouds loomed overhead, casting long shadows that rippled across the sky. Through the thick black fog, Cao Meng saw tens of thousands of demonic figures attacking people wantonly. The whole scene was a complete mess.
Master, I'll hold these filthy things off for you.
You go first. Silver snakes dance wildly.
Puff.
With a sudden flick of his whisk, Iso Shiro unleashed his killing move, spitting out a mouthful of blood.
Yuner.
Cao Meng, who was watching from the sidelines, suddenly saw an old man dragging his injured body to block the demonic shadows behind Chu Xingyun as he was being chased by the demonic shadows. Useless trash, I don't need your help, get lost.
With unyielding pride, Chu Xingyun's dragon-patterned spear flashed, and several demonic figures fell to the ground. This old man can't die yet.
I still need him to take me to find the body rejuvenation pill so that I can respectfully reshape my physical body.
Last night, he secretly sneaked into the spirit ring again and secretly witnessed his master's peerless beauty.
A wicked seed of desire to possess his master was still quietly taking root in his heart. In fact, in the original novel, after Cao Meng was stabbed to death by Chu Xingyun, he did indeed take his master into his harem. However, after Cao Meng traveled through time, the order of the plot was disrupted. Looking at Chu Xingyun, who had turned back to save her, Ji Baiwan said tenderly,
Master, I knew you couldn't bear to see Koji die.
Master, Iso Shiro sobbed uncontrollably, her voice filled with joy and emotion. Chu Xingyun, who was fighting the demonic shadow.
Damn it. Once I find the body shaping and rejuvenation pill, I'll definitely stab you to death.
The dragon-patterned spear spun and flipped in his hand.
Sweep through the enemy ranks. Hundreds more demonic heads rolled to the ground. These demonic figures are practically indestructible.
Cutting off their heads or piercing their bodies only temporarily restricts their movement.
Before long, they will be pieced together again. Useless trash, let's go.
Seizing the opportunity, Chu Xingyun grabbed Ji Baiwan and fled into the distance.
Ha!
This scene completely baffled Cao Meng, who was watching a movie above the clouds.
Who is this old man? I don't recognize him. I don't remember anyone like that.
Judging from how these two are willing to risk their lives for each other, their relationship must be quite close.
They love each other very much.
As Cao Meng's gaze shifted, he observed the various battlefields. He saw that Ling Zhang, the steward of Yushu Palace, disregarded the lives of his own sect's disciples. As the demonic shadow hurtled towards him, he grabbed a disciple beside him and threw him at it as a shield. He saw another side of the 13 young ladies from the charming maiden's cult. During the soul-eating swamp, they all pretended to be weak and frail. Then, when faced with these demonic shadows and facing life and death, each of them displayed a ruthless and decisive nature. When the gaze fell upon the Illusion Moon sect, Huatingting was leading his disciples in setting up an array while defending against the attacks of the demonic shadows. Judging from the crowd, the casualties were heavy. Looking around, it was a complete battlefield of carnage. "Help me!" Before Cao Meng could even process what was happening, he suddenly heard Xing Suisui calling out weakly. As his thoughts wandered, Cao Meng turned his gaze back to Xing Suisui. At that moment, her expression was one of extreme pain. Half of her body was as black as if swallowed by darkness, and the other half was as red as if scorched by flames. Above her delicate body, a visual heat wave was created. Holy crap! Cao Meng was so frightened that he couldn't help but swear. How did it get like this? He now basically understood what the woman was doing. She was absorbing the demonic energy. Hearing of her kind act, Cao Meng's tone softened. "How can I help you?" "Ah. Help me." Then, Hoshino Suisui acted as if she hadn't heard anything. He still screamed for help from Cao Meng in agony. This really worried Cao Meng. What should we do? What should we do? It's really worrying. Why do you have to act like a savior if you have nothing better to do? Those who enter the secret realm with me are the destined saviors. Suddenly, a sinister, low voice reached Cao Meng's ears. Who? Cao Meng stared at Xing Suisui warily. He, Night Queen, you think you can trap me with a mere demon-devouring ruins formation? Don't even think about it. 8 demons, you filthy bastards. If you give up resisting, you'll suffer less. Otherwise, I'll annihilate you, soul and all. Ha ha, with your current strength, Lady Yui, I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Cao Meng was astonished. This was the first time he had ever witnessed 2 people conversing on the same body. Moreover, there were 2 voices, one male and one female. Just as he craned his neck to observe more closely, Xing Suisui suddenly turned her head, her eyes, one red and one black, staring at Cao Meng with a sinister gaze. You actually believe that old man's words? What can this good-for-nothing brat, who hasn't even reached the nascent soul stage, do for you? Ha ha ha. However, that sinister smile immediately sent a chill down Cao Meng's spine. He hurriedly rummaged through his storage ring, but after searching for a long time, he found only some high-grade pills and spirit stones. The remaining items are mostly treasures used for cultivation. Grass. How come we don't even have a weapon to fight with? Who are you? Cao Meng pointed at Xing Suisui while holding up a talisman and asked. This was the only weapon he found in his storage ring that could be used to increase his combat power. Ha ha ha. Lady of the Night, you think you can subdue me with this brat? Don't dream. Submit now. I, the Demon Emperor, will not mistreat you. Chapter 50. Those who enter the secret realm with you are the destined saviors. Demon, don't even think about it. Even if I die, I will take you down with me. Suddenly, Xing Suisui's left red eye twitched, and her voice returned to its usual female tone. Then, she said anxiously to Cao Meng. I have temporarily suppressed the demonic energy. Give me the item now. I can't hold on much longer. If he takes control of this body, we'll all die. Ah! Cao Meng was taken aback, then quickly handed over the talisman in his hand. However, what she received in return was a murderous look from Hoshino. Isn't this it? Cao Meng scratched his head. What do you want? Hoshino Suisui. He roared sharply, give me the power to suppress the demonic energy. Cao Meng. He rolled his eyes at Xing Suisui, completely oblivious to her feelings. What nonsense is this woman spouting? Seeing this, Xing Suisui was also dumbfounded. Not only did those words echo in his mind, those who enter the secret realm with you are your destined saviors. Is there a mistake? No.
Impossible, she never makes a mistake.
Then, Xing Sui Sui pulled back her strength, and Cao Meng, along with Bai Ling, was pulled directly to her side. Ignoring Cao Meng's feelings, she began to grope him all over.
Well. No, what are you doing? Tell me what you want, and I'll find it for you. You're making me feel really uncomfortable. After searching around, Xing Sui Sui did not find what she was looking for.
So she fixed her beautiful eyes on Cao Meng's finger and said sternly, "Take everything out of the spirit ring."
No, what exactly do you want? Cao Meng was frustrated, he hadn't even made a move yet.
The spirit ring was then snatched away by Xing Sui Sui.
Splash! After rummaging through boxes and cabinets, they found some elixirs and treasures for cultivation, as well as some treasures for emergency escape.
Xing Sui Sui found no other items of value to herself. Suddenly, a hint of sadness flashed in her beautiful eyes.
Was we really wrong?
In that brief moment of distraction, the voice claiming to be Demon Fiend appeared again.
Giggle. So, the Night Queen can't find a treasure to suppress this fiendish being? Ha 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 ha.
Humph. Even if this kid is useless, I can still suppress you.
Oh, is that so?
Then I'll see how much power you still have to suppress me.
Cao Meng could clearly see that the black on Xing Sui Sui's body was gradually fading into red.
The skin, which was originally half red and half black, now shows a noticeable difference.
Ah!
After Xing Sui Sui let out a long, heart-wrenching scream. With a wave of his hand, the white silk that had been binding Cao Meng disappeared. She weakly uttered a few words.
Let's go. I can't hold on much longer, we need to get out of here quickly.
Cao Meng was deeply moved as he watched Xing Sui Sui being slowly devoured by the black energy.
However, there was nothing he could do about it. Even Xing Sui Sui was no match for this demonic shadow, so what could he do? She still can't fathom Sui Sui's true strength.
In any case, judging from the two barriers that were casually revealed, Cao Meng came to the conclusion that he should have no problem easily defeating several Huatingtings. During this time, he asked the system questions, but the system's answers were ambiguous. It's just that this star spike is not that star spike.
Just as Cao Meng was about to get up and leave,
suddenly, Bai Ling changed color and turned into Hei Ling.
They imprisoned Cao Meng again. Holy shit!
Cao was startled and cursed inwardly.
You don't believe that old hag, Lady Night, in her calculations anymore. Why did you let this kid go? Weren't you looking for a treasure to suppress this evil spirit? How about I, this fiend, help you find it? Ha ha ha.
With a low, sinister voice, the black aura around Xing Sui Sui spread rapidly throughout her body, leaving only a very small part of her face below her left eye untouched.
Well.
Then, an extremely faint sound of pain reached Cao Meng's ears.
Xing Sui Sui's ill-fitting clothes suddenly burst open, revealing a dark, shiny body. Lady of the Night, since this brat is here, it means he's useful. This demon lord will lend you a hand. Ha ha ha.
Then, Cao Meng was pulled back to Xing Sui Sui by Hei Ling.
Ha? 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 What are you doing? Let me go. Help! Help! You beast! 8 demons, I will not let you go.
Before the red on Xing Sui Sui's left side faded, she managed to utter a few words with difficulty.
Good and evil will eventually be rewarded, what goes around comes around.
As black completely took over Xing Sui Sui, Cao Meng became a fish on the chopping block, at the mercy of others.
2 tears of resentment slid down his handsome cheeks. Man's words unconsciously echoed in my mind.
Young Master Cao, don't let my male appearance fool you, I actually have the heart of a young girl.
This is a girl's body, but a boy's heart.
The days of time travel were so tough.
Ding!
The conditions for a romantic relationship have been met. A mark has been successfully planted for the host.
You will receive 5,000 experience points daily.
In recognition of your selfless and altruistic spirit, host, you are hereby rewarded with 10,000 experience points, which have been converted into cultivation points.
Hold head high? It's only been 15 minutes.
Cao Meng, who was on the verge of a breakdown, was startled by the sudden system notification sound, which made him tremble violently.
A primordial power surged forth. What the hell?
Cao Meng was about to ask about the system's status. Then they saw Xing Sui Sui's dark, demonic-looking belly gradually grow bigger. Through the surface, a pure power can be clearly seen resisting the demonic energy. Immediately afterward, the demon glared fiercely at Cao Meng, emitting a low, hoarse voice filled with fear.
No, how could this be? You bastard, what are you doing? Cao Meng.
He looked at Xing Sui with a worried expression as her skin gradually regained its color.
No way. My primordial yang is so powerful that it can even kill the demonic shadow?
But apart from this special physique, Cao Meng couldn't think of any other reason. The demonic energy was visibly receding from Xing Sui's delicate body, leaving her fair skin as white and rosy as a peeled egg. In no time, the person who was originally dark and shiny became fair and rosy. Cao Meng smacked his lips. The series of sudden appearances of living people had left him completely bewildered.
You saved me.
Xing Sui's beautiful eyes darted around as she looked at Cao Meng with suspicion.
Well, sort of. That demon's demonic energy is extremely strong.
Even my demon-devouring return to void formation failed to suppress him.
How did you do that?
As Xing Sui spoke, she became more and more excited, and her perfectly exposed body pressed itself against Cao Meng's face. Instantly, a delicate and refined fragrance wafted into Cao Meng's nostrils.
Glug! Cao Meng's eyes widened, and he swallowed hard.
This guy, whatever his name is, has become incredibly alluring ever since his ketone body turned from black to white. He took a deep breath, held his breath, and tried his best to stay calm and not be too arrogant.
Cough.
I don't know how I managed to suppress that demon, anyway, that treasure, well, that's how it is. Cao Meng hesitated somewhat and stammered, he really didn't know how to explain. Xing Sui's beautiful eyebrows arched slightly. From the evasive look in Cao Meng's eyes, she guessed. Cao Meng must have a hidden treasure that enabled him to subdue the 8 demons. As for why he didn't tell me, it's probably because the treasure is so rare that he was afraid I would snatch it away. Xing Sui sat up straight, her face beaming, and smiled gently at Cao Meng. Take out your treasure and let me have a look.
Don't worry, I don't want it.
It's a treasure even more powerful than the devouring demon returning to ruins formation. It would be a lie to say I don't want to possess it. But she cannot, and will never, be the kind of ungrateful person. She would be content if Cao Meng would just allow her to take a look.
Ah!
This part has been changed.
Just as he was thinking about how to answer.
Suddenly, Xing Sui's rosy face changed color, and a strange black aura flashed in her beautiful eyes.
Oh no!
Quick, give me your precious treasure. The 8 demons' demonic energy is too strong and they've launched another counterattack.
I can't suppress it anymore. Cao Meng, ha! Chapter 51: The Death of the 8 Demons. He, you little beast, you think you can trap your 8 demon grandpa? Don't even think about it. Ha ha ha.
Cao Meng heard the sinister, low voice of the 8 demons again. Visibly, melanin slowly spread from Xing Sui's eyes to her entire face.
Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Die.
Unite, Queen, once I take over this body, I'll make you all die. As a sinister, low voice emanated from Xing Sui's mouth, demonic energy outside the barrier was attacking everyone.
Suddenly changing direction, all the demonic shadows swarmed towards the barrier. Ah!
Xing Sui suddenly spread her arms wide and roared to the sky. The impact of the towering waves sent Cao Meng flying, crashing heavily onto the outer edge of the barrier.
Bang! Bang! Thump! Holy shit! Quick, give me the treasure. I can't control this demon any longer.
Xing Sui's eyes were bloodshot, mixed with black hair, as she uttered a few words with difficulty. Cao Meng got up and wiped the blood from his nose. Looking at Xing Sui's melanin, which was temporarily suppressed and restricted from spreading, and seeing her extremely painful expression, he spat out a mouthful of blood and cursed, "Fine. I'll give you my big treasure, you demon, I'll fuck your mother. He pushed off with his feet, felt a surge of heat in his abdomen, and pounced on Xing Sui Sui. Wah! Xing Sui Sui suddenly tilted her head back, a half-sob escaped her throat, and she swallowed it back down. A flush spread from the tips of her ears all the way down her neck, and her eyelashes trembled violently.
It's like being immersed in some indescribable feeling, both struggling and willingly succumbing. Ugh, you little beast, stop it. My demon race will not let you get away with this. Sensing the danger, the 8 demons let out a sinister curse. The beast within has awakened.
Faced with the threat of the 8 demons, Cao Meng was fearless and went completely berserk, launching a fierce attack on the 8 demons' hideout.
Ah, you damned bug, I'm going to kill you.
Faced with Cao Meng's attack, the 8 demons refused to back down and began to launch an effective counterattack.
Thus, Cao Meng clearly saw countless demonic shadows visibly swimming wildly inside Xing Sui Sui's bulging belly, extremely arrogant.
These demonic shadows were all clones of the 8 demons.
To completely kill the 8 demons, all of these countless demonic shadows must be eliminated.
Cao Meng completely disregarded this. The strategist personally enters the game, raising the flag to win half a move against fate. Cao Meng, for the sake of the disciples of the various sects below the barrier and the countless living beings in the secret realm, was also willing to disregard his personal danger. With their own flesh and blood, they charged straight to the place where the demons resided, bravely fighting against thousands of demonic shadows. As the supreme pure yang body circulated, the primordial yang erupted with a powerful force that suppressed the demon race, and any demonic shadow that touched it perished instantly. Unfortunately, the 8 demons had too many clones, one after another, recklessly charging towards the energy wave, desperately resisting its impact.
Snort.
There are policies from above, and countermeasures from below.
Despite the many demonic figures, Cao Meng was no pushover. The battle has only just begun.
At this moment, the extraordinary physique truly demonstrated its power, with wave after wave of flowing golden light impacting the protective membrane formed by the demonic shadows. Each stream of light contains the supreme power of the supreme pure yang body.
It was a supreme and unparalleled power, radiating dazzling glory like a golden toad. However, these golden toads are still in the protection period for their young.
Even so, it didn't stop them from chasing each other, determined to be the first to kill the demonic shadow. Finally, under Cao Meng's repeated attacks, 1/3 of the 8 demonic clones of the demon race were destroyed. It roared in anguish, "Ah, you little beast, my demon race will surely exterminate your entire family.
Humph, don't try to escape."
Cao Meng snorted coldly, still completely ignoring the harsh words spoken by the demon fiend, and took the opportunity to extend his demon cave a little further. Whenever a shadowy figure is missed and about to escape the cave, the author has already admitted defeat.
Well, the author has already admitted it.
Her pretty face was flushed red and steaming. Her rapid breathing and the fact that her lower lip was being bitten so hard by her teeth that it was almost bleeding, showed how much pain she was enduring.
8 demons, you truly deserve to die.
Cao Meng gently brushed away the few strands of hair that Xing Sui Sui had covered her forehead with tenderness.
Sui Sui, if you really can't stand it, just shout it out loud. Stop holding back.
At this moment, Cao Meng really wanted to curse the person who created the devouring demon returning to the void formation, bastard. Many physical objects cannot serve as the core of the formation, yet the human body is chosen. Xing Sui Sui suffered so much. Actually, Cao Meng was wrong to blame the person who invented this formation. The original purpose of this formation was to eliminate these demons, and any treasure can be used for the core of the formation.
As long as we can ensure that these monsters can be contained and not escape, that's fine. However, Xing Sui Sui did not possess any magical cauldron or similar item that could contain demons.
Furthermore, the 8 demon fiends are not comparable to ordinary demon shadows. Their power is formidable, and ordinary treasures simply cannot trap them, let alone destroy them. Xing Sui Sui originally intended to use herself as a vessel to trap the 8 demons within her body, and then find an opportunity to eliminate them when she returned. Unfortunately, due to a moment of carelessness, he suffered the consequences. He almost lost control of this body to the 8 demons. Life goes on, the fight continues. for hours had passed without us even realizing it. The repeated attacks on these demonic shadows had truly exhausted Cao Meng. Fortunately, his supreme pure yang body was invincible for a long time, continuously providing oxygen to his injured and worn-out Yuan Yang. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have been exhausted to death long ago. Cao Meng felt a pang of nostalgia for the delicious meals Hu Tingting had prepared for him.
Shenyang tiger penis soup, deep-sea abalone, braised netherworld dog kidney, golden crow egg. These are all delicious foods. Ah, I'm so hungry. Someone please give me a bite to eat. In order to eliminate the 8 demons and go home for dinner as soon as possible, Cao Meng pushed his speed to the limit. Ah! Xing Sui Sui, with her keen sense of touch, soon looked up and let out a long cry. Sorry. Cao Meng quickly withdrew his strength, he couldn't be too hasty. He felt somewhat guilty. Sui Sui must be in a lot of pain.
You little beast, you can't kill me. Once I take over this body, you'll all die.
Ha ha ha. The demon's deep, irritating voice rang out once more.
Then, the demonic energy on Xing Sui Sui's body began to spread rapidly upwards from her beautiful jade feet.
Never mind me, kill this demon. I can't control it anymore.
Xing Sui Sui suddenly sat up, put her arms around Cao Meng's back, and stared at Cao Meng with her beautiful eyes, which were about to be corrupted by the black energy, before saying her last words. Then, as 10 blood-red scratch marks formed on Cao Meng's back, Xing Sui Sui collapsed heavily and lost consciousness.
Cao Meng's eyes were bloodshot, and his whole body was filled with murderous intent. *** evil spirit. You wicked creature. You scoundrel. You evil fiend. You filthy thing. You beast. You filthy bastard, ***, die. Ah! With a shout, Cao Meng unleashed his primordial power to its fullest extent.
Such power caused the void to tremble, and the heavens and earth to change color. The 8 demons finally felt the fear of death.
No, don't kill me.
I'm willing to submit to you, my lord.
Snort. Cao Meng sneered, too late. Ah!
Even in death, Ba Mo Sha never imagined that his death would be so humiliating. Chapter 52. The fragrance of flowers need not be picked, loving him does not guarantee success. You little beast, we demons will not let you get away with this. As the sound faded into the distance, Xing Sui Sui's body finally stopped trembling. However, the demonic shadows outside the barrier became even more frenzied. They relentlessly and desperately rammed into the protective barrier. What happened up there? The onlookers, who were originally being attacked by the demonic shadows, looked up at the sky in bewilderment. I don't understand why these demonic figures suddenly stopped fighting without any warning. Because of the protective barrier set up by Xing Sui Sui, they could not sense Cao Meng's presence. All they could feel was the myriad demonic energies gathered together in the sky, forming a massive sphere. Hey, wake up! Cao Meng shook Xing Sui Sui beneath him forcefully, trying to wake her up. The battle with the 8 demons lasted for more than 5 hours, during which he exhausted too much of his energy. He was truly exhausted at that moment. In this life-or-death situation, the only option is to wake this woman up so we can work together to find a solution.
Master, are you able to find out what's going on up there?
Chu Xingyun raised an eyebrow and looked up at the sky as well. The soul entity said, Yuner, I can sense that things above are not simple.
These demonic shadows seem to be attacking a barrier array. A barrier formation. Chu Xingyun frowned even more deeply.
Master, can you find out what's inside the barrier? For some reason, a thought inexplicably arose in Chu Xingyun's mind at this moment. He felt that this barrier was likely related to Cao Meng. He sensed a trace of Cao Meng's presence before jumping into the secret realm. I just jumped in time, so I didn't have time to settle accounts with him.
However, since entering this secret realm, they have not heard any news about Cao Meng.
He didn't believe that Cao Meng would die so easily. The soul seemed to see through Chu Xingyun's thoughts and explained.
This barrier is no ordinary barrier.
I cannot see its secrets, but I can sense that the power contained within it is probably beyond the comprehension of even those in the early stages of the nascent soul realm.
The master's meaning is quite clear.
Even those at the early stage of the nascent soul realm cannot see through it, so the person forming the hand seals must be at least at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Only one person in the entire Tianyuan domain possesses such strength. The Illusion Moon Sect master, Lin Yuqian. That is, Cao Meng's master. However, as far as he knew, this Lin Yuqian had been in seclusion for many years and had never stepped out of the Illusion Moon Sect. Has he emerged from seclusion? The person who set up this barrier is not Lin Yuqian. The soul entity spoke to Chu Xingyun with a serious expression. Master has never even met Lin Yuqian, how do you know it's not him? Cao Meng was very puzzled. Because the power used by this barrier is not simply spiritual power, but more like the power of the Bit race. Bit clan? Those little dwarfs. Master, you're not mistaken, are you? Those little things do have some ability, but they don't have this much power, do they? Chu Xingyun asked the soul body with great suspicion. In his opinion, those kids were quite capable. However, that was all aimed at useless people like Cao Meng who couldn't cultivate soul power. He, a spirit talisman master, specializes in cultivating soul power. It has an absolute suppressive effect on those little gadgets. One thing can overcome another. Just like how a monkey can never beat Liu Bei. Lu Bu will always have the upper hand over Xiahou Dan, this is an unchangeable shackle of fate. However, he would never believe that they had created a barrier comparable to that of a nascent soul realm cultivator. The soul shook its head. Without a physical body, my strength cannot be restored, so I cannot be certain about any of this. Useless trash, stop looking and take me to find the body shaping and rejuvenation pill. Upon hearing his master's reply, Chu Xingyun remembered that he still had important matters to attend to. So, a candidate was tapped on Jibaiwan's head. While staring blankly at the sky, Iso Shiro, who was just watching the show, clutched her head in pain. He gave an unpleasant "oh." Then he took Chu Xingyun and sped off to a certain place. Without the obstruction of these demonic shadows, everyone's senses became much clearer. Many historical sites are gradually coming into view. The onlookers stopped watching and rushed towards the various ruins like rabbits scattering their hawks. Senior brother Tang, old Ghost Ji, led that kid in that direction. What should we do? Chen Duo and Tang Shangfei watched Chu Xingyun's departing figure and then emerged from behind a boulder. Let's go in the opposite direction and try to get as far away from this ominous star as possible. Chen Duo wholeheartedly agreed with her senior's suggestion. Even the most precious treasures are only worth taking if you're alive. Without the interference of demonic energy, the terrain within the secret realm gradually became clear. This place looks like a dried-up underwater world, with uneven ground and countless strangely shaped, charred rocks standing there. Ji Baiwan and Chu Xingyun hopped and skipped across one deep pit after another until they arrived at an ancient palace. The reason for the hopping is that the magnetic field within this secret realm is too strong, making it impossible for anyone to fly. Ji Baiwan took out a map from his spiritual ring and stood in front of the palace, studying it for a long time. Master, this should be the place. Chu Xingyun frowned as he examined the palace. Although it was dilapidated, it did not diminish its grandeur. At a glance, the area covered at least 1,000 miles. There are countless secret rooms. Can you find the exact location of the body shaping and rejuvenation pill? Chu Xingyun asked. This Iso Shiro glanced at the map again and said softly, no. Chu Xingyun looked at Ji Baiwan with some dissatisfaction. Instantly, Ji Baiwan was so frightened that she broke out in a cold sweat and dared not look directly at Chu Xingyun. He said repeatedly, Master, the body shaping and rejuvenation pill is no ordinary treasure. Even the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion cannot know its exact location. Upon hearing this, Cao Meng's expression softened considerably. What Ishibawan said is not true, this is a treasure that all souls desire. Chu Xingyun never believed that Lady Luck favored only him, he carried the weight of his master on his shoulders. Then it's possible that someone else also possesses a soul entity. Master, I think we should hurry up and go in to search. If the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion can sell the news of the body shaping and rejuvenation pill to a small fry, they might sell it to someone else. Walk. Upon hearing Isabu's reminder, Chu Xingyun did not linger any longer.
he darted into the hall.
Having finally found something to reshape my physical body, I can't let someone else get there first. Having finally found something to reshape my physical body, I can't let someone else get there first.
If someone else gets it first, wouldn't my little seed of lusting after my master's body be killed? Isohiro's idea was quite simple.
He only wanted to stay by his master's side and serve him for all eternity.
He knew that his master's purpose in coming to the secret realm was solely for the body shaping and rejuvenation pill.
He also knew the purpose of the body shaping and rejuvenation pill, to reshape the physical body for the soul. Therefore, he had long guessed that there must be a soul residing in his master's body that could make his master give his life for him. But it doesn't matter, as long as he helps his master find the body shaping and rejuvenation pill, it's enough for him to stay by his master's side. The fragrance of flowers need not be picked, and loving someone does not guarantee you will get them.
As long as the owner is happy, that's enough. Chapter 53. I'm so frustrated. Useless. Keep up, what are you standing there for? Hey, master's here.
The two of them ran at breakneck speed for 20 miles before they finally crossed the gate and entered the interior. Only then could I clearly see the palace's true appearance. The palace above is mostly destroyed, with the roof no longer visible, but the overall structure still exists. The rooms are connected one after another, extending and arranged layer by layer towards the back. Master, judging from the layout and specifications of this house, it's somewhat similar to Wanbaelu. Wanbaelu sells treasures, elixirs, weapons, secret manuals, talismans, and all sorts of rare items.
It is a well-known organization in the Kyushu continent. Could this place have been a place similar to Wanbaelu before?
Chu Xingyun and Ji Baiwan exchanged a glance, both seeing excitement in each other's eyes.
If that's really the case, then they'll be rich. Let's go. And Chu Xingyun gave the order and rushed into the intricate room first.
Isohiro gave herself a pep talk, and her response was full of enthusiasm. Just as Chu Xingyun stepped into the room, a long knife came slashing toward his head.
Shatter the heavens.
His fury soared to the heavens, shattering the sky. His spear shot forth like a dragon, tearing through the void. Chu Xingyun remained calm and unhurried, immediately unleashing the second strike of the dragon-pattern spear, shattering the sky. He then thrust his sword towards Voldemort, who had ambushed him.
What?
Voldemort was shocked. He had been planning to finish off someone, but he hadn't expected this kid to act unpredictably and attack him directly.
An inch longer, an inch stronger, even though Voldemort attacked first.
However, Chu Xingyun's technique, honed over 20 years, made his spear-wielding speed unmatched by anyone within the Golden Core realm.
Just as Voldemort's knife was a flash away from Chu Xingyun's head, the tip of the dragon-patterned spear was 0.01 millimeters away from his throat. Reverse scale returns to blade.
Voldemort roared, unleashing his full power at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, which simultaneously formed a protective shield around himself. The long sword in his hand spun back, its movement as swift as a startled swan skimming the sky, then rapidly retracted. As Voldemort's protective shield broke, he withdrew his long sword and struck Chu Xingyun's dragon-patterned spear. The dragon-patterned spear was impacted by gravity, causing the target to shift slightly to the left. It was this short deflection that saved the attacker's life. Voldemort touched the gash on his neck where the dragon-patterned spear had cut him, and stared at Chu Xingyun in shock.
Good lad, that's ruthless. Chu Xingyun sneered. What, you want to kill me? Do you think I'd spare your dog's life? He was definitely using a killer move. The moment I stepped into the hall, my master warned me that someone inside had ill intentions. His feigned nonchalance was a prelude to stabbing the rat hiding in the darkness to death. He. Lutson, I didn't expect you to be outmaneuvered by a little kid. You still dared to use a sneak attack. I think you should just give up your title of Wolf Slayer, he. At this moment, a woman holding a silver whip inlaid with jade walked over, deliberately swaying her slightly sagging buttocks. Ha. Sume, isn't the reason Lutson couldn't win over this little brat because you're too toxic? He ate too much last night, leaving our brother Lu without any strength, ha.
As the cheerful voice faded, a burly man with a full beard walked over, carrying a large axe in his hand.
This axe looks to be far inferior to Xing Sui Sui's, they're not even in the same league.
If Xing Sui Sui's axe is considered the king, then the axe in the hands of this bearded man is at most rated as bronze 1 star. However, he treasured it greatly, licking the black blood that had accumulated over the years at the axe blade's notch, whether it was intentionally left unwashed or left unwashed.
He, this is really a waste of time.
A sinister laugh rang out, and a hunched old man appeared.
The bearded man, seeing the old man, laughed heartily.
"Old ghost, how's the tidying up going over there?"
"A bunch of good-for-nothings, they can't even move when they hear my name," the old man replied with a look of disdain. The bearded man, "Oh? Is that so? Were those kids scared to death and begging for mercy?
Your reputation as the devil's bane is really something else."
Ha ha ha. The old man was flattered and chuckled. My name, Tang Yin, is not as famous as your name, Huiyan, the mountain-splitting axe." The two of them started praising each other, one after the other. Just then, Iso Shiro arrived, panting heavily. He overheard the entire conversation between the two. Jibai frowned and came to Chu Xingyun's side. "Master, what are all these things?"
He spoke in a completely undisguised voice, and even deliberately raised his voice by several decibels, as if he wanted these people to hear him.
"Old man, what did you say?"
The bearded man from Huiyan, who boasted about his mountain-splitting axe, was the first to rebuke Jibai Wan.
"I said a good dog doesn't block the way, get out of the way. Don't delay my master's business."
Don't be fooled by Jibai Wan's docile demeanor like a lab rat around Chu Xingyun. She can be incredibly arrogant when she encounters someone he doesn't like. Upon hearing Jibai Wan's words, Huiyan was stunned, and his expression changed drastically.
"Old man, you're asking for death.
Today, I'll use your blood to give my mountain-splitting axe another boost." Having said that, Huiyan unleashed his mid-stage nascent soul power and swung his mountain-splitting axe at Jibai Wan.
"Humph. A mere trick."
Jibai Wan sneered disdainfully, and with a flick of his whisk, he displayed the strength of someone at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm.
Splitting mountains and cracking rocks. Sweep through the enemy ranks. Bang. Duong. Jade hand Buddha flower. The moon is obscured by clouds.
The two exchanged blows, and in a short time, they had exchanged dozens of moves.
"Old man, are you even a man? Your moves are as soft as a woman's."
Huiyan cursed angrily, his moves mainly relying on power, with wide, sweeping strikes and slashes. The whisk in Isashiro's hand is unpredictable, and the tail hairs of the whisk can be used to overcome strength with softness.
This is how I fight, go ahead and bite me if you dare."
Jibai Wan rolled her eyes at Huiyan with disdain.
The mountain-splitting axe is utter nonsense.
They were still being suppressed and beaten by my whisk. Both of them were at the 4th level of the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, but in terms of spiritual power, Huiyan, being younger, clearly had the advantage.
Jibai Wan has extensive practical experience and is deeply involved in the unique sect of Bei sect. For a tough guy like Huiyan, he was extremely restrained. "Stop fighting! Stop fighting! Damn it!"
After exchanging over 100 more blows, Huiyan spat out a curse, sheathed his axe, and retreated.
Oh shit! Huiyan was incredibly frustrated. Every time he tried to use his special move, the old man always managed to cleverly deflect it. I missed several times.
No matter how high your input is, the other person keeps flashing their phone.
Isn't that infuriating? Chapter 54 Drug Use.
Damn it, this old bastard won't fight me fair and square, he's hiding like a woman. I'm not fighting anymore, I'm leaving it to you, old ghost.
Huiyan said to the old man next to him who called himself Ghost Frightening Tang Yin.
The old man chuckled and said, Brother Hua, you're too hasty. We're all men of status, we need to stay calm in the face of trouble.
Then, his gaze drifted to Chu Xingyun and he said, Little guy, this is your guard, isn't it? He leave behind this gun and your storage ring, and I might spare your life. Damn.
Huiyan rolled his eyes at Tang Yin. This old bastard was just putting on an act, he had just slaughtered a disciple of a sect. Ever since Ji Baiwan failed to defeat Huayan, Xu Xingyun had been wearing a gloomy face. Hearing Tang Yin's words, his face turned even darker, as if water were about to drip from it.
Pointing a gun at Tang Yin, "I'll only ask you one question, how many people came here?"
He didn't have time to waste with these people. Finding a body-shaping and rejuvenating pill for his master was the most important thing. At this moment, all he wanted to know was how many people had entered this ruined palace, and whether the body-shaping and rejuvenation pill had been obtained by someone else first.
He, little guy, didn't you understand what I was saying?" Tang Yin sneered at Xu Xingyun. He didn't take a foundation establishment cultivator seriously at all.
He's playing cat and mouse with me right now, teasing me first, then sending me to meet my maker once he's done playing with me.
Wrong answer, death.
Xu Xingyun's eyes turned cold, and without warning, the dragon-patterned spear thrust straight at Tang Yin. It moves at an extremely fast speed, comparable to a fleeting afterimage. In the blink of an eye, the spear tip had pierced Tang Yintian's skull like a deadly hook. Tang Yin rolled his eyes, staring at the dragon-patterned spear piercing his forehead.
How is this possible?
As he uttered his last few words in terror, a dark shadow quietly slipped out of his body.
Snort!
Xu Xingyun snorted coldly, his whole body radiating a chilling aura.
Then, a burst of liquid sprayed onto everyone's faces.
As the dragon-patterned spear was pulled from Tang Yin's head, it slashed at the dark figure.
No,
Once a cultivator reaches the early stage of the nascent soul realm, they can possess the special ability of their nascent soul breaking free from their core and their soul leaving their body to fight and explore. As long as the soul remains, even if the body shatters, there is still a chance for rebirth.
However, at this time, the soul is extremely weak.
Sume, Lu Tsan, and Huayan froze, feeling the still warm brain matter on their faces. One of his companions, at the 4th level of the nascent soul realm, was instantly killed.
Moreover, the other party is just a foundation establishment stage brat. Humph. Ghost-fearing? Go to hell.
Xu Xingyun retracted the dragon-patterned spear and slammed it into the ground with a bang.
He asked coldly again, "I'll only ask you one question, how many people have come here?"
Hearing Xu Xingyun's words, the three of them felt a chill run down their spines.
You should know that they are not kind people.
Those who know them, upon seeing them, would be trembling with fear and would call them grandpa. But the boy in front of them was even more ruthless than they were. Lu Tsan, in particular, was very resentful when his companions mocked him. He thought he had only been careless for a moment, but now Tang Yin, who was a level higher than him, had been killed by this kid.
He's really feeling a bit weak right now.
Humph, just a drug-addicted little kid, and he scared you 3 useless pieces. Just as the three were at a loss, a man with a fair complexion, no beard, delicate features, a pointed chin, and wearing a moonwhite long robe suddenly appeared.
Crunch, crunch.
The man walked up to the three of them, stared at Xu Xingyun, and shook his head, moving the 3 steel claws attached to his fingertips.
Lu Bai. Upon seeing the newcomer, the 3 were overjoyed.
Lu Bai was the strongest among them, having already reached the 5th level of the nascent soul realm. He was also the smartest. Usually, it was Lu Bai who came up with the best ideas for massacring entire cities.
Lu Bai. Upon hearing the name, Iso Shiro frowned thoughtfully, her gaze falling on Lu Bai's fingertips.
Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he had thought of something. Master, they are the 5 evils of the blood path.
This is the miraculous fox Lu Bai, the one with the knife, the wolf slayer Lu Tsang, the woman poisonous lady Sume, and the one who couldn't beat me, the mountain-splitting axe Huayan. The one killed by his master was ghost-seeing sorrow, Tang Yin. These people are known as the 5 evils of the blood path. They are arson, murder, robbery, and all sorts of evil deeds. Moreover, they were extremely brutal, slaughtering any sect or city that offended them. Especially that lecherous Tang, who specifically targets women from ordinary families, and they must be virgins. Xu Xingyun. Raising an eyebrow, does that mean you did a good deed? However, he wasn't interested in any of that. With a whoosh, the dragon-patterned spear brandished itself, pointing at the group once more, and coldly uttered a few words. I'll ask you one last time, who else came to this palace before you? He now wants to know who has been here, and then find the body-shaping and rejuvenation pill as soon as possible.
Help Master restore his physical body and give Master the pleasure of being a woman. He will search everyone who comes here, no matter who they are.
Seeing Chu Xingyun's domineering aura, Lu Can's Adam's apple bobbed, and he couldn't help but ask Lu Bai beside him. Brother Lu, you said this kid is on drugs, what do you mean? Lu Bai glared at Lu Can, are you blind?
This little beast is only at the foundation establishment stage, you can't tell.
Lu Can opened his mouth, then swallowed another mouthful of saliva.
Of course I knew he was at the great perfection of foundation establishment, but he killed the old ghost with a single spear thrust.
Lu Can was genuinely frightened.
He whispered the last part of his sentence, his gaze secretly fixed on Chu Xingyun.
Humph. How could I team up with 4 useless trash like you? You're terrible teammates.
Lu Bai glanced at the group with disdain. The reason this kid is so strong must be because he ate pills that can quickly increase his strength. However, these pills are all time limited.
You 3 idiots, listen to my orders. We'll send one of us to distract this kid, and the other 2 will come with me to kill that androgynous old man next to him.
Once the effects of the drug wear off, this kid will be nothing more than an ant under our feet, easily crushed. Although the 3 were somewhat worried, they still thought Lu Bai's idea was good. After all, when it comes to intelligence, the 3 of them were no match for Lu Bai. As a result, all 4 of them turned their attention to Isohiro.
Why? No, what are you doing?
This plot isn't right, I'm not the main character.
Isohiro took 2 steps back and moved closer to Chu Xingyun's back. Master, you must protect Xiaoji.
If Xiaoji is gone, who will serve you in the future?
Isohiro took 2 steps back and moved closer to Chu Xingyun's back. Go! Who's going to deal with that kid?
Seeing that the 3 were hesitant to make a move, Lu Bai couldn't help but ask. All 3 were taken aback, and then said in unison.
Isn't it you? Chapter 55 Sume battles Lu Bai.
Upon hearing this, Lu Bai's face showed displeasure. With my status as the shrewd fox, how could I possibly deal with a mere child?
Then he pointed at Huoyan and said, Old Hua, you go.
Huoyan glanced at Chu Xingyun's cold expression, his lips twitching, and he gritted his teeth.
Damn it, I'm the only one. I don't believe a kid can cause any trouble.
After saying that, he kicked off with his legs and jumped high into the air, then unleashed a powerful axe strike from the sky, slashing down at Chu Xingyun.
Heaven-opening giant axe technique. Master, we won't get anything out of those good-for-nothings anyway, let's just kill them.
Chu Xingyun was thoroughly annoyed and had just wanted to kill these good-for-nothings. Anyone who dares to rob him must be asking for trouble. However, Master wanted to find out the whereabouts of the body-shaping and rejuvenation pill from them.
Upon hearing Chu Xingyun's words, the soul no longer hesitated. A faint, pure white power surrounded Chu Xingyun.
Chu Xingyun was overjoyed, knowing that his master was about to exert his power. He snorted coldly as he watched the mountain-splitting axe descending from the sky and about to land on his head.
Fancy and gaudy. Dispel illusions.
After saying this, the dragon-patterned spear in his hand emitted a long, dragon-like roar. The third move of the 13 deadly shots, breaking illusion. He suddenly thrust his weapon at Huoyan. With eyes that see through illusions and heart that yearns for the way, I pierced the demons of the world with a single spear. The moment the mountain-splitting axe touched the tip of the dragon-patterned spear, it shattered into pieces.
Huoyan's pupils suddenly contracted as he watched helplessly as the dragon-patterned spear tore through his protective aura.
The moment the cold glint pierced his mind, a bone-chilling coldness shot straight into him from the gun, seeping through his body like a venomous snake.
Finally, a chilling killing intent erupted at the tailbone.
Dragon-patterned spear, the spear pierced the skull and emerged from the coccyx. Hiss. Lu Bai and Lu Can felt a tightness in their chests and their Adam's apples involuntarily bobbed as they looked at Huoyan, who was now skewered like a roasted lamb. Sume's features were contorted, her face filled with disgust and revulsion.
She really wanted to call Chu Xingyun a pervert. This kid is too ruthless.
My title of poisonous woman is nothing compared to him.
Miscalculation. Lu Bai, his face filled with fear, uttered 2 words in a daze,
then activated his great flash ability to escape. Bang! Just as he turned around and took a step, before his foot even touched the ground. Before Huayan, who was hanging on the dragon pattern spear, could even display the nascent soul astral projection technique used by a nascent soul cultivator, he turned into a pool of blood mist. Then, with a loud bang, the dragon pattern spear pierced straight into the spot where Lu Bai had landed. Lu Bai turned his head shakily, revealing a smile that was more like a grimace.
Young man, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding.
Then, he immediately pointed at Lu Tsang and said with a changed expression. Brother, it was that bastard Lu Tsang who robbed you, it has nothing to do with me.
If you want to kill someone, then kill him. Please, have mercy on me and let me go. I promise I won't say anything and I don't know anything. Don't underestimate these 5 evils, they've done plenty of bad things in their daily lives. However, they only bully those who are lower in cultivation level than them. When they actually encounter someone who is slightly stronger than them, they run away faster than anyone else. That one brainless guy was skewered like a roasted lamb by Chu Xingyun and then shaken to pieces. At this moment, Lu Tsang's legs were trembling like butterfly wings, and he didn't dare to look at Chu Xingyun even once, let alone refuting Lu Bai. Su Mei, on the other hand, is a woman with some backbone. He glanced at his 2 companions beside him and sneered with disdain. Look at the state of you two. Are you even men? At worst, you'll die. What's so scary about that? Bah! Then, she changed the subject, smiling lewdly at Chu Xingyun. Hey, little brother, this has nothing to do with me. I'm not with them. I haven't laid a hand on you since I arrived, you know that. The scoundrel who robbed you was this dog next to me. The one who attacked your old servant has already been killed by you. The one who came up with the idea to deal with you was this pretty boy next to me. I didn't say a single word the whole time. Then, her eyes turned a bewitching red, her pupils shimmered with a soft light, and her fingertips pinched the strapless bodice that barely covered her breasts. With a gentle tug, her snow-white shoulders slipped down another 3 inches. Amidst the half-hidden cleavage, a vermilion mole appears and disappears with each breath, while a large, lustrous, snow-white pearl strapless necklace seems ready to burst forth. Young master, please let your sister leave. Whatever you want your sister will grant you. Humph, you shameless woman. Seeing Su Mei acting lewdly, Ji Baiwan was full of resentment. They were afraid that their master's heart would be stolen by this slut. Su Mei, you bitch, you dare to harm me. I'll kill you even if I die. Lu Bai was furious when he saw Su Mei's actions, and 3 sharp steel claws on his fingertips reached out to grab Su Mei's rosy face. You slut, you like seducing men, don't you? I'll tear that face off. Lu Bai's attacks were ruthless and his target was clear. Every move was aimed at Su Mei's still pretty face. That damn pretty boy, he's neither male nor female, just as disgusting as that old man. His pointy chin makes me want to vomit. I'm going to flatten your chin today. Not to be outdone, Su Mei desperately tried to protect her beautiful face while simultaneously lashing her silver whip at Lu Bai's pointed chin. Hey! You two good-for-nothings, if you're going to fight, then fight. Why are you talking to me? ISO Shiro complained, Master, why don't you just kill him? Chu Xingyun rolled her eyes at Ji Baiwan and gave him a meaningful look. It's as if it's saying, okay, go ahead. ISO Shiro gave an awkward smile and dared not say another word. Master, are we really staying? Chu Xingyun then spoke with the soul entity within the spirit ring. He wanted to kill that woman before she finished being provocative. She doesn't even know her place. She's just an old woman with a perky ass, yet she dares to seduce me. I'll stab you to death, you slut. However, his master said that these 3 people were all at the nascent soul stage, and keeping them by his side would be helpful to him. The soul entity said, we don't know the exact location of the body shaping and rejuvenation pill, and since this palace has many rooms, having more people will increase our chances of finding it. Besides, as long as we implant the life and death slave mark into them, we won't have to worry about them disobeying us. Yes. Master, I'll listen to you. Chu Xingyun nodded heavily, his gaze falling on the 2 who were fighting. Judging from the battle situation, Lu Bai was, after all, at the 5th level of the nascent soul realm,
2 minor realms higher than Sumei. At the start of the fight, both fighters appeared evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand.
Gradually, Sumei's supply of spiritual energy could not keep up with the speed of her attacks. A captivating and soul-stirring dance. Sumei shouted loudly, fully activating all the spiritual power she could muster, and leaped into the sky. With her waist swaying and hips wiggling in the air, she began to dance a highly seductive striptease. The jade whip traced eerie arcs as it danced, and each flick of the whip brought forth gusts of fragrant breeze. This fragrance contains a love potion that bewitches the heart. Those who are poisoned will become completely obedient to him, and will eventually die bleeding from all 7 orifices. This move earned her the title of Poisonous Lady, and it was also her signature move. Humph! You vile woman, trying to poison me. Lu Bai spat and cursed, then unleashed his own ultimate move. At this moment, his advantage of being 2 levels higher in cultivation was perfectly demonstrated. The spiritual power he had left was 2 levels higher than Sumei's. Lu Bai used one of the 2 extra layers to form a protective aura around himself. The other layer is entirely integrated into the fine steel grip of the fingers. Fox shadow slaying the moon. As Lu Bai shouted, he lightly touched the ground with his toes and soared into the air like a white fox, his sharp claws flashing coldly. Sizzle! Sizzle! The sharp claws tore at the clothes that fell from above, each carrying a unique fragrance, their target being Sumei's soft, delicate body. Chapter 56 Subduing New Henchmen. Lu Bai knew very well that although Sumei's silver whip was crackling and making a lot of noise, it was all just a smokescreen. The hidden crisis lies primarily within these wafts of fragrance. As long as one is not disturbed by the fragrance released by Sumei. With my superior understanding of the world, I will ultimately be the one who laughs last. As Sumei's companion for many years, Lu Bai was very clear about the strength of Sumei's move, and knew how to counter it. Sumei danced this way entirely to maximize the effects of this poisonous fragrance. As Lu Bai soared upwards, the fragrant liquid that occasionally dripped onto his cheek as his steel claws tore through his clothes became increasingly sweet. He knew that as long as he seized the opportunity and identified his target, he could tear apart the source of the poisonous fragrance with a single swipe of his claw. Then this woman is like a venomous snake whose teeth have been pulled out, she is nothing to fear. Lu Bai was extremely fast, his movements as swift as a white fox climbing a mountain, using aerodynamics to leap and bound upwards. As the poison spring formation drew closer, Lu Bai's focused gaze revealed that all the poisonous fragrance originated from the half-open stamen of the plum blossom within the formation center. Oomph, I've found your weakness. A smug smile appeared on Lu Bai's lips. He once again pushed his speed to the limit, channeling all his spiritual power into his steel claws, and fiercely grabbed at the flower stamen in the center of the array. Isabi, the bystander, had his eyes practically bulging out as he watched the spectacular battle in astonishment. This is truly eye-opening, like a small knife pulling out a butt. I've never seen this kind of attack before. Both of them were very determined about their goals, especially Lu Bai, who, despite having several whip marks on his face, remained steadfast in his determination to abandon his target. Oh nar! As Lu Bai's steel claws drew closer and closer to the source of the poisonous fragrance, Ji Baiwan couldn't help but worry. Master, this woman is going to lose. If Lu Bai were to grab her, even if Sumei were as strong as an iron wall, she would likely be torn to shreds. Why are you feeling sorry for me? Chu Xingyan sneered at Ji Baiwan. Ah! Iso Shiro was taken aback at first, then immediately retorted with wide eyes. Master, Iso is not interested in women. Please don't insult me with such words. Then, his expression changed, and he leaned closer to Chu Xingyun, saying in a somewhat lewd tone. Master, once we find the body shaping and rejuvenation pill, could Xiaoji invite you for a drink, and we can chat about the romance and beauty of this mortal world. Smack! Chu Xingyun flipped his hand and slapped Ji Baiwan across the left cheek. Roll! This old man gets cocky when you give him good things, so there's no point in talking to him. What a rude mouth. Oh. With a mournful face, Iso Shiro turned her attention back to the battle between the two. Lu Bai's steel claws were getting closer and closer to the source of the poisonous fragrance. Sumei's whip lashed out even faster. Crackling sounds filled the air as the whip struck Lu Bai's protective aura, creating dazzling sparks. After Sume lashed Lu Bai 99 times, 810 times, she finally exhausted her spiritual power and had no strength left to launch an attack. She stopped her dancing and twisting, barely managing to stand still. However, Lu Bai seized this opportunity and stared intently at the plum blossom with its bud half open. Poisonous woman, ha ha ha, I'll pluck out your poisonous thorn today, let's see how you poison people in the future. Just as his three-finger steel claws were about to tear it apart, he suddenly felt a chilling, deathly aura behind him. Not good. Lu Bai instinctively turned his head and saw the dragon-pattern spear thrusting rapidly toward him. Judging from the dragon-pattern spear's ferocious speed, if he were to strike, Sume, given her current physical condition, would undoubtedly die. But he himself would inevitably be pierced through by the dragon-pattern spear. Lu Bai calculated in his mind in less than 0.01 seconds, and finally spat out a curse, "Humph, you stinking woman, I'll spare your life." He withdrew all his power and used his steel claws to block the dragon-pattern spear that was thrusting towards him. Clang! The moment Lu Bai's steel claws touched the dragon-pattern spear, his face turned deathly pale. Only at this moment did he understand why Huyen couldn't even withstand a single move and was stabbed to death on the spot. This is not the kind of strength a foundation establishment cultivator should have. The power emanating from that spear would make even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator think twice. Sizzle! Lu Bai gritted his teeth and poured the last 20% of his spiritual power into the steel claw at his fingertips. Then, it's still uncertain whether it will be used. 1 breath. 2 breaths. Ah! In less than 3 breaths, a shrill scream echoed throughout the entire secret palace. The dragon-pattern spear first pierced through Lu Bai's palm, then plunged fiercely into his chest. Lu Bai had no power to resist anymore, letting the force of the dragon-pattern spear carry him straight to the ground. Seeing Lu Bai subdued, Sume exhaled a breath of turbid air, but at the same time, she no longer had the strength to support herself standing in the void. Seeing this, Ji Baiwan reacted quickly, flicking his whisk and sending the tail of the whisk extending dozens of meters in an instant, tightly wrapping around Sume's smooth and delicate waist. After landing safely, Sumeli walked lightly to Chu Xingyan and weakly cupped her hands, saying, "Thank you for saving me, little brother." Chu Xingyan looked at the 2 pearl necklaces Sume was wearing and unconsciously swallowed. "Put your clothes on first." Sume, being an experienced woman, glanced at her perfect figure from head to toe and smiled alluringly. "Young master, why are you still shy?" He. "Humph, you wretched woman, I should never have saved you. I should have let you fall and die." Ji Baiwan got angry when she saw Sume acting flirtatious. "Hey old man, you've got quite a temper, haven't you? Need your big sister to help you cool down." After Sume took out another red dress from her storage ring and changed into it, she walked to Ji Baiwan's side, gently ran her fingers over the whisk in his hand, and said seductively. Then, Iso Shiro, oblivious to the romantic gesture, flung her arm away and angrily rebuked. "Get out of here, stay away from me. You wretched woman, I really don't know what the master sees in you that makes him want to keep you. Of course I can serve you, little brother." "Ha? You're leaving me here." Sume suddenly realized something and looked at Chu Xingyun in shock. "Alright, all of you, shut up." Chu Xingyun looked at Sume with a serious expression and said, "I'll give you 2 choices. Submit to me, or die." Upon hearing this, a hint of displeasure appeared on Sume's beautiful face. Do we even need to choose between these 2 options? But who is she? She's been with countless men. His expression immediately changed, and that alluring, spring-like smile reappeared as he said, "Young master, let's not talk about submission or not. I'm willing to serve you for the rest of my life." He heard Iso Shiro's fist clenched so tightly it made a loud thud. That wretched woman is a menace. If she stays by her master's side, her position will be in jeopardy sooner or later. Snort. No need for nonsense. If you want to live, come over and open your soul consciousness. Chu Xingyun said coldly. Others might have already fallen for Sume's provocative words. But who is Chu Xingyun? How could he possibly fall for such a slut? Ah! Upon hearing Chu Xingyun's words, Su Mei's smile vanished completely. She knew all too well what Chu Xingyun wanted to do, it was to enslave her. If I were enslaved by him, I would have no freedom left. Chapter 57. The death of the 8 demons thoroughly enraged them. What, you choose the latter? Seeing that Su Mei hesitated and refused to come over, Chu Xingyun asked coldly with a gloomy expression. You brat, you have no sense of chivalry at all. Su Mei muttered under her breath, though she was extremely unwilling, but in order to save her life, she obediently walked to Chu Xingyun's side and knelt down. Seeing this, Chu Xingyun's lips curled into a smile, a faint light appeared at his fingertips, and then he gently touched Su Mei's forehead. The slave seal was completed very quickly. In no time, Chu Xingyun withdrew his finger. Then, expressionless, he walked straight toward Lu Bai. At this moment, Lu Bai was pinned to the ground by the dragon-pattern spear and was howling in pain. He completely lacked the demeanor of a nascent soul realm expert. Seeing Chu Xingyun approach, before Chu Xingyun could speak, he hurriedly asked for help. Young friend, spare my life, and I will submit to you. Oh. Lu Bai is quite sensible. Without further ado, Chu Xingyun immediately began to cast the magic seal. Lu Tsang was naturally brought under his command without any doubt. After the 3 underlings finished collecting their money, Chu Xingyun learned from them that the 5 of them were the first to arrive at the palace. After that, they would lurk in the shadows to carry out ambushes, committing murder and robbery. Upon learning that no one was coming, Chu Xingyun was quite relieved and began arranging for a few people to go find the body shaping and rejuvenation pill. After the 3 left, Iso Shiro hesitantly approached. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Chu Xingyun frowned, looking at the old man with suspicion. Master, do you have any plans to recruit these good-for-nothings into your ranks? Iso Shiro said mysteriously. A plan. Chu Xingyun's forehead wrinkled even more. What plan? Master, I think a genius like you shouldn't waste time on these useless people for trivial matters. Chu Xingyun, what the hell are you trying to say? Iso Shiro chuckled. Master, a genius like you should focus on cultivation. If you have any missions assigned, just tell me, and I'll relay them. Those useless people aren't worth your time. Chu Xingyun. It turns out this old guy wanted to be the security captain so he could lead these 3. Chu Xingyun glanced at Ji Baiwan and said nonchalantly, whatever you want. He now dreams of quickly restoring his master's physical body and then having a passionate romance with him. I don't have time to bother with these meaningless things. Hey! Wake up! Say something if you're dead or not. Inside the barrier, Cao Meng was still calling out Xing Suisui's name with all his might. He tried every possible method, including dragon hand resuscitation, yuanyan top butterfly resuscitation, artificial respiration, and so on. No matter how he tried to save her, the woman was like a sleeping beauty who had lost her soul. He couldn't wake her up no matter how he called her. At this moment, almost all the demonic shadows in the entire secret realm were absorbed into the protective shield released by the mountain-splitting axe. Looking at those blood-red, ugly, bat-like demonic figures, Cao Meng was genuinely afraid that they would destroy the barrier. The demonic shadow was trapped in the center of the formation, and he could control it, but he was no match for it outside. Helpless, Cao Meng quickly performed the CPR he had learned in his previous life to help Xing Suisui wake up. Cough. Cough. Finally, after 81 chest compressions, Xing Suisui coughed twice. She sat up straight, looking around with hazy eyes, as if recalling something. Hey! Stop spacing out and get those things out of there. Cao Meng waved his hand in front of Xing Suisui twice, and said anxiously. He was terrified that the barrier would suddenly be breached by those demonic figures, who would then rush in and devour him. Thank you. After a long pause, Xing Suisui's beautiful eyes lit up again, and she spoke. Thank you for helping me destroy that 8 demons. Cao Meng was stunned and stared blankly at the woman in front of him. The woman's first words upon waking left him speechless. Having lived 2 lives, this is the first time I've been thanked after it's all over. It feels a bit strange. Hey, it's nothing. We're all human, we should love and help each other. Cao Meng gave an awkward smile, not knowing how to make up a story.
Xing Suihui smiled gently, then stood up abruptly and looked up to examine the demonic shadows outside the barrier. However, this action backfired spectacularly on Cao Meng, who was sitting face-to-face communicating with Cao Meng. The scenery that Cao Meng saw in his mind changed drastically from heaven to hell, making it hard for him to resist.
Gurgle. Cao Meng swallowed instinctively, his Adam's apple bobbing. He tried to look away, but his neck wouldn't obey him. At this moment, two opposing voices are clashing in my mind. The villains suggested playing the long game, sacrificing the immediate beauty of the scenery. The upright ones suggested living for the moment and seizing the day. Snort. I, Cao Meng, am a man who has received higher education. How could I allow the evil in my heart to control my mind?
In the end, Cao Meng decisively chose the righteous path and seized the moment. As the saying goes, once this opportunity is gone, it's gone forever. Beautiful scenery is wonderful, but not everyone can see it whenever they want. Moreover, this lake is as calm as a mirror, its waters shimmering with a soft, lustrous sheen. There are no weeds or bushes, making it resemble a huge, warm, and lustrous piece of jade. Surrounded by green mountains, their reflections are mirrored in the clear lake water, blending seamlessly with the water, creating a pure and tranquil scene that is so beautiful that it's hard to look away.
Gurgle. Cao Meng couldn't help but recall a poem he had once studied.
White egrets fly before Mount Shisai, peach blossoms float on flowing water, and mandarin fish are plump.
However, Cao Meng didn't have time to reflect.
Sensing Xing Suihui's gaze, the demonic shadows outside the crystal frantically pecked at the protective barrier. As they flew, a few beams of light finally shone through the gaps in the dark barrier where the demonic shadows moved. Sunlight shone on the lake, making it sparkle. The condensed dewdrops were crystal clear, flowing slowly together like sweet and smooth honey, making one want to taste this beautiful, misty scenery. Emerald green shimmers with dewy light, its alluring beauty like flowing honey. She's truly a feast for the eyes. Just as Cao Meng was eliminating his inner demons and enjoying the show, Xing Suihui's words came to his ears again.
I hope you can help me one more time and destroy these demonic shadows.
Cao Meng stared intently, then casually replied with a single word, At that moment, his mind had no time to ponder Xing Suihui's words. Xing Suihui looked up at the sky and stared at the demonic shadows surrounding them before speaking again.
The deaths of the 8 demons have thoroughly enraged them, and they are now planning to perish together with them.
If we don't deal with them soon, they'll break through the barrier in no time. Cao Meng stared blankly and said, Chapter 58. Standing at the pinnacle, inspiring awe and all. Xing Suihui, I was greatly exhausted from the battle with the 8 demons just now, and I don't have much strength left to deal with these demonic shadows.
So, you have to help me one more time. Cao Meng, Ha?
Xing Suihui raised her eyebrows and looked down at Cao Meng. Seeing Cao Meng drooling and looking dazed, he was immediately furious. A flick of the wrist landed on Cao Meng's head. I'm talking to you, did you hear me?
Ah. Cao Meng winced in pain, instantly regaining his senses.
He swallowed hard, preparing to have Xing Suihui repeat what she had just said. When I looked up, I was dumbfounded.
Smack.
Suddenly, a loud slap echoed within the barrier.
Why did you hit me? Snort.
Xing Suihui glared at Cao Meng in annoyance. These demonic shadows are attacking the barrier so recklessly, it won't be long before they tear it apart.
You need to help me one more time. Cao Meng's eyes darted around, scanning Xing Suihui's jade-like figure from head to toe. How can I help?
I will set up another demon-devouring ruins array later, and then tear a hole in the barrier to let these demonic obstacles in.
At that time, I will rely entirely on you. Rely on me?
Cao Meng smacked his lips. We can't always rely on me, we should rely on you instead. Xing Suihui's face turned cold. My power is only enough to set up the demon-devouring ruins array one more time.
If you don't want to die, help me one more time.
Otherwise, once these demonic shadows break through the barrier, you will be the first one to be eaten.
You killed their 8 demon kings, and they hate you to the core. Damn it, Cao Meng couldn't help but curse. What kind of nonsense is this?
Everyone else is off to Taba, but I'm stuck here getting entangled with these monsters.
It's so frustrating. Cao Meng muttered to himself like a timid young wife.
If you're willing to help me one more time, after we eliminate these demonic shadows, I'll take you to a place where the treasures you obtain will absolutely satisfy you. Xing Sui Sui used both threats and inducements.
Real. Nature. Cao Meng couldn't tell from the woman's serious expression that she was lying.
She began to think, if there's something in it for her, it's not unreasonable for her to help out. The woman's identity has always been a mystery, but judging from her familiarity with the monsters in the secret realm, she must indeed know a lot about it. However, Cao Meng felt a little annoyed when he thought about the 2 battles he had fought against the 8 demons a few hours earlier. Although I received experience cards with different identities twice, the first time with a darker skin tone and the second time with a lighter skin tone overall, I felt nothing but tiredness.
Furthermore, the system did not reward any extra experience points.
Let me ask you a question first. Cao Meng stared seriously into Xing Sui Sui's beautiful eyes and asked, when you were fighting those 8 demon fiends just now, did you feel anything? Upon hearing this, Xing Sui Sui's eyes flashed with shyness, and her beautiful face instantly flushed red. After a long silence, he finally let out a soft a little.
Only a little bit. Cao Meng looked disappointed. This was quite a blow to him.
Despite the fierce battle between himself and the 8 demons, Xing Sui Sui managed to defeat them with a mere flick of her wrist.
That's so hurtful to my pride.
Well, actually, this has nothing to do with you.
It was all because I was careless and let the 8 demonic fiends take over my consciousness, so.
This time, I will lure all these demonic shadows into my Zhongji acupoint so that they will not affect my senses. Then you just need to attack at full speed and kill these demonic shadows. Whether or not to kill the demon shadow was no longer important to Cao Meng, all he wanted was to regain his dignity. So he asked without any hesitation. So you mean you'll get to experience killing these demonic shadows this time? Xing Sui Sui was surprised that Cao Meng asked so directly, and lowered her head in embarrassment.
After a long while, she finally managed to soften in a barely audible voice.
Upon hearing this, Cao Meng's lips curled into a smile, and he shouted, "Kill the shadow demon ah!" They rushed towards the Spring Lake view. However, before he could launch an attack,
bang! Cao Meng was kicked directly onto the barrier shield by a jade foot.
Don't rush, I don't have a demon-devouring return to Void Array yet, please wait a moment, Xing Sui Sui said with an awkward smile. Damn it, Cao Meng angrily flung his hand away, burning with rage.
1 hour later.
The second fate and karma mark is experiencing significant emotional fluctuations. The host has gained 2,000 experience points, which have been automatically converted into cultivation points. Suddenly, a system notification sound entered Cao Meng's mind as he was attacking and slaying the demonic shadow.
Oh ho! Extra benefits are coming. Fierce, fast, all-out attack. More and more demonic shadows are entering the barrier.
Xing Sui Sui was panting heavily as she controlled the formation, her face showing an extremely painful expression. Cao Meng looked up and saw hordes of demonic shadows crowding together and squeezing into the small crack in the barrier.
Depend on. You beasts, you will not be allowed to run rampant.
Cao Meng unleashed the full power of his supreme body, maximizing his speed as he sprinted forward with all his might.
At the same time, the system provides Cao Meng with experience points based on the emotional fluctuations of Mark II. Wow, slaying these monsters not only yields treasures but also increases experience points. It's worth it.
Even now, Cao Meng was drenched in sweat and exhausted.
I was secretly delighted.
As wave after wave of demonic shadows relentlessly assaulted the barrier, dark clouds surged overhead. Chu Xingyun, who was searching for the body shaping and rejuvenation pill, looked up at the sky with a puzzled expression.
Master, can you see anything?
He had previously heard his master say that the barrier above was set up by a powerful being.
Seeing the shadow demon's abnormal reaction now, I'm even more puzzled.
These demonic shadows seem to be attacking the barrier, but I can't figure out the specifics. Attack the barrier.
Chu Xingyun muttered something.
I wonder which senior is fighting against these demonic shadows.
Their strength must be extraordinary.
He had experienced these demonic shadows firsthand. They were like a persistent, insidious infection.
You can't kill me, you can't drive me away, I just can't get rid of you.
Even if I use the skills of a spirit talisman master, such as soul skills, I can't do anything to them. The soul entity said, indeed, these filthy creatures are troublesome. Even in my prime, I wouldn't dare guarantee that I could subdue them. The only things that can effectively overcome them are probably the 8 ancient marks, the world's most precious treasures, and the rare strange fire.
Upon hearing the ancient mark, Chu Xingyun was immediately motivated.
He gripped the dragon-patterned spear tighter in his hand, his eyes gleaming.
Master, let's quickly get you a body restoration pill. Once you've recovered your physical body, we'll go and compete for the Netherworld seal. Good. The soul entity was pleased to see Yunar's domineering and awe-inspiring aura.
One day, Yunar will surely roam the world, crush all obstacles, sweep across all directions with the force of thunder, stand at the peak, and be looked up to by all living beings. Golden streams of liquid continuously impacted the demonic shadow. Cao Meng, who was using his special physique, had no idea that his beloved Yunar was looking up at him from below the barrier with an adoring gaze.
Chapter 59. Could there be some great treasure or opportunity hidden in this secret realm?
At the same time, a large number of people were rushing towards the palace ruins.
Elder Ling, according to the information provided by the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion, the location of the ancient auction house is here. The disciples of Jade Void Palace handed the map to Ling Zhang. After squinting at the map for a while, Ling Zhang directed everyone to enter the palace. Anyone not belonging to the forces of my 9 provinces continent, show no mercy. And
Ling Zhang revealed a sinister look. Anyone from the Tianyuan domain, no matter who they are, will be dealt with once we encounter them.
The disciples of Jade Void Palace responded in unison, yes. Elder Ling, should we inform Elder Xian and Elder Ming?
After the disciples entered the palace, Shi Qing, who had been standing behind Ling Zhang, asked a question while holding the flowing light paper.
No need, they have more important things to do.
Upon hearing this, Shi Qing frowned and carefully put the flowing light paper away again. The Jade Void Palace was originally led by 3 elders, Xian Yuan, Ming Xiao, and Ling Zhang. However, after entering the soul-eating swamp, the 2 mysteriously disappeared. Shi Qing was just a junior assistant to Ling Zhang, and he was well aware of his position. Although he was confused, he did not dare to ask any more questions. Hearing Ling Zhang say that he had something more important to do, he became even more puzzled.
Could there be some great treasure or opportunity hidden in this secret realm?
Senior brother, what exactly does Master want to do? At this moment, Ming Xiao and his senior brother Xian Yuan were traversing an extremely narrow crevice deep at the bottom of the secret realm's ravine.
Xian Yuan, junior brother Ming, don't ask too many questions. Just complete the task assigned by Master.
But Master, if we release that demon, it will be another calamity for the world. Ming Xiao said with some hesitation in his eyes. Humph, calamity, Xian Yuan sneered disdainfully. Junior brother Ming, with your talent, is there any hope of breaking through again?
How many more years do you have left to live? Ming Xiao looked helpless when asked the question and silently lowered his head.
His own talent was mediocre, and his strength at the great perfection of the nascent soul stage was entirely due to the accumulation of pills and various auxiliary treasures. We have been stuck at this level for hundreds of years now, and our potential has long been exhausted.
There is probably no room for further progress.
Seeing Ming Xiao's appearance, Xian Yuan sighed and said with emotion. Junior brother, our lifespans are coming to an end. In 3 to 5 years at most, we will turn into a grain of sand in this world.
Who will remember us then?
But senior brother, this demon is about to be born and will surely harm the world.
Then we will be sinners.
Even in death, they will be nailed to the pillar of shame.
A sinner? Ha! Junior brother, let me ask you this, do you want to be a sinner, or do you want to take another step forward?
A step further.
Senior brother, what do you mean by that? Ming Xiao looked at Xian Yuan with surprise.
Junior brother, do you really think that Master sent us here simply to release this demon?
Actually, that's not the case. Although these demons are despicable, they possess extraordinary power.
If we can obtain even a tiny bit of it, breaking through to the nascent soul realm will no longer be a pipe dream. Mingxiao listened blankly to his senior brother's story, and his once lifeless heart began to stir again. As the saying goes, people die for wealth, and birds die for food.
When your life is about to be lost, what's the point of talking about righteousness?
In the end, even the last bit of kindness in Mingxiao's heart was extinguished. The two followed the crevice, probing deeper into the gradually fading light. Just then, an eye slowly opened in the deathly darkness. As soon as they opened their eyes, the demonic shadows that had been raging outside the barrier because they hadn't entered it suddenly quieted down. Then, as if sensing something, they swooped down towards the secret ravine.
Xing
Suisui, who was maintaining the devouring demon returning void formation to support Cao Meng's attack on the enemy camp, instantly lost the pain and surrender expression on her face.
Not good. What's wrong with it?
Xing Suisui suddenly spoke, startling Cao Meng. He thought that his attack on the shadow demon wasn't strong enough, and that the woman was dissatisfied. Quickly, get out of here. We need to leave the barrier and stop those demonic shadows. Xing Suisui sat up as she spoke, disregarding Cao Meng's feelings.
Cao Meng.
Looking at the devouring demon returning to ruins formation, there were still a few dozen demonic shadows in the center of the formation.
He said with dissatisfaction, the demonic shadows in this formation will be eliminated soon.
You're just going to give up like that? No, I must persevere to the end. Having wasted so much of his energy and strength to slay these demons, how could Cao Meng let this woman end things so easily? You must take the initiative into your own hands. Xing Suisui gasped in pain and anxiety, hurry up, we need to stop those demonic shadows immediately, or the consequences will be unimaginable.
Girl, there's no use in being anxious. It's not a question of whether I want to hurry or not.
Instead, after continuously fighting against these demons, Yuan Yang has become desensitized to the thin walls of the fortress within the devouring demon returning ruins formation. He is no longer as sensitive as he was at the beginning. I can't help it if the golden waves of light can't burst forth. Besides, you kept telling me to quickly eliminate these demonic shadows, I don't have the strength left. What should we do? Xing Suisui